Spoon television. Spoon radio station. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you will know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening, Moravia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Fonjama, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat cake, congratulate my brother, to spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today? Spoon TV. Yes, what you got today? Spoon TV. Spoon Spoon entertainment. Yes, I information. To be Spoon television. Yes, I Spoon radio station. Spoon television.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, Stanton with the spoon. And you
well, folks,
I did the Southern band. Charges on the beat.
On the spoon to get your information.
Good evening to all of you out there. Good afternoon if you're listening to us based on the time. Good morning to you as well. To all of you across the world, I'd like to say welcome to another edition of the program Spoon Talk. Today is the 7th day of December 2023. I'd like to say welcome to all of you. What a great way to be on your radio this evening again. My name is Aaron Kuban, your sound coordinator for tonight's edition of the program, and it promises to be fascinating as usual, very much informative, and making sure that we bring all of the critical national issues for discussion and not having confrontation as well. I'm here up to later as a sound producer, like I said. The entire team will be joining us later on the program. But I'd like to say welcome to all of you, those of you joining us for the very first time. This is the biggest thing that takes place on radio, online, and yes, as all over the entire country. This is the biggest thing that takes place on radio, online, as well as on your television stream. We're coming to you live from Congo Town here in Liberia, as well And we are also live on YouTube at Spoon Talk, and we are live on Fabric 101.1 FM, Super 95.5 FM, Fabric 101.1 FM, and Spoon 107.5 FM. We will shortly take your calls on the program. We will shortly take your calls as usual. What we do here is that we take your calls. So tell us what those are burning issues you want to talk about on this program yet this morning. So we will definitely have you coming through to the lines. The numbers are 07777 0 07777 or 0 555 10 1075, and we will be glad to have you on the program this evening from Morovia. Let's uh, begin by taking the calls on this edition of the program, and I will just pin the number here so that you can call in to the program this evening and tell us what is that burning issue that you would love to talk about this lovely evening from Morovia. I'm between twist and turn here. And so we will take the calls now. Let's take this person here, who is the very first person to call you to the line here. Good evening and welcome.
Okay. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Yeah, you see, I want to come. They are there.
Hello, sir. Your line is breaking on, and we're not getting you so clear. I don't know what's going on.
Hello?
Let's take another person here. Your line is not good as good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you so much for the show. I my attention has been drawn to some of the media outlets that have flagged the issue of the Honorable Joseph Baka paying attention to our CEO, that is Stanton Waterspoon. You know, it sounds so comical and it sounds so frustrating, listening to the media station discussing issue of course. Stanton is a Liberian, and the purpose of which Joseph Juma Baka went in the States to thank those Liberians, which our CEO is part of. And CEO play a pivotal role, a major role in having us to where we are today. So if you say because our CEO is a convicted criminal, so for that reason, the honorable did you to go and pay visit to him, then why would he have a fanatic offer? Because of a convicted criminal from the US. But now you are even as far as nominating him to become your next speaker. He even elected him. He even served as deputy speaker under your regime. So then what will you say about your president? You know, these are things that people sometimes will talk about the hypocrisy in adherence. Those are things that we can look at. Why will you have that kind of mindset that, oh yeah, because Joseph Baka, he's not a good leader. Why you go say that? Or you go in the room of CEO. CEO, may the Lord continue to bless you. You actually did well. Pray that God will give you long life to live, to reap benefit that which you are struggling for. Thank you so much.
Thank you all so much. Let's take this person here. Welcome.
Hello, Nazim. How are you?
Hello.
Hello, Nazim. How are you?
You're speaking with Aaron. Go ahead. Let's hear
Oh,
you.
Aaron, how are you?
I'm fine. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, my brother. One thing I'm making a call today on the media is you guys are forgetting about LTC Mobile Lake Teco, and we are gathering information from the Teco that Richmond Tope is claiming that he's going to remain at Leteco. These are some of the issues we have been working with Leteco. We have been having series of problems with Richmond for the 6 years that he's been with us. And we're having serious issues with Richmond if President Elijah Baga is going to win Richmond. It will bring serious issue at the entity.
Okay, thank you all so much for having us say on the program.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening. What's your view? What's that burning issue you want to go for today? Topic today.
Yeah, I'm carrying Matrix from Rahu community.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we are getting information. Actually, it's worrisome, and then we will get the actual information from Spoon. Other people are saying, I just listened to whoever this evening that the Papa is sick, the president elect Boga is sick. So actually, I don't know. I just want for whoever to give us the actual information tonight.
Oh, okay.
I'm a concern.
Okay, when the panelists comes, maybe when they come, maybe they will discuss that. But thank you. That's your concern, and it's well taken. Let's take this person. Welcome. Good evening. Good evening. Let's hear you.
How are you?
You are live.
I'm thinking, man, I want to get, they get it to energy mama.
Hello. Let's take this person here. Hello, welcome.
Hello.
You are live. Go ahead. Let's hear you.
Yeah, this is traveling from Broadville. And my brother, these people that we shouldn't mind this, but they guys are frustrated, the citizens, and some Liberians are very frustrated because they don't even know what they're saying. Our leader is JMB, let the old man let him do what he's doing. They shouldn't put pressure behind the old man, they can't tell what to do. The old man know what he's doing. So when they're frustrated, let them go back. Okay, yeah? Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you all so much. Let's take this person. Good evening, welcome. That person line is disturbing, so let's take this person here. This person. Hello, welcome.
Yeah, how you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm playing DJ. I join you from the Riot community, Share Zero.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, what on my mind is that since the 23rd of November, which was Thursday, I got a letter at the station and subjected it to the CEO himself. And one, my nephew, she don't want to receive that letter. Was here then. I didn't get anything
to
from
the
her.
office to do follow up. That is not intended for the radio. Come to
Hello?
the office to do follow up, please. Hello, welcome.
How are you? How are you? How are you? How are you?
Fine, thank you. Go ahead.
That man, I really enjoy Stone Talk because whole net, I can be listening to Stone Talk because they always get people out there, and I like it. And may God bless you. May God bless you people in Stone Talk.
Okay.
I want you to please help me. If you can relay the number to Auntie Mama, happy, I'll be happy.
The number you call you is a line phone, so I can get the number.
Okay, I'm gonna give you the number for me.
Okay. Just text the number later on. Hello, welcome. Hello. Wow, we still taking more calls. The numbers are 077771075 or 05551101075 are the numbers to call and be live on the program. This is Spoon Talk on all of our media across the network. Let's take this person here. Welcome. Good evening, welcome.
Yeah, this is Joseph calling from Riha.
Johnson, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to tell this guy and Joseph Cody to go clean the dust from Red Man. The place too nasty.
You say what?
Joseph Cody, I'll tell you to go clean the dust from Red Light.
Okay, that's what on your mind. Thank you very much. Let's take this person. Welcome. Hello. Hello, welcome. Let's hear you.
Hello, how you doing?
I'm fine, but you're not coming in clear.
I'm okay. Hello?
Try. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, wow. The people that get pull the job, say police people there. They rule for people don't know say if you can park here or you park here. If you park here, they can't take it.
Oh,
I don't know why they can do that one for. At least let me say it's supposed to be police staff don't park here or park here. You know, when you park now, they take your car to be different.
oh,
They both get to that thing.
all right. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's a very good point there. He's talking about the city parking people. According to him, there is no instruction on where not to park, but once you park, your car is confiscated and you have to pay a fine. That's what's on his mind. Let's take this person here. Welcome. Good evening. Let's hear you. Are you there? Welcome.
Hello?
Thanks for joining us. Let's hear you.
Yeah, Aaron, how are you?
I'm fine. Thank you.
Okay, what's on my mind is having to do with offering a prayer for our president elect. Because since he's traveled to the US, there are so many news people that distracted are all around giving different news. So I want to pray for him. Father, in the name of Jesus, we pray to God, whatever our president elect is, the man you have given us to rescue this country, wherever he is, O Lord, we pray you shower him with your blessing. Give him more wisdom, O God, that he will lead this country and take us from where we are and take us to a better place. In Jesus' name, my name is Inka Patmo.
Thank you all so much for having a say on the program. Let's take this person here. Hello, welcome. Hello. Hello, welcome.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening. Let's hear you. You are live.
Yeah, I'm BMP calling from San Francisco on the Japan freeway. My burning issue this evening has to do with the Chinese firecracker. The people are bringing to this country is creating harm for the people. You notice like sometimes when people are inside, you look at the children, we took the thing, they would like it, and we throw it. And most of our problems are now where the gas spoke oil around here. So this one of the things the government got to take key things not only. It is not good.
The Chinese,
Oh,
is it the Chinese?
yeah.
Firecracker?
All around you move the community. The children got it. You sit down and gather when you're discussing something or learn out and trying to put on military, it will explode.
It can be funny as you are to sit down.
That's very funny is here. So the government need to take key serious not on this thing.
Yeah,
The people who are importing it, let them pour hot to them. If you need to import it to the country.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, welcome. Hello? What's going on? Hello, are you there? This person? Hello, welcome. Good evening, you are live.
Is about Samuel Square. We're begging and trying to tell the partner leaders discuss that Samuel Square was able to appear to the legislature to give to the president so we get able to say, oh, please.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having a say. Samuel to appearance. Hello, welcome. I don't know what's going on with the Lone Star line. Each time, okay. I'm not hearing anything. Hello, welcome. Wow. Hello, are you there? There's an issue with the Lone Star line. Hello, welcome. Hello, go ahead.
How you doing, man?
I'm fine, thank you.
Yeah, this is Jesus in the calling from
Chicken Soup family, brother.
James Johnson, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, man, for having me on the show tonight. What's on my mind tonight is we, the Pima workers, the independent former foreign workers, the agreement Madam Sari canceled 2006, and they're refusing to pay us in this country because of our leniency. But now, it just started today. The protest will continue. It will mean with worker inauguration, and we pass until the government can pay us. And besides that, any investor that coming in the country to take over our forest, we don't want to know our forest. If the government doesn't pay, and Joseph Boda clamored our payment, no investor will go to that bush. Because 18 years now, they are making it 19. Our people are dying. Nobody can receive water. And the government, they are reluctant to pay us. The legislature passed our payment into law. We went to Minister of Labor, sent letter to Minister of Finance for 12 to pay us. When we went to 12 started telling all your people, we still win the election. He said Samoa will call it in the midst of the workers and New Judge Joshua. Samoa went there in the meeting. He made commitment that they will pay the money. I wish you got video to that effect. The people play for other us, but that is our own time. They will pay us. They will pay that money. They cut our money. They earn it. $50 million. $24 million for the workers. The bottom right is for reforestation. But the government is likely to pay, and they will pay. They will pay that money, and they don't pay the money. Where is that so? We enter our forest. The struggle now is beginning. We end it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you all so much for having us here on the program. We have about 6 minutes to go on this segment. Mr. Dwalu is already here, and let's take just a few more.
Hello.
Across. Welcome.
Yeah, my name is Deborah Wampaya.
Deborah, go ahead.
Deborah, incoming graduate from Smart University College. I really need pleasure. I don't have my graduation fee.
Okay. So people listening to you.
Yeah, I said I don't have my graduation fee. My graduation fee is $545. I paid $300. Remaining $245. I don't have it.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Let me. I don't know, Mr. Dwalu, you are saying something?
No, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
Loud and clear.
Yeah, I'm saying my name is Deborah Wildfire.
Hello.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, Deborah, we got you already. We got you. It's just you can maybe call later on another segment, but this is for what's on your mind. Maybe that's on your mind too as well. Welcome.
Thank you, man. Aaron, can you hear me clearly?
I'm hearing you. I think we can just close up on this since we already here.
People got about 5 more minutes. Let the people call, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what's happening to the Lone Star line. And so, but it's still ringing. Yeah. Hello.
Yeah, Aaron.
Hello.
Well, good evening to you.
Good evening, you are live. Go ahead.
Thank you, my good friend, brother. Okay. We're still on February this morning. Let me say thanks to you. My name is Mohammed M. Kanention. I speak to you today from 2016. But I'm recommended to make a school and a member of the rescue mission team.
Go ahead.
Everyone, thank you. What is on my mind tonight, we have to deal with the issue of our brothers and sisters from the group of 27 on Nebo Street. I would like for the CEO, Mr. Stoughton Alexander Water Function, and the Spoon FN, the Spoon Foundation family to see our best to really intervene into the situation of that institution. Because the group of 77 on Nebo Street, really, the institution is not really correct for now. Our brothers then, our sisters then, some of us we have received calls from what on a daily basis angle, because they are and then their health condition is not motivation. 1, 2, there is no right to that institution. The director came back there on the Flower River Shabbat came back to the institution. Even the outgoing president, Madam Joao Teratu, she completely came back to the institution almost 2-3 years now. They cannot be able to afford food for that institution. We have more than 100 plus disabled and vision impaired people to our institution. But indeed, they cannot be even when you unfavorite on the morning show. I just even call you to update with information for that institution. So this thing it is far more embarrassing to our country.
Okay.
So that's my appeal to see what I think Brother Duaru is listening. The CEO, I think when you come on, you'll be listening. I think the Spawn Foundation really they need to see out there. They need to interview in this week to see out there at least to rescue some suffering for that institution. Thank you very much.
Thank you all so much for having us here on the program. Let me take another person here. Hello, welcome. Hello, welcome.
Hello, sir.
Hello, you are live. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much, my brothers. I'm Fanny Gray. This is my first time taking part on the show.
Okay.
Look, I want to say to our brother and sister in the rescue mission, my brothers, let us start giving ear to those people and start calling on the show to saying things what not relevant, because we know Mr. Waterspoon and the Spoon family what it does for the rescue mission of Ambassador Barker. So let those people stop to listen to those guys that feel this nation. Those guys they are crying wolf. Mr. Waterspoon, as for me, I don't know him before, he don't know me, and but I first time to call on the technical talk show. But my brother, this when it comes to information in this nation, Spoon FM is one of the biggest. Spoon FM is one of the biggest because if I get on my internet to check about station giving a report in the nation, most of the reporters I will see Spoon FM. I will see Spoon. So these guys they don't have to say that we are praying for Spoon FM to be more bigger than today. So thank you so much, my brother. Thank God today I get a number and we all will be taking part on the Spoon talk. Thanks so much.
Thank you all so much for having us here on the program tonight. We can just chip in with one more, then we can go to Mr. Dualu and the team. Hello, welcome. Hello, you are the lucky last one. So let's take it. Hello, you are live.
Okay. Thank you, bro. I'm Princess K. calling from Johnsonville, District 2.
Okay, go ahead.
My brother, what on my mind is this. Government giving power. He giving power, then the same election started in South Africa, they just came back from the prison. Those that are working in government can't even get paid, my brother. It is sent us to school. I was season coming, sir. Government just sent back from the people who are working for the money, and get there, they get all kind of things. If government let it can go, let it rescue, has come to rescue us. Not easy. I'm not working with government, but it's very, very bad. The country is very, very kind of up. But now that the things are supposed to be, it can be different power just dominate life with people without paying them nothing. Go cover, government cover, so you give with the women, God still rescue us. Thank you very much for the program. May God bless.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Dualu, I give it to you now.
Yes, Aaron, thank you so much. You can hear me clearly?
Very well.
Okay, great. To our people, man, you're welcome. You're welcome, plenty. We hear the calls.
I don't know. I'm not really getting that bass on the voice. I don't know. It's too thin. Maybe it's the
thin, eh?
Yeah.
So
I don't know.
I think I kind of know what's going on. But take it over for 1 second. Let me unplug something here.
Yeah, I'm not really getting it. Like the way, Mr. Dualu voice. All of you who usually follow the show know Mr. Dualu when he speaks. you can get the infect from the headphone, especially having an headphone on, and Mr. Dwalo is speaking. You know what it means. And so, yeah, so
this should be better. How's that?
very well now, very well.
This is
That's the Mr. Dwalo I know.
okay. I think that was the extra mic thing. So, to our people, you're welcome. I love every time you come on, Aaron, and the people call the show, we love for them to talk about what's on their mind. There's a lot of things happening in the country, and I think the president himself, Ella used to do a show when she was president. It's called Talk to the President or Speak with the President, and it gives the population a chance to call in and say what's on their mind. There was a brother that spoke about his pay. They've been waiting. They worked in the forest for close to 18, 19 years. You can't do your people like that. The man works, man got to get paid. I don't know why we find it complicated. There was a young lady that called about her graduation fee.
Graduation fee, $500.
Yeah, what's going on in Liberia? I don't think they even charge that kind of fee here in America. In Liberia, where people barely live on $2-3 per day. And these colleges and these so-called schools, some of them people just set them up and they just charge an exorbitant amount of money to these students. For reason, they say, I'll large up here, they're coming to go. And you're just burning the population. If you're going to do it like that, give the people an option not to graduate with your gown and let you just go grab the certificate and walk away. But it will still tell you no. But look, this is not why I'm here today. Let me recognize a few people. And just to make sure our people, as they're coming in, they recognize that we're going to welcome them. My sister, Theresa Fortoma. I call your phone today. I won't make no mistakes. Morris Kama, welcome to the show. Willard Kamba, welcome to the show. Casey Malu, Cornelius Hunter, welcome to the show. Mary Chin, Marvin Davis, welcome to the show. Manstein Boyle, welcome. Henry Wu, welcome to the show. Albert Beer, JJ Peters, welcome to the show. Naomi Herman. Charles Russell, welcome to the show. Anthony Jala, welcome to the show. I say pay something. Zika Oliver Lasana, welcome to the show. Dakar Grandpa Do Moba, welcome to the show. Jerita Beze, welcome to the show. I see Sarah Colwood, welcome. Jessica Dorothy, welcome to the show. Urias Nangbe, welcome. Patient Joa Rendo, welcome. Niampen. Teresa Futoma, I got you, Teresa. Clearly, Moba, Bissina, Lip, welcome to the show. Mufti Hendara, welcome to the show. Frederick Solo Junior, welcome to the show. Patrick Kadi Johnson, welcome. Yason Gio, welcome. Wilson Hindobo, welcome to the show. Stevie Morris, Benamasa Kwe, Alicia, Captain Jackson, Hawa Steven Chia, welcome to the show. I see Princess Something. BK Lamu, David Boker, welcome to the show. Look, everybody, man, yo, welcome to the show. Yes, David Boker, I call your name too, brother. Bill Carson, my brother, what's popping? What's going on with you? James Doe Senior, Samuel Musa, Solomon Garpu, welcome to the show. Winston, look, every one of you, man, yeah, let's talk Liberia. I listened to I believe the Honor Secretary from the United States, and he was giving some awards to people about corruption. One of our own, I believe his name is Mark Cully. Hopefully we'll recognize him here tonight when Stanton and the guys come in here. And he was talking about corruption, how these guys in these third world country, they're trying their best, but the institutions don't allow them. Before the guys come in today, I just want to speak briefly about corruption, not about the monies that are stolen. I know everything about corruption has money to do with it. I want you for today to focus on the other side of corruption. They can't see the effects of corruption. When we have corruption in our society, there are certain effects that corruption leaves in the society that most people do not talk about. That's what I want to talk about very briefly here today. Because people think corruption is just taking money and walking away. It's far more reaching than you will ever imagine. Corruption is crippling in ways that we cannot think about. Yes, it has something to do with money, but in many instances, because the society is corrupt, certain things happen. Okay? It reduces the trust factor in our institutions. You cannot quantify that in terms of the cost. It's priceless in many instances, because if human beings in our society, if they believe in the system, if the trust factor in the system is lower, it lowers everything in the country. Another thing corruption does to a society, it ensures talents run away from your society. I'll give you an example. Steven Johnson is a professional. Steven Johnson output to the country is massive. But you cannot measure that, because when you scare Steven Johnson away, Steven take his skills and goes elsewhere, and Liberia suffer as a result of that. Even though it got money relationship there, but you cannot quantify it because it's so huge. Another thing corruption does is, these are affecting the schools and all the other yama. Corruption, what it does is it denies justice, because when people don't trust the system, it increases maljustice in the society. It increases criminality in the society. And people say, oh, but like corruption doing that one, yeah, like corruption doing it, because the way people are supposed to stop it, the people that are supposed to be there to build family, in fact, corruption forces father and mother to separate. It can increase divorce rate in the society. That's what corruption does. It's a beast. The Ellen Johnson study called it a vampire. It's worse than a vampire. It literally breaks down every single structure of that society. That's what corruption does to our society. So corruption is not just crippling in terms of the money we lost, but it's crippling economically, politically, and socially. It is a beast. Steven, welcome to the show, bro. You're muted. You want to chime in? I think Steven having some difficulty.
Yeah, Steven.
While he's doing that, let me continue on this, okay? And another thing corruption does is it creates regional isolation. Let me explain what that means. The people of the southeastern region of Liberia, because it depopulates a country, the certain areas of our country, plenty of people not living there. They're depopulated. So what happens is people leave and they cannot contribute to the society. That means the output, the thing what Liberia can make and produce, it will go down because plenty of people not there. Everybody run away. So we cannot import. So like for me, one of my dreams in Liberia, when I'm in Liberia permanently, I will adapt to high school. Where I will go and personally teach. If I can go teach at LU, I'll say no wrong. I'll go adapt a high school and go teach at a local high school. So I'm bringing skills that you cannot measure. This is what corruption does. It doesn't just take money. It kills everything. Steven, come in, bro.
Thank you, Tualu. It's good to see you. Aaron, how are you guys?
I'm fine, Johnson. I'm fine.
Good to see you. Yeah. So Tualu, you struck a very important point on corruption, and corruption plays a very critical part in nation building. Countries that have managed to make the leapfrog in terms of overall national development are countries that have considerably tackle corruption, whether it's through effective laws or through a more vibrant legal framework. Countries that you see deal with the issue of corruption are most of the successful countries on the globe. I like to use Singapore as an example. Singapore is one of few countries that have a zero tolerance approach to corruption, and today Singapore was able to make that leap from a third world nation to a first world. But one of the unfortunate things about corruption in Liberia, as we look at it, in most cases, we look at corruption from the front end. That is dealing with people that have corrupted the system. And so we're waiting for people to corrupt, and then our systems or our enforceability potential is lacking. And so when people corrupt, we don't even have the legal framework in terms of enforcement, because we have some of the best anti-corruption law. But the way to deal with corruption, I like to deal with corruption from a multi-dimensional approach. That is, how do you first prevent corruption? And that is the fundamental question that most countries try to answer. And that is the back end. How do you stop somebody from stealing first before trying to prevent it? Because if we're not stopping people from stealing and we're waiting for them to steal before taking action, then we're creating the floodgate. So let's first prevent it. And the way to prevent it, there are several ways. Now, one of the ways a lot of people try to do is to make government more open, more transparent, running government for the people. E-government, where everything related to government is traceable. Somebody like Tualu work at the Ministry of Finance, he's able to check and see whether Aaron pay his taxes just online, or that transaction from commerce going to the finance ministry is traceable, that we can see who are those layers of authority that are signing on most of these things. Now, And another thing is to depopulate the procurement committees. One of the biggest outlets for corruption in government in Liberia is through procurement. And that is why you see even ministers and all want to be involved in procurement. How do you depopulate? And that was some of the reason, the rationale behind the establishment of the Public Procurement and Concession Commission, with the hope that that independent organization will be able to look at procurement processes in government and follow through based on a competitive bidding. With, those are areas you have to enforce. So in a nutshell, when you're dealing with corruption, it has to be a holistic approach. One end, preventing corruption from happening, and on the next end, enforcing the laws where corruption happening. I think if we look at that in ways, and Dwalu, we said here the other day, how do we teach ethics in our schools?
Yeah.
When I did a graduate course, and ethics, professional ethics was one of the core courses, of my class, because the way we build citizens is that we have to build citizens that are ethical, because they are the ones who make the transition into public service. Are we teaching ethical responsibility, professional ethics in our school, in our offices? Are we offering crash courses to employees?
You're myself here. I want for to go back and forth. Let's take a minute. We take a minute. Because I want to go a little bit deeper until the guys get here. Somebody asked, what is the definition of corruption we're going to take about? My focus is not on definition, but just to make it very simply, it's like you take things that belong to all, and one person take that thing, and it had different consequences. That corruption there. That's just a simple definition of corruption. But Stevie, I want you to speak to, because my focus was what corruption does, with the exception of denying money to the country, is the after effect of corruption. For instance, it reduces opportunity in the country. There are reasons why it reduces that. It allows skilled people to leave. Here in America, there's a saying, in the absence of the capable, the available becomes the capable. So in Liberia, because people with the mindset, people that have the preparation, have the proper pedigree to occupy those space, if they're not given an opportunity, corruption forces that they leave the country. And I want you to speak to very briefly, how does that hurt Liberia?
So it hurts in many ways, and you brilliantly lay out. For instance, in terms of our human resource capacity, people will go where the value for their expertise is appreciated. And so Dwalu, who is a professional man, has a skill that is valuable in other countries, but in his own country, he's not respected. He's not being paid based on his expertise. And the reason is simply because of the aftermath of corruption. He goes to places where he's valued. And so that migration, where fairness in the labor market, fairness in terms of pay rate, fairness in terms of how people are assessed. The professional people will go to places where they value for their expertise and where they are treated fairly, as opposed to in corrupt system. And also it undermines, because money that should be used to improve healthcare, money that should be used to improve schools, money that should be used to improve infrastructure, roads, bridges, and all of those things, we're losing it to corruption. So the domino effect of corruption, or the net effect of corruption, is that it undermines nation building and national renewal. It stagnates the country's progress.
And another thing too that corruption does do is this. People must understand this. If Steven Johnson is a foreigner, he's not a Liberian. Because Liberia lacks the institutions, I'm talking about like our commercial courts for fair play, the proper institution to protect Steven's investment, that investment goes to Sierra Leone. That investment goes to Ghana. That means it's going to increase the unemployment rate in Liberia. So what another thing corruption does do, it denies opportunity, and those opportunities are being denied because we are forcing investors to go away. Speak to that briefly, Stephen.
So in most countries where you have a huge influx of FDIs, because of their flexibility in their doing business environment, most of these countries have managed to create one-stop shops where people who want to do business can go to a place, register the business, start within days. The same thing applies to whether you want to invest in a particular area. when you have a corrupt system where the potential for doing business is so corrupt that you give investors the runaround. Now, mind you, Dwalu, countries are like entities. They are competing.
Yeah.
And investors are people who shop for the best possible deals. So why would an investor want to go to Liberia as opposed to going to Freetown when maybe Freetown is offering him some investment incentives, or maybe
I want to stop
Ghana,
you
for
there, Stevie.
example?
I want to stop you there. I want to stop you there because you're going the pathway exactly where I want to go, but I want to lay this out. You just said, why would a company want to go to Liberia if our institutions cannot protect them because we are very corrupt? I'd rather move to Ghana, even though they may be corrupt, but they're slightly better. Yes, it's saying initially I did say because of corruption, some of the skilled people do leave the country. So investors also look at that and say, well, why would I go to Liberia if I don't have enough analysts, if I don't have enough contracts proposal analysts to look at my documentation? This is what I'm doing. So how does that hurt Liberia again? Some people say it exacerbates the inequality in the society. I want you to expand on that a little bit.
It hurts in ways that, for instance, is as you have your technical skills being expatriated to foreign countries, you create internally, that labor market shift where skilled labor become in demand, and so the need for skilled or semi-skilled labor, is this high, and the ability to find them in your country is this low. And so when a company is coming to Liberia, they're looking at the entire 9 yards. Can we find skilled labor here? Why will it cost us if we recruit locally as opposed to if we bring in expat national? Now, the cost of bringing an expat to do certain job is far higher than if you could recruit locally. So those are some of the aftermath, of some of these things. Because the man comes to Liberia, the man looking for a financial analyst. He looks around the quality of financial analyst he wants, he cannot find. The cost of him bringing Dwalu from overseas, he's got to pay his living expense, you got to pay his paid vacation, got to relocate his family, you got to, there are a whole list of things he has to deal with. I remember when, he come to the metal, steel and other concession coming to Liberia and looking for mining engineers, those kind of highly skilled engineering profession, they could not find. They were forced to move to a country like Ghana and bring in some experts from those countries. So those are the long-term effect of corruption. It kills innovation. It forces labor market shift. It undermines national development. And it just
in Liberia case, I think we're beyond labor market shift. I think we're more towards the absence of any kind of reliable labor market. But I want to speak to another thing corruption does do though. And this is not blaming any school in the country, but because we allow the true experts that should be honing the skills of the young people in the country to leave, our graduate are of poor quality. It has nothing to do with the students themselves, but the infrastructure is not there. Now, I'll give an example. Even here in the US, for example, right, there are degrees of universities. Some universities are just far better. They're better quality than certain universities. And in Liberia, sometimes we have difficulties making the distinctions. The men went to college in America, so the men could not, it's not the same. So there are qualities of universities. So I want you to speak to very briefly, Stephen, and we'll go back and forth on this. In terms of, this is one of the effects of corruption. When our institutions of higher learning, they are putting up poorer quality graduates. What does that do to the marketability of these graduates towards, investors that are coming to the country?
So and that's a very, very, very critical area, Dwalu, you just put out. The labor market demand in terms of what is out there, the availability of the kinds of job and the kinds of skill set we're producing at our tertiary institution, there's a complete mismatch. We're producing graduates that are not competitive, and this is a fact. There's no disrespect to any particular institution, but we're producing the majority of our graduates that are not competitive. And so in an environment where you have limited supply of jobs and you're producing a high quantity of less competitive graduate, you see the already mismatch. And so the cost, the chance of somebody making their way into employability or employment, it becomes slimmer because what? The quality of labor that the companies or these organizations are looking for, they cannot find them. They cannot find them. And even if they do, the cost the cost associated with hiring them is higher. For instance, if you're looking for an economist and you can't find that in Liberia, you want to take Dwalu expertise to Liberia, the cost associated. Now, if we could find somebody locally who is learnable or teachable, you can work with that. So the whole bowl of spaghetti is happening, whether from the university to the kind of expertise we're producing to the market. And another thing Dwalu must also pay attention to is when the universities should be innovative. These universities, they have to start reworking the curriculum in ways that it corresponds with the availability of current trends in terms of employment.
Stevie,
we still
don't go in front. Don't go in front.
22 things.
Yeah.
When we live in a contemporary world where we're moving to AI, we're moving to machine learning, we're moving to these new forms of technology, but we're still writing on blackboards. We're still giving our kids notes in copybooks. They're writing, how are we really reworking our universities so that we're not just producing the workforce for Monrovia or Liberia, we're producing people who can compete globally.
Stevie, I want to get for the university level. I want us to go down from kindergarten to 12th grade, the grade school level, right? And there is a shift in Liberia. It's been happening for almost 30 years. I can go to Liberia today and set up a school. I have absolutely no training of any kind in how to train a young mind, right? So this is, people think teacher is a small skill. This is a massive skill. This is a skill to develop. And what we've done in our high schools, even the government high schools, that should be a little bit more set up because there are a little bit more resources there to set these things up. But in the high schools, we are denying. I visit LU quite frequently when I'm in Liberia. Sometimes I'll go to the Fenner campus, and you will see a senior student actually teaching a course. Now, it happens anywhere in the world, but then when I try to talk to them, I say, listen, my man, you teach, oh, my man, yeah, I teach the course, I teach the Math 102, 103. Now, there is nothing wrong with that person teaching that course, but this is what's wrong. And there is something, when you graduate from university, I say this all the time, you know absolutely nothing. I don't care if you went to Harvard or MIT, you know nothing. All you've done is a license to get in the room so you can begin learning. This person can teach the math, so he can teach 1 + 1, but he does not teach the understanding of 1 + 1, because it's beyond teaching of 1 + 1. There is something far more greater, because I want you, Stevie, you and I have similar training where critical thinking is everything. Okay, you can learn to read and write, but I want you to go and develop something. So the intent is to go and develop something. Our high schools are not developing our young people to go and be able to think critically. How does that hurt the society?
So you going into deeper.
Yeah,
deeper, and I like the way you're going, because it gives us a 10,000 feet view, and at the same time it zooms in to a larger extent on some of the issues that are confronting our country. The most important aspect of education is the foundation. That's the most critical area of the learning continuum. The most critical area along the learning continuum is the foundation. How are you building kids from 0 to 6th grade? The education, and Dwalu, pay attention to something. Most Liberians who got their from kindergarten to 6th grade education pre-war. Compare that to the last generation of Liberians who got their primary education immediately after the war, because we still benefited from the skill teachers immediately after the war. Match them to people who got their primary education in the 2000s. You see a vast contrast. You see more solid people in the 70s, 80s, the early 90s, and then as we move towards the 2000s, that curve started to shift downward. We're producing more graduates in our elementary school that are not very competitive. Their writing, their reading potential, they are all limited. But here's the thing, and this is the point you struck. We misinterpret teaching to mean having an education, and that is wrong. Having an education does not make you a teacher. While it is true you need an education to be a teacher, but teaching is a profession by itself. And here's why. When you go to the classroom in an elementary school, for example, it's not just to get on the blackboard and write and say 1 + 1 = 2 or 2 + 2 = 4. is to first be able to position your class into understanding how each of your students can learn. And that's why in the whole teaching, in the pedagogical learning techniques, they say there are three categories of students. They have the audio, you have the visual, and you have the kinesthetics. There are some children, by the time you say 1 + 1, they visualize it, they know it's 2. There are some children you gotta write it down to write 1 and 1 for them to know that 2. There are other kids you got to demonstrate action. You got to say John has 1 apple. If you give Paul the second apple and you combine it, how many apples will John have? And they will know, because that is how they learn. And so when you're able to dissect the students into those categories, then you have to teach for everybody to learn. Most of the time you see teacher, they come 2x + 4y = 0. If 5, 6, 7 in the class agrees, he moves to the next topic. Whether Stephen is a slow learner, Stephen will have to take some time. It doesn't bother. And you went to school for the most part of your life. Yeah, in the States, you see how teaching require patience. It require that kind of involvement.
It's got to do about the grades. Look, Dr. Francine just texted me something. In Liberia.
Today her birthday, right?
Yeah, today her birthday,
Oh,
Doc.
happy
Happy
birthday,
birthday.
Dr. Francine.
And we do a lot of memorization. In Liberia. I'll give you an example. I went to SDA High School in Buchanan, and I was very fortunate. From kindergarten to 3rd grade, there was a Peace Corps volunteer that taught me. So she said, I will go with my class. So she took us from kindergarten. I think she was from the state of Arkansas, Alabama, from kindergarten, and she stayed with us to 3rd grade. So her name was Sister Beatrice. And okay, for instance, in the States, they have this wired thing in Liberia. Yeah, in the States, we do something called the SAT. The people will ask you questions like this because they want you to think. They don't want you to just give an answer. A puppy is to dog, as a kitten is to blink, right? Mm-hmm. And it's not like something you have to know that you have to memorize, but they're trying to set a pattern here, right? So if one road go into Kakatan, for example, and Kakatan is situated 1 degree north of Monrovia, I'm being hypothetical here. Is there any other way to get to Kakatan? So they want you to create a pathway. So there is no wrong answer, but to think critically. It's something we are lacking. Memorization is keeping the kids down. So when they memorize something, okay, we used to have this thing we say, John Kisser was the paramount chief. I don't remember the quotation, but I think you know what I'm talking about. When you remove John Kisser, the child stores because he memorized that John Kisser was a paramount chief. But when you put Stephen Johnson, you say, but then they may not go like chief.
Yeah.
So it kind of confuses them. So we have to find a way. The education ministry have a lot of work to do. They have a lot of work to do. And I don't know how we're going to get there.
The way to do it is there has to be a revolution within the educational sector. And that revolution has to involve all of the different components along the or within the educational curve. And listen, Dwalo, you remember those days when they were about to distribute your report card, you worried, right? Because even your grade sheet, who going for it? And your parent going to PTA meeting
and
they go collect it.
Yeah.
The PTA were playing a very active role in the school. The PTA was very involved. So nowadays, I don't see that PTA involvement. The parents are not really involved in the learning of their kids. Those days when the semester ends, your pa going to PTA meeting, you worry not because you fail, but they're going to give your papa your whole rundown of your behavior. And I was a noisemaker. My name was always on the noisemaker list. In fact, the first 2 persons in the class that will be write your name down for making noise, I will be among the first 2. But the reason I say this is like when we try to address education in Liberia, we have to address all of them. We have to look at the PTAs. How can we re-strengthen our PTA? How can we get them more involved in the learning of the kids? The second thing is the student themselves. How can we make our students more interested in learning? Do we continue using also obsolete technology or obsolete method to teach our kids? Can we rework our curriculum so that it makes it more attractive? Can we get our kids more involved into AI, artificial intelligence, machine learning, computers in classes? How can we get our kids? This is the generation of computers. You cannot be teaching children in this 21st century and using chalkboard. The excitement, they're on phone every day. They don't feel excited. The learning becomes dull because they don't see that excitement. How can you introduce technology in the classroom? Then you look at your teaching staff. How can we enhance the capacity? How can we build productive teachers who are well-learned, well capacitated, and by extent well paid. Then the school administrators. Who are those managing schools? What are the expertise? What are the vision for these schools? I remember our principal. I used to go to school at SDA High School in Camp Johnson. We had our former principal, Miss Lucina Cato, very involved. And most people who knows her knows she was a disciplinarian, very involved within the operation of the school. Wanted to know what the teachers were teaching. She would come sit in class many days to hear you teach. She was involved. You need that whole revolution to happen before you can, as you look at the whole educational sector.
Yes, Stevie, I'm going to bring you Colonel Gray, but Colonel Gray, I'm going to put a little twist. And females, if you're listening, I'm sorry, but we have to talk about these topics. I hope Dr. Francine was here. We are all men here, so we are not versed in this area. Front Page Africa published something today that bothered me. And what they published was, there are some of our girls cannot go to school because when they're having the period, they cannot afford sanitary pads. It's causing an increased dropout rate with females. Now, remember now, females are more at a disadvantage in terms of staying in school because by the time the girls turn 15, 16 in Liberia, the possibility of them getting pregnant is very high. Now, if they're staying away from school because of the lack of sanitary pad, that is a societal issue. Colonel Gray, we are not men. I mean, we are all men, but I'll have you speak to that briefly, sir. Well, welcome.
Gentlemen, thank you so much. Today is Thursday. We're nearing the closing down the week almost. But one should ask when they don't go to school whether they don't go other places as well. It's just another layer of excuse not to go to school. Stephen and you, Dwala, and myself know that going to school entails some sacrifices. It's a trade-off. That's why it's the most difficult thing to do. That's why most people try to evade it. We know that when, I feel for these women, not to say these kinds of bread and butter issues don't exist. They do. But if we went to school, with women as well, ladies who could not afford. But that is human being will find creative ways to get around those things, even when we can't afford. I'm not blaming or faulting anybody, but the idea that your circle, your monthly circle, will stop you from attaining your regular life is something that I don't know. I don't know whether I can.
Okay, let me add a little bit more there so you can continue to get a full picture. According to the World Bank, according to UNICEF, it costs around 2,000 Liberian dollars a month for a female in Liberia for the pads. Like females, before you attack us, we are now women. We want to talk about this issue. If you have a voice on this, if you know more about this, please, we don't mind you chiming in on this. But they're missing school because they say they cannot afford that. And because of the shame of being relegated to ridicule, etc., they don't go to school until the circle is over. And this happens every single month. My issue is it's taken away from their days in school, and by extension, it's hurting the society. How can we address that as a society? That's my focal point.
Well, a lot of times, these kinds of issues also can be handled by family planning, which would be one of those creative ways to solve this issue. But I wonder if somebody who is claiming that they can't afford sanitary pad can also afford data for their phone or don't have the latest iPhone. And you go and see people who are making these complaints, this kinds of complaints, probably would find money to put data on their phone because that's more important. Well, family planning under Madam Seli's leadership could hand out some of these things as long as you go there and establish membership. Like I said, I don't know if that sounds like a tangible reason why somebody will not be in school. I mean, you and I probably were doing injustice to this topic because we're not there, we're not women, or we're not females. But I think it just sounds so limpy for someone to hold that as the reason why they will not go to school and attain their education. I'm not being brutal to this, but let me say this, and you are talking about creative ways to go around our education. That's why it's important that we begin to include some modern individual, maybe young stars who have this generation. This is their generation. Gone are the days when Othello Gomna was the only minister of education. Now you have an Ansu Soni. Those guys are so obsolete, in the sense that you have to bring younger kids who are men and women who are graduating, top of their class, have some teaching experience, have actually thought, have the discipline, the training. Don't go again and go look for some old guy who cannot even power up an iPad or a computer, and you want to make that, because modern education entails a lot of practical ways. That memorizing things that we used to do when Stephen, you and myself went to school, we have to memorize all night. We're reciting to ourselves, and then we'll go to school. All of those things, they put them aside. Sometimes your appearance in class alone can earn you some grades these days, because you are there, and as opposed to somebody come and give you an entire chapter. You don't need an entire chapter. But Stephen was talking about you're doing 17 subjects. That's not possible in today's world. I mean, it's just not possible. The brain does not have that kind of capacity. Somebody tell you, read chapter 2 and 3. You have to memorize it, because the guy comes with the test. A lot of things. When I went to teacher school, because I have a teaching diploma from the University of Minnesota. When I went there to teach Minneapolis Public School, I was surprised. In fact, there's something called number talk. That arithmetic that we used to do, where we used to memorize our times table from 2 to 12 times. Nobody does that anymore. There's something called number talk, and he arrived at the answers practical ways.
Okay, let me bring Stevie in, Colonel Gray. Let me bring Stevie in, because we are aware this is throughout Africa. Our focus here is Liberia. We know this is not unique to Liberia. And some of the proclamation in the article is like some of these girls suffer from infection, urinary tract infection. And people have to understand too, something I've fought for over 12 years is to have available bathrooms in the city. And some of these girls, they cannot readily ease themselves. So I don't know what's going on. I don't know the detail of that, Stephen. But my focus here, how is it taking away, and how come the education ministry has not addressed it in some parts?
It's a very, 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 very serious issue. It's very tangible in terms of how we make learning environment in our country more conducive and accommodative to women, to most of our young female. I have worked directly with schools, working with USAID directly with schools. I've seen some of the harsh conditions that some of these young ladies, these girls, are exposed to when they attend classes. The way our society is structured in ways that it gives more advantage. And I will say this without missing out. It gives more advantage.
Well, Stephen, let me ask you this: what about people living with disability?
No. I'll come to that. Remy. I'll talk to you about it. But I mean, the way our society is structured, that it gives men more advantage. For instance, if a girl gets pregnant, the guy goes to school, she stays home. The guy who impregnates her, he's in school while she's not allowed to continue her education. Even after she gives birth, the way our society is structured, it limits the kind of options she has to pursue education. Either she will end up in night school, or if she cannot afford, it's difficult to go in day school because she now becomes a migrant in society. But the reason I'm talking this is because I've worked directly in rural communities and seen the extent to which people in these communities don't have the access to some of the basic sanitary utensils, whether it's a sanitary pad during the cycle, whether it's the education itself, how to deal with those issues becomes a challenge. And also to the way our society handle the issue of sex education. It's a taboo subject. So instead of people accepting the biological faces of women in our country, or most of the time they see it as a means to ridicule them. And because we don't have that kind of exposure, many young people in Liberia, including myself, when we were going to school, we never had that exposure to sex education. We didn't even know some of these things, except for on the peripheral, you talk biology. But growing up, it's a taboo subject. Nobody talks about sex education to somebody in elementary. So these children are exposed to these challenges in the classroom. And so most of the time when they reach that period where they have their cycle, they shy away. They shy away because one, the understanding is not there. Two, they don't have the ability to purchase some of these things. And we're talking, Remy, we're talking about poor families in rural communities that are looking for money to buy food, a cup of rice. Some of these people don't even have cell phone. The penetration rate of cell phone is largely in urban areas. You go to some of these rural areas, you don't even have
Stephen, looks like you just beat the point that we just need reform, modern reform. All this, these issues exist in society of skill. So we just need to reform the way we face education in Liberia. It's still a cake until you modernize the classroom and make it more inclusive. All of these issues exist everywhere. But the idea, if you prioritize the education, these are some of the issues, especially a reformed education system. What we have there, I don't know if the consolidated school system we used to have, whether that is even modern to the extent where we have to go and start reforming the system. That's why you need people with the idea how to reform those kinds of institutions. Otherwise, even school here in Minneapolis Public School, not to usurp your time, they have those kinds of amenities on site.
Yeah.
So when a child goes to school and they're experiencing that, they just go to the social worker's office because that's part of the reformation that I'm talking about. Um, it's not too difficult to attain in a country like ours. We just have not prioritized it, and that's why these kinds of discussions and debates are more important because
Thank
so
you.
people can have that vision to see things otherwise that does not seem to exist in
Okay,
the in.
kind of great. Thank you so much. Now we're going to get to a big topic. We're not going to wait for the
I think they
guests
said they have
anymore.
somebody in studio.
No, somebody's in studio. Aaron's in studio.
No, there's a representative in studio who should be joining.
Okay, so I guess we'll wait. Let's wait for another 5 minutes, but let's cover this topic.
Yes, after an hour.
Because HPX just signed a concession deal with the Republic of Liberia. I have to go back into this research. About a year and a half ago, when HPX, they're out of Guinea, just so you don't know, let me give you a quick brief history. Out of Guinea, when the iron ore mining company came to Guinea, initially they decided to use the Port of Buchanan to ship the iron ore out of Liberia. When the deal wasn't going through, they were going to build a rail line from the Guinea side all the way to Conakry to be able to ship the iron ore. But they realized it would be too expensive. And during that time, I was on the drive with me and Lobo. We did some research. I don't remember the numbers exactly. If Liberia invested, say, $200 million into the iron ore, or they just took a loan, the iron ore from Yekepa into Buchanan has the capacity to generate nothing less than $1.5 billion if we're just leasing per tonnage, like they do on any other rail line around the world. Now, HPS has just signed a 30-year deal. It's published by the Daily Observer. The concession has been ratified for 30 years with the Liberian government. As Stephen always said, we should do profit sharing. I can guarantee you this is not a profit sharing operation. I've not read the details, but what I've read so far is another concession that is a concession. Liberia gets paid this upfront signing bonus. They get a fee annually, and then HPS just take the iron ore, utilizes the rail line, utilizes the ports, and they ship the iron ores out. Stephen, what's wrong with this picture?
I think it's something we've dealt with as a nation for many years, and one would think in the 21st century we'll begin to reimagine some of these concession models in ways that it benefits the people. We've seen terrible situation, whether it's in Western Cluster, in Northern Liberia, in most part of the country, where these concession companies, they sign long-term agreement, they put up front sign-on bonuses and then pay royalty. But in terms of how much they benefit, profitability for some of these companies are way in the billions. And so we need to, and I think some of these concession agreement has to involve the people. I think most time what we do is that it's just between the company and direct representative of the people who are their representative, many of whom don't even go back to their constituents to gauge their opinion. I used to work on the with an engineering firm, and we're doing contract with the Department of Transportation on the Southwest Light Rail, building a light rail from a place in Minnesota called Rochester all the way to Minneapolis. And some of the things we saw come of that project was first the community engagement and how the decision about the kind of project, the impact the project has on the community, what are the net benefits. The community was involved from the start of the project all the way to the end. So whether you are building the road through a community, what are the effects? You're going to explain. You're going to put in noise walls, noise wall to prevent the noise from coming to community. If it's going to affect the water line, how do you address that? So these kinds of bottom to top approach in how you sound these concessions, I don't see it in Liberia. Most of the time, the big company just write something, take it to the legislature go through it, they offer them bribes, and it's passed. And then at the end of the day, when they go back to these communities to work, the people become the direct victims of the action of these companies. We saw that in the Western cluster. We saw that with how the water in Cape Mount was how you call it, was poisoned. The water with the mercury in Cape Mount. The marines in the water were all dying. People got sick from drinking some of these things. These companies making millions, and decisions are reached just in Monrovia that affect the people directly. So we have to look at these things from a more nuanced perspective. If we're not saying in the first term profit sharing, let us look at it. How does it benefit the people? Let the people make the decision. Have town hall meeting. Bring experts. Let them talk to the people. What benefit they have when you pass these iron ore, when you drive an iron ore from Cape Mount or from Bapuru to using the train track all the way to Monrovia or the car road. How is it affecting the population? The air pollution in Douala. What are the company paying? What happens when people get sick? All of these things has to be addressed when we're doing this thing. So as it is, we just have these concessions being signed. Lawmaker collect bribes. The people become the direct victim, and the country suffers. And we go in this vicious cycle year in, year out without a solution. I think, Dwalu, let me close on this. The new government has a perfect opportunity to review some of these concessions. I know there are clauses in the concession that call for review, and I think they should review some of these concessions, bring in experts to analyze some of these things. When I work with customs, and we have metal steel, when we started, they didn't have the capacity to be able to measure the quantity of iron ore that they were going through the Buchanan Port. There are certain things happening in our country. We don't have the expertise to make that determination. So all of these things, bring in experts, review these documents, look at the concession, the benefit, involve the people, involve the local government, involve the county government, all of these things. That decision has to start from the basement of the pyramid. Thank you.
Colonel Gray, and HPX is also looking to have a discussion with President-elect Honorable Boakai on see how they can utilize some of the iron ore on the Liberia side. And I was just doing some research, and this is it varies based on where this is coming from. Most places in the world, they charge anywhere from 25 cents to 24 cents per ton per mile. Now, I want people to understand this. If HPS is looking to export 680 million tons per year, okay, and let's assume from Yekepa to Buchanan is approximately, I'm just guesstimating here, 150 kilometers, right? That means if you do the math, let's say we approximately 110 miles. If Liberia just charges 25 cents per ton per mile on this road, we are making billions of dollars. I don't know why sometimes we don't look at the bigger picture. Even if we do not have the money, you can come to the open market and say, listen, Stevie and Dwalu Corporation, come up with $2 million. Come up with $100 million. What we are going to do is you're going to restructure the rail line. We can profit share with you, and we can lease this operation at 24 cents per mile. For each mile, maybe you take 10 cents, the government take 14 cents, and we grow this kind of operation. Why don't we take this kind of approach? We always love the people who give us signing bonus of 100 million. And like people want 100 million, that I'm plenty of money there all when it comes to resources. It's generally when you go to the market and somebody say the boni that 300 LD and they say, oh, holy father, I are going come back. And I'm reading here 300 LD. Colonel Gray, let me ask you this question. We continue to do the same thing. The expertise is out there now. What they've done in Senegal, for example, whenever they get a concession, 10, 20 years ago, they hire an outside firm to do the negotiation. Experts. And then the experts made recommendations to the legislature. 99.9% of the time, the legislators go along with the experts' recommendation. In our case, we take people who don't really understand this stuff, and they are going to negotiate on Liberia's behalf. The legislature. How do we do this?
You know, my brother, if you go back and look at the advent of 2006, when Madam Sirleaf came into being, these were some of the discussions that were on the floor. And those discussions, spurred the issue of community engagement, where the people will have a say in what goes on or what obtains within their community. So they had the interim poverty reduction strategy that was town hall focus. In other words, any and every development that exists or that will take place within the community themselves have to be part of those discussions. And then they came up with a PRS, poverty reduction strategy. It was an evolving idea. In other words, the paramount chief, the local residents, everybody, was fully engaged in that process. I think our legislative culture need to start changing too. We have a culture. When last you went there to provide expert testimony to those guys who are standing on the floor causing mad cause, those guys are the ones that's supposed to be able to sit down with experts like you and myself, people who have some practical knowledge, and you provide expert testimony that if you do this, this will happen. Let's look at a long study. And then they will commission probably a study that you can chair and come back and report to them. And based on those expert opinion, then they will move forward. We don't have that culture yet. You're talking about, I know folks, what the guys are talking over there, because you know what? What a man has not been exposed to, they will never be able to practice it. So the easier way, and we're still doing things like we're still in the Stone Age. I continue to say, sometimes I go to Liberia, look at that legislature there, you go sit down, those representatives that are supposed to create laws, arguing among themselves. Nothing you can hear, but I mean, even the way they speak, I have problem with it. Not that we know too much, but you don't build society that way. You understand? We are discussing something that will hold that will be tangible to the country. People discussing their personal life. You got 5 girlfriends. Every time I go to that congressional place to go sit down there, I just don't get anything. And for me, I'm easily bored when there's no idea, that meets my mind. I'd say, well, it's confusing for me because number one, the place is noisy. So how are you going to go? You're discussing the issue that will transcend your country from where it is now to somewhere better. Well, it's so confusing. I mean, even our culture, we have to work on it, my brother Dualu. That's why we're not accomplishing anything.
Sage Mama, welcome. Stephen, I'm going to come to you. Colonel Gray mentioned the culture. The legislature is an extremely, extremely serious place. But we have not ever become serious about the legislature. Now, I don't care. I care. Let me rephrase that. I do care who goes there, but how the people vote, there's little sway that I do have with that. But what I do care about is if Stephen Johnson becomes a representative, Stephen Johnson should know enough to know that the people he hired in his office have to be smarter than he is. Our legislators do not do this. How are they supposed to inform themselves to make the best decisions for the country when they are not making the decisions in a way that is going to elevate the country? Where we've done this before, the concession agreement, the way we've signed and they have now worked. The disadvantage is country. But we have to change. They don't change anything. Do you think some of these guys can sit down and read these 5,000-6,000 page papers? Do you really believe they do it? Do they read those papers, Stevie?
No, I don't think they do. But yes, what I also think happens. I think because we are not representative, or we've not been in the legislature before, and we won an election. So let me announce that we should be joined by I see him there, Representative-elect Michael Thomas from District 4, Montserrado County. Welcome, Michael. How are you, my brother?
My brother Zizu.
Yeah, what's up? Congratulations.
The man who went to the United States of America up the hill and came by and said, "I just met the president of the United States of America." You remember back in the days in school?
I remember. Student politics. Well, it's good to see you, my brother.
Yeah.
Yeah, and congratulations. So let me say this. I think, for instance, when Representative...
Is the man accusing you of being a fabricator on national...
Yeah, my man.
No, I ain't that. But when you visit the U.S. embassy, you technically visit the U.S.
Oh, yeah. that is why they say the embassy
and that's how
of the United States near Monrovia.
So I told the people on camera, I said, I just spent a few hours in America. Everybody was shocked. And I said, well, how did it go? America was 4 hours in Kampala.
Yeah.
Hey, welcome to. I say welcome.
Yeah, welcome. But let me get lay on this stuff. I don't know how they do it there, but I think when people get elected, there has to be a transitional period for newly elected lawmaker where they go through crash courses about what to expect as a lawmaker, how to present a bill, how to start a bill, all the legislative procedure, all the Roberts rule concerning public discussion, all of these things. There has to be a package. I don't know how to say at the legislature. Instead of you just having people who've never been represented before winning seats, they go into the legislature and they're rookies and they don't even know where to start from. Because I think through that initial orientation process, it will give you an idea as to the quality of people you want to bring in your office. If I'm elected representative of any district in Liberia, the quality of people in my office will be people I believe will help me succeed. I will need a lawyer. I will need an economist. I will need a public policy person. I will need a researcher, because the reason you need all these quality of people is because you want to succeed, and that it gives you a better understanding about all of the issues. So, for instance, if a legal bill comes up, if something comes out that requiring lawyer reviews it and brings you a summary, because you're not a lawyer, you're not an economist, you're not a public policy expert. So because you're not, you want to have a. But now, people just gave their seat, their position in the offices to those who campaign for them. The man was my campaign manager in the district. The other man was my battle cry man. So we gave him the seat. The other man was this man. We gave him a position. But I think, let me get lay on this, Dalu. I think most of our lawmakers don't read some of these concessions. They just pass them into law, evident by the 5G speed with which the national budget. Imagine the national budget of a country is passed within a few hours. It tells you the extent to which most of our lawmakers don't even have a clear understanding about some of the issues that they're presented with on the floor.
Before I go to Angie Mama, my sister Yawana Njala, welcome to the show. Before I go to Angie Mama, I want the representative to come in very briefly to answer this question. Honorable Representative, welcome to the show. There is a tendency in the legislature where we can't tell how our people vote. Now, you will be brand new into the legislature. Are you going to hire people? Nah, but then again, we got to talk so. Because if you're not paying the right people the right money, they're not going to want to come and work for you. Do you see where we are going with this, honorable representative? Because most of the decisions, you need experts to be able to give you summations or what you're trying to present on the floor. How do you intend to run your office? Maybe it's an overreaching question, but you're here, we're going to ask you anyways. How do you intend to run your office?
So that's a very brilliant question, and that has been one of my major concerns, because I am a beneficiary of that process. I remember the Public Accounts Committee secretariat, for which I head today, was actually established. I work at the legislature for over 15 years. I'm the head of the Public Accounts Committee secretariat, and that secretariat was established by the World Bank to provide technical and administrative support to the Public Accounts Committee. So you also got the budget office, the legislative budget office, that provides technical support to the Committee on Ways, Means, and Finance. And we are also advising that most of the other calendar committees, like the Committee on Judiciary, the Committee on Concession, the Committee on Mining. Those are committees that you should have technical working group that will provide those level of technical support that will enhance, the quality of the reports that come out of those committees. And also, as an ordinary lawmaker, who you hire, how you hire them. It shouldn't be just on the basis of people who assisted you during the campaign process. You can keep them in the district, it will work, but you need at least few technical persons. Even if amongst your group, if you have people who are of the quality, like for me, I got a lot of technical people that work with me, people with great deal of professionalism, so from several sectors. So all of them are in queue, to join me at the legislature for us to work together. Because
Okay.
even during the campaign process, it's not just about taking anybody and say, help me to run my campaign. You go through that process and see who you're working with, how you're working with them, and what do they bring to the table, what impact they can make in terms of making you a legislator. So from the basis of that, you take them into the legislature. Like I said to my people in the district, I will not just rely on the salary of a lawmaker. I can say that to you without fear nor stupor. You need to be able to write projects, meaningful projects, to international organizations, local organizations, those friendly partners like the Bill Foundation, the Gates Foundation, and other kind of stuff, that you can be able to amass some level of support that will develop your district, even if it is from the waste management sector, it's from the road infrastructure development process, if it is from the agriculture, development process. That's why you see, if you look at my platform in the district, I campaign on 15 different pillars in the district.
Thank you. 10 seconds.
We look at health, we look at education. We were looking at how we can create jobs for our people in several capacities. We look at the enhancement of the economic empowerment of our mothers, of our youth, and even the elders in the society. We were looking at how we can reconcile and unify our own district, because to tell you the truth, our district has been unreconciled for some time now. Even the national election, if you look at from the presidential standpoint, you will notice that our country, in terms of reconciliation, we are divided in the middle. So there is a serious challenge in Liberia right now. So if the entire country is unreconciled, you see this unity. So it tells you that even in the district, it's even worse.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank you, Honorable. It's a lot of us. So I understand you got a lot to say. So the bottom line is you will hire qualified people in your office. Yes or no?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So Jemima, let me come to you. We know HPX has just signed an agreement with the Liberian government for another 30 years. My concern here is whether this deal is going to be favorable to our country. I'm concerned whether the legislators actually review this thing to the extent that the population wants. Stevie mentioned whether they actually contacted local people to get them involved in these concession deals, because for the concession to be successful, local people have to approve this process. What do you say to that, Njimama?
Well, first of all, we need to get the documents. We only show, like I've always said. I need to get the document, read it, digest it, then I will be able to give my input into it. But I don't just want to just make any decision upright when I have not seen the document to know whether it will benefit the people or it's going to benefit the people of Liberia. And, so I like to have a copy of that document.
Okay. That's fair. The summation is in the chat room, but it's also on the Data Observer website if you want to read through that. I'll say I'm going to come to you. Okay. Another 30-year concession deals with HPX. If you remember, some 2 years ago, HPX initially came to Liberia trying to negotiate with the government at the time to use the rail line from Yekepa into Buchanan, and there was a delay. It seems they have come back, and for some reason, at the umpteenth hour, they've gotten this agreement. I don't know whether the agreement is entirely final, but there is something here. It's another concession. If we had something entirely favorable to the Liberian people, I'm sure that would have been highlighted by a Data Observer or reporter. What do you say about the 30-year agreement, or how should we look at this?
Well, I think we definitely need to tear apart the report. It could be in a positive way, it could be in a negative way. But I think we need an actual concession document because sometimes the newspaper tend to extract selective portions. We don't see any focus on local content. We don't see any focus on, country plan, enforcement of country plan, what, specifically um, we expect to get as a country to be put like, a $30 million 30 year or whatever kind of concession. But that does not give the underbelly of these concessions. And we know we have had, if we go back to the, what they call the group that did the Mo Stevens report, we see that most of our concessions are extremely illegal. They don't conform with basic standards of concessions that are, let's say, kind of across the board basic for most worldwide concessions. So we have to take this in, given how I think there has been a greater appreciation of our people as our democracy grows, I think the intelligence level of our population grows. So they seem to understand now what should be for them and how people who represent them are, kind of basically not putting in content that makes them a part of this national pie for them to enjoy. So I think we need to look at that set of deliberate, a set date and have the pre-read materials where everybody can be able to come to the table understanding at some level what the content of this is. But just, overall looking at it, you would like the whole multi-user thing with the rail. That should be a major factor in this. You want the concessions to benefit the Liberian people. I see another agreement with the National Port Authority, involved in the lease agreement. So what kind of development are they doing at the port? How does it ease the current strain that Liberians are facing who are importing stuff? The people in the import-export areas, they are facing real challenges. These are things that we need to look at and really need to bring to the public. And these are not issues against any government per se, but they're issues that affect the people and they should be discussed, and government should take serious consideration on some of the recommendations coming out of these discussions. And some people are already proffering suggestions to this incoming government in terms of how to ease the burden on our people who are importing stuff, and the fact that the impact on import, the excessive charges reflect in the prices of those products when they get to the retail level.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to come to Colonel Gray. We're going to switch the topic up a little bit. A commissioner at the Liberian National Elections Commission, I believe his name is Dukle, one of the commissioners, he's insisting that the political parties push for the appointment of the ombudsman for the sake of the code of conduct. He wanted this appointed because we know the issue of the ombudsman over the last 10 years now, Isaac. I know we've been going back and forth since Ellen Johnson.
But both Code of Conduct and Freedom of Information Act, all those different positions need to be appointed.
Correct. So, but we will focus on the ombudsman position. Colonel Gray, we know the importance of the ombudsman position. It has not been appointed for I know at least 6 years, not under President Weah, and I know previously 4 years before Honor Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, the ombudsman position was not appointed. Everybody flaunted the code of conduct. Nobody respected the code of conduct. Why is it so important to have that person appointed this time around? And would it make any difference, given the way we operate in the country?
The problem about this imperial leadership in Liberia is really hampering us. Firstly, let me just chime in a little that investment climate that we have in Liberia. Anytime I hear a specific investment talking about extraction, with nothing left, for the local population in terms of job creation, it makes me nervous. Because that culture is not one that we should be enhancing and promoting right now, where people just come to take, but they're not leaving anything in terms of improving the structure of the lives of the local, inhabitants or community. So this agreement that was signed definitely points to that too. That it's just extractive, but I think we'll do justice to see the document. I do agree with Iva and Madam Wolokoli. But when it comes to this issue about the ombudsman, it will look like you're creating a parallel leadership. You will see the reason why most people will not want to approve of that, because the ombudsman would seem like the guy who checks on these people that they follow the rules. And ombuds people are people who are extremely thorough in what they do in terms of following the rules to the letter. Now, do you think Davietta Lasana, for instance, with the way she approaches issue, whether she want to have another person calling the rules on her, or whoever serves in similar capacity? But it is important that we always have another layer to check what others are doing. It's always good for the system, because if you don't have that, definitely we just feel that we're free to operate with impunity. And I think the ombudsman was placed in our system for a reason. And I think I support whoever is calling for that process to.
Okay, now we're going to go to the representative. We're going to pivot to him entirely. Everybody's going to ask the question. This is why he's here. I will ask the first question on the representative. We appreciate if you keep your answers short. There's a lot of us. We'll ask one question. Just go around the home, be asking you question. You support Fanati Kofa, is that correct? You're muted, sir.
Please put it on you. Okay, so sorry, I'm not cutting you off.
Yeah.
I'm actually here tonight as per our discussion to discuss District 4. We had a lengthy discussion about Honorable Fanati Kofa last night. So tonight I'm here to discuss few very cardinal things about District 4. We are hitting the Christmas festivity, and there are a lot of activities we got to implement for the Christmas for the district.
Okay.
So I thought, that was a conversation we had that we come and discuss inside District 4 tonight.
Okay, that's excellent. So I'm going to allow Stanton to get the direction of the show. I guess if he wants to go that direction, that's up to him. But our issue was we're just going to go around. Stanton, we're going to pass it over to you. Your representative is here. We're going around the home.
Why is he my representative?
You don't bring him, man.
Oh, I mean, it's not,
you not wanting District 4?
No, I ain't got nothing in District 4. But what? Wait, Steven, this is not fair. You don't got a whole honorable man.
There's no one on the claim now.
No, you can't do this to the man. The
Hold
man have 14,000 Liberians.
Exactly. That's
You're
right. The man represents a significant portion.
I mean, I'll get back to you, Duadu, that you can address the honorable man in a proper professional manner.
Very good.
I agree. Swallow your words and address the honorable man properly.
The honorable man. Welcome to the show.
He's our lawmaker.
Our lawmaker. Yeah, the team piece of now. Stop putting fire inside.
Man, I'm very disappointed because of you. Most of the lawmakers now when I come and spoon talk. Because you have taken over the show, Duadu. You have taken over the show. They call you Mr. Duadu. People respect you, and you say your representative. What making my representative? I'm not
man. I was just speaking in general. The men are all representative. And a lot of men are inside.
But representative on behalf of the network, the CEO Malatiti Kana, the business manager, my dear Web, the Liberian people, I apologize to you. We take your representative back.
Okay, so to continue, I would like.
No, you're not continuing now. We're finished with a joke for it. Hold on 1 minute now. Don't continue.
Yeah.
All right, welcome to this show. But it's good to have you, though. I know I let you guys talking. The only reason why I was so happy that you come in. Let's go back to the speakership something. You called on the show yesterday. Let's set that up. And that's the reason why you're coming up to showcase for Fanati Kofa. While you going to continue with your own explanation, we just want to say to you that we're going to dive into it a little bit and then talk about the way forward now about deputy speakership and other stuff pertaining to the country. All right. Mr. Duaru, I give it back to you. This is yours. Today is not my day. My day will be tomorrow.
No,
But again,
no, I'm
folks,
just gonna ask the man one
if you
first
can reach out to Dr. Richardson, today is a birthday. Happy birthday to
we
her.
did say that.
Happy birthday to Mr. Cummings. My man, can I say it too? And happy birthday to all the ANC 1%. Please. Go ahead, Duaru.
And today Amarakone's birthday too. Happy birthday to
Yeah,
Oh, today Amarakone?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Happy birthday to Amarakone.
Satan, the question was not asked to the representative last night. Representative, can you give us your rationale for supporting Honorable Falana Kofa?
Okay, so I will answer this question and then we can move into discussing District 4. I come from a very technical and professional background. And one thing I can say to you, this legislature, the 55th legislature, is a conglomeration of several experienced professional guys who are coming to make a lot of difference, in the 55th with several dreams and aspirations. We have been in government, for a very protracted period before joining the Public Accounts Committee Secretariat, where I work currently as the head of the Public Accounts Committee Secretariat. I work with the Public Works, the Ministry of Public Works, as the comptroller for over 3 years. And prior to joining the Ministry of Public Works, I served as the chief accountant. I went through the rank and file of the Ministry of Post and Telecommunication, where I became, I started off as an account clerk. I became an accountant, became chief accountant, rose to the position of chief internal auditor and the rest of it. I work at the Ministry of Planning. So we come with that government, knowledge and understanding. And I joined the legislature knowing Honorable Kofa when he headed the task force, where we all work collaboratively because we were fighting corruption from the level of the legislative standpoint as the champion of the entire integrity sector in Liberia, being the Public Accounts Committee. And we had a very good working relationship. And there is this situation, new lawmakers coming in, and there is this issue of people thinking that all lawmakers, taking them to be inferior. And Fonati Kopa has been one person who has drawn a line. He crossed all barriers where he interacts with everybody, regardless of whether you're from any political party, what they say, no position, opposition, and what it is. He one person that has created that relationship. And we see a lot of prospects in him because we see integrity, we see, his ability to make the difference in terms of becoming speaker, And we think with Fonati Kofa, we see the best of leadership. Because if you look at the other side of the divide, let me say it openly, if you even want me to send you some record, I can send you that. I contested that district as an independent candidate. And I remain an independent candidate even up to today as we speak to you. You just, mentioned the numbers. I won for the first time, unprecedented.
Honorable man, I don't want to interrupt you, but we are just keep the answer short so we can have a lot of people come in. And I think Stevie is next, so we can go around the horn. I will appreciate that. Thank you so much. Stevie.
All right.
Okay, yeah. Let me say, Michael, it's good to see you, my dear brother, and congratulations on your ascendancy. We need to have many of us in the legislature so that we can push for the reform of the legislature. And I like the fact that you still work at the legislature, and so it gives you a better understanding. We had interview here the last time, Representative Enders. And
Right.
one of the things he said was that the condition of the legislature in terms of the sanitary condition of the legislature is very appalling. The restrooms don't even have running water, and some of those very terrible things for a place that accounts for over 65 million of public money every year. And one of the things he said, it points to the lack of leadership. He was very emphatic about his description of what is happening at the legislature is the issue of the lack of leadership. Now, Fonati Fonati is the deputy speaker currently. He's part of the leadership of the House. And you know, as part of the leadership, you seeing what is happening. What assurances, or what, when you talk about Fonati in terms of leadership, what other areas in the legislature have you seen him demonstrate leadership, whether as deputy speaker, whether championing the cause of the Liberian people or the people of Grand Crew, whether fighting on the floor for the passage of some bills or law that will benefit the general populace of the Liberian people. You know, I want to see that kind of what, and you and I come from student politics, what that kind of vibrant fighting force have we seen in Fonati over the last maybe 5 years, 6 years as a representative that will propel somebody of your stature to want to support him? I just thought to ask that.
So one thing I can say to you, assuming someone, a lawmaker being appointed as the head or the chairman on rules, order, and administration, that is a dedicatory position, you know, and he or she has that responsibility to function in a manner and form, you know, that will befit the legislature. If that person is not performing, that person takes responsibility, even though you have dedicated that responsibility. So you can also delineate the fact that you have the speaker who is dedicating that task or that responsibility to that particular person, and you can shift it to say that should be actually the entire leadership. I have been in that place for a long time, and I understand that all of those issues, internet facility, you know, poor sanitary condition, the issue with water, those are normal things that has been happening, and we all has been raising the issue. And I can say to you, I'm preparing a guy about 20 letters that I have already done that I will be posting on the floor. And it's also inclusive because if we say we want to rebrand the legislature, we need to rebrand it looking at every perspective of that legislature. Even our staff force, there are issues with the staff force. You got someone who is the head, you know, of protocol and handling trips for lawmakers for several years, but he has not traveled one day for any training. Those are some other stuff, things we have over there that we need to take them into consideration. So I can definitively tell you that all of those issues that you see pervasive within the legislature, Fonati Kofa is responsible. I can say that.
So
I will not be
question,
doing.
has he championed anything that you can point to? Has he championed anything that we can point to?
So firstly, you are speaking to me as a newly elected lawmaker. I have not sat in chambers before to say I was part of
you work at
So what
the
informs
election.
your decision?
And
What
also,
informs your
I
decision?
just said to you, I am supporting Honorable Fonati Kofa because I see serious leadership ability in him. We have seen his impact over time. He has protected the welfare and the integrity of members of that legislature for a very long time, and his impacts are well known. The ratings are on the wall. So we see a better leadership skills in him and his capacity to draw the line between people from different political perspective, you know, and just for us who have just entered regardless of any personal reason, but we see how he has, you know, capacitated us to a larger extent. And you know, a lot of things happening, and we see the best kind of leadership emanating from him. And based upon that, we can, you know, make the best decision. Unlike other people who have been teleguided, unless other people who will be teleguided, who will be macro-managed. We're talking politics.
Thank you, Honorable Representative. Let's keep the answer short so we can get plenty of questions in. Angie Mama, it's your turn to come in, please.
Yeah, my question to you, Michael. First of all, I'd like to congratulate you for being the winner of district number 4. Okay, and I'm willing to work along with you as you are aware that I ran against you when you won, you know, so that means you are the people's choice. Even though I came in very late, but I want to congratulate you and to tell you that I'll be willing to work along with you. Anything you want me to do concerning the people of district number 4, I will be there. Secondly, I'd like to say happy birthday to Dr. Richardson and Amara Conner. I don't know who else I'm leaving out, but enjoy your day. Now, my question to you is, what are the major changes you, Honorable Thomas, would like to see in the house in terms of lawmaking and other things that will affect the Liberian people? What are the major changes you will bring to the table? And the second question, let me just give you all two. The second question is, um, what are you going to do about the payment of Nancy Doe's money that she won in the ECOWAS court, and the government should have paid it to. I know the legislature can make sure that they pay. What are you going to do as a legislature and as a citizen of the country to see our past First Lady, Nancy B. Doe, hailing from Grand Gila? She was once First Lady of the country. She has not received her money, even though she won it in the ECOWAS court. And also Yeke Koluwa's past benefits and salaries, and Kabina Janet. I hold you three things to my heart, and that's why I'm asking you, what are you going to do towards that as a sitting representative who is going in the house not only to represent the people of District Number 4, but to represent also the people of Liberia? So I want to know, what are you going to do when it comes to that? So I hope you remember all my questions. Thank you.
So I will take it from bottom to top. There is a legal precedence we have that called res ipsa local toi, which says to you the document speaks for itself. So we will have to have access to some of those documents. I can't speak to it definitively from outside the legislature. So we're getting in, we're going to have access to most of those documents. We'll read them. And I can tell you for sure, if there was a legal process, there was a rendition in some of those, litigation, and then the rule of law has to be upheld, it has to be protected. So to the extent that a particular case will go as far as the ECOWAS court, so it tells you that Liberia is under obligation to implement, those rulings, from those high courts. So we're going to look at them, we're going to review them, look at it from the legal perspective, and draw our own dichotomy and make some recommendations as to, who should do what and who is entitled to what under those rulings. So the issue of Nancy B. Doe is one typical case in Liberia. Thank God you mentioned it. Yeke Koluwa issue with his benefits also. And as it relates to the major changes, one thing I can say to you, I come from a legal background as a practicing lawyer, a graduate of the Louis Arthur Grant School of Law, and we will be looking at the legal implication of most of those laws from a different perspective, and we are going to ensure that we will be buffering quality laws. We're going to be, like you were just discussing the budget, and I'm one person who strongly believes that the moment, we get inducted into office, that budget should be recalled, it should be recast to suit the present reality of current lawmakers, because you can't have outgoing lawmakers, passing budget, and you got new lawmakers coming in who's supposed to execute and benefit from those budgets, because our district are at stake, our county are at stake, and the country is at stake. So we need to recall those laws, we need to review them and make some meaningful impact. So those are some of the things we're going to be doing. We come with a serious experience, we come with serious background, from the accounting sector, from the business sector, being a humanitarian, being business owners across Liberia, and also being a legal practitioner. So we will make a lot of impact.
Thank you. Colonel Greg, then I'll say Batopa after that.
Michael Thomas, when I look you up on the internet, you do not exist, even though you've been in the legislative corridor, you said what, 10, 15 years?
Yeah.
it seems as though he's just another ghost that sat there doing nothing.
No, he's not a lawmaker. He's not a lawmaker.
No, I mean when I look up Michael Thomas, just his experience. You know, he's posturing about his experience, and one would think that in this global information age, Michael Thomas will exist digitally. You do not exist. Rather, another Michael Thomas exists, but he's a legislative assistant, a legal legislative assistant in the United States Senate. That tells me everything you've been doing.
The man say he's legal assistant too.
So it depends. It depends which platform you are looking at and which kind of social media or so you are looking at. For you to say
I just say I do not see.
I think that is deceptive. Yeah, go ahead.
Give me a minute.
Yeah.
I just say you do not exist. You have to counter me that you exist, and then point me, for instance, to some of your legal work or your professional work you've done, that we can make informed judgment based on some of the information you provide here today. Well, my concern is, I wanted to point to some of your short, midterm, and long-term, objective that you want to accomplish in the next 6 years. Because you talk about 18, you talk about, you got some 18 agenda. That and when you started naming that, what I had was big ideas. Big ideas. You can even take one and accomplish quite a bit. But you said 18, then I just know that it's not something practical, because I wish I could have read those opinions of yours digitally. Then I would say, okay, I know who I'm talking to. But right now, I don't know you. But let me ask you this. Name me at least.
Go to the question, please. Before you go to the question, if you just go to LinkedIn, right? LinkedIn, you will see over 6, I don't know how many followers. You will see Michael Thomas when I serve as Deputy Executive Director for Technical Services. You will see there's a whole story there on impacts that were made in terms of scrutinizing audit reports emanating from the Auditor General of the Republic of Liberia, performing recommendations to the Office of the President based on reports that were being endorsed by both plenaries, the House and the Senate. This committee, this secretariat was established in 2013. I came over when then Hassan Kezulo was being appointed as the Controller and Accounting General. I was his immediate deputy. I took over from him, and I have managed that Public Accounts Committee secretariat, very vibrant one, very robust, since 2014 up to now. And the records are there. We have issued about 8 consolidated reports and have submitted same to the Office of the President. Even as I speak to you, the ghost Michael Thomas just today was informed that the Office of the President-elect is requesting all of the audit reports that we have issued. Some of the litigation that has been done in Liberia with most of these corruption cases, those were reports that were concluded, that were scrutinized by the Joint Committee through my own expertise as Executive Director on that secretariat, and we have made meaningful impact. So just one instance. And I can even go further to link you to the Public Accounts Committee Secretariat website. I can link you to the GAC website. I can link you to the LSCC website, because we champion the cause of the integrity sector in Liberia. So it's a surprise for you to say that Michael Thomas is a ghost. Probably you're reading from a different, kind of stuff. But let's move on.
All right, Michael Thomas. And then you came here, you referred to yourself as an ordinary lawmaker. That deny that brings.
Did you say I refer to myself as an ordinary lawmaker?
Yeah, that's what you said.
Michael, let him finish, and then you respond, sir. I'm begging you.
Yeah,
okay, go on. Yeah.
You say like an ordinary.
Yeah, but I
lawmaker,
thought we should do that. Remy, he's not a law. He's a representative elect. He's not being a representative.
We're not saying that he has been sworn in or has been certificated, but I'm only saying that he referred to himself as an ordinary lawmaker. So that can be proven. But my question to you, I want you to name me at least 2 short, medium, and long-term range plan that you have to see the legislature better than how you're coming into it now. That's one. And then secondly, I want you to tell me how those short, medium,
Wait, are
long-term.
we asking 3-4 questions? Or we gotta do only 2 questions?
I'm asking
You answer
one.
the man
I'm
is your
asking
ghost.
one.
The man
Yeah,
are on the
basically,
show.
it's one question, but let
I'm
him man
asking
finish.
one.
Everybody have
You
one
got one
question.
question. You said the man is your ghost already. The man
Hey,
answered that.
Stanton, let him man
Hey,
finish. You have to
Stanton,
move on.
you got to, you have to tap her down, man. That crew thing is not good.
You're not gonna say the crew team that good. You want to
Yeah,
ask
not
one
good,
question?
man.
I mean, what they have to do with my crew business again now?
Yeah, but man, I'm asking the man the short, medium term,
You know
and
that
long.
the man standing in front of you all day. The man is Honorable Michael Thomas. You say the man are ghosts. My own, I can see him. I'm not saying ghosts.
I said ghost digitally. My brother, the man understand. The man is an academic. He knows what I'm trying to talk about. It does not exist in the scholarly world. That's what I'm trying to say. But Mr. Thomas, how do those short, medium, and long-term range plan, coincide with the election of your now gentleman that you prefer for speaker? Tell me how they tie to his own ambition.
So one thing I can say to you, you keep going back to this same question, paraphrasing it and rephrasing it. I think that was one of the reasons why you even referred to me as a ghost. Let me say to you, every lawmaker has the right to support whatever candidate because it is a dedicatory kind of election because we are delegates. And I can say to you, those rights are protected by the Constitution of Liberia. And I'm also saying to you that Fonati Kofa, his honor is my interest, he's my choice for the deputy speakership. Whether you can phrase it left, you phrase it right. I was on the phone talk last night and I listed all of the reasons why I think he's the best suited candidate for this position as speaker, and we went into length. So we have come back with the same questions that we just discussed at length yesterday. And I remain, it has not changed for any reason. He's my choice and he's the best. He's a claim that I can, put all of my weight, all of my effort behind. And I will just stick to that. Because
Now
he
answer the
possesses all
question.
of the
Tell me about your
delegates,
plan.
convinces me, to support him as the speaker of the 55th legislature.
So to answer his question now, what are his long, medium, and long-term goal for the Senate?
My medium-term goal is to see a robust legislature, to see a legislature where the dignity, the integrity, and the welfare of every lawmaker is respected. We want to see a legislature where you can consider as a rubber stamp. You want to see a legislature where decisions are based on objective reasoning. You want to see a legislature where there is no guidance of any one person. You want to see a legislature where you see a group of professionals making decisions based on professionalism.
Thank you.
And also a lot of things we want to see because there is a
Advocate
lot of myth about the legislature. I will not want to speak to it because the legislature is an institution, it's a branch of government, even though it's separate and distinct, but it's coordinated.
Thank you.
So
Thank you
we
so
want
much.
to see this relationship between the legislature with that of the judiciary and also the executive.
Thank you.
So those are some of the things we want to see. We want to see quality laws.
Thank you. Thank you
being
so much.
at the level of the legislature that will have an alignment, that will have a link, that will have a pivotal
we got your position. We got your position, sir.
Also to the counties.
Honorable Representative, let's just respect. We don't go along. So that when you answer, we move on. Honorable Tupac, your turn. Your one question.
My one question. My question got babies. Is that good?
You see,
As long as they're not
he allowed
triplet.
his brother Gray to ask 4 questions. Now he's
No.
going to give us 1
As
question.
long as they're not triplet, that represent the company. They keep it go plenty. You know?
All right. Okay. I understand that. We appreciate you. You present a posture of somebody who's informed from a legislative perspective, and you have articulated your background. And you have also praised the incoming class. And I've talked to a few of the incoming members, and I think, being the optimist I am, I want to agree with you and hope for the best. But when I think on some of the simple reforms I think we could make, let me just run down the list, and you can tell me which one of them you support, and which one of them you think are off base, right? Firstly, salary adjustments, both internal to the legislature, where you're paying your employees versus what you guys are receiving. And then on a national scale, the need for reharmonization, as harmonization went wrong before. Budget reprioritization, you mentioned the budget, but more in the interest of you lawmakers coming in rather than the national interest. So how are we looking at reprioritizing budget to focus on the real bread and butter issues affecting our people? The Ways and Means Committee and the approach to budgeting, because the legislative budget is so padded sometimes. When I look at it, I can just feel the crying. You guys in general coming in, do you guys have a kind of, for the new lawmakers or class, that you guys expect to kind of combine on some legislation that will be very critical to the country? Then the recall provision. Some lawmakers get elected, they don't perform at all, they just get our money. They will just pay them. So will you support a recall provision? Then somebody mentioned about the voting and also applying technology, and you talk about the amount of reports, but we don't see those reports in the public space. Is there a website for the Liberian legislature or just for the House itself that we can go to today and look at some of those reports that you just mentioned that talk about audit? Then auditing yourself, because there are certain institutions in government.
How about at 15 now?
One question now.
My one question, he should just say, yes, I support this or not support it. I say you provide detail.
But you
Yeah,
man.
My pet peeve is that WIAC, but it related to school. All this graduation pump and pageantry, where these children they get free education, they pay $35 for school fee, but when they graduate, they gotta pay $400, $500. I mean, can you tell us what kind of reform you're looking at from the education perspective and trying to reduce costs for parents and students? Thank you.
Thank you.
So one thing I
would
see
the difference for ANC, CPP, CDC partisan on this show.
So just by cataloging your question, I believe you just asked over 8 questions, and I can tell you a few of them I will pick up. Few I can tell you to a larger extent. I will not dive into it too much because it's good to speak into what you think you can talk about. We are on a war stage, and there are some things some people will say above our pay grade. So firstly, looking at the legislature, I think you understood me wrongly when I said we will recast the budget, because we have priorities and we want to align this budget to our district, to the county, and to those very important things that will impact the livelihood of our people. You mentioned the issue of harmonization, which that has had a serious impact on this country. The first question would be, there was this harmonization. Monies that were accrued from this harmonization, was it used for the intended purpose? And those answers will not come from me, because you have people who manage all of those different, transactions at several levels that I can speak to. Because as a lawyer, I can be giving you information that has no indicia of truth and reliability. So looking at the budget holistically, one thing I can say to you, there are a few underlying documents that you need to take into serious consideration before looking at the budget itself. The budget framework paper, That is one cardinal document that you need to look at. What is the content of the budget framework paper? Is this paper done in the manner and form that is supposed to inform us and inform the budget, the best way possible? Let's look at the budget law itself. The budget is the law. There is provisions in the preceding pages of the budget law. Read those laws. What does those laws say? What impact? What does it allow? What does it, refrains? You look at the budget law. Then you also look at the Budget Transfer Act. Normally, during the budget execution process, there are transfers. So you look at the regulation as it relates to the Budget Transfer Act. So these are documents. Then you talk about technological advancement. If you look at the legislature, see everybody.
Can I take over because you just text you?
Yeah,
you
take over because I've spoken about it.
Honorable Michael, my dear friend, thank you very much for coming on Spoon. Let's get into you. You have not taken your seat yet. You have not taken your seat yet. Let's just talk about some real bread and butter issue. When you go in there, you get into the Kukujumuku, you will tell us what is under the water. But right now, let's stay on the surface. Budget law. And I understand you've been around. You advise folks legally. Respect to you. And I really appreciate you being on Spoon Talk today. But let's come to the current issue. We're going to ask our two questions, very, very short, straight to the point. A lot of folks want to know about this Fonati issue and the way forward with Richard Coon. I will come in with my question. We're bringing Abula Mambe, Honorable Eugene Lami Fagon. You work with Richard Coon, correct?
Correct.
All my questions are very short. I don't read too much long notes in asking my question. Were you part of the PAC committee working along with Mr. Coon?
I cannot be part of the committee because I am not a legislator. Part of the secretariat. I head the secretariat.
Thank you very much for the correction. So you were part of it somewhat by heading the secretariat to that PAC, correct?
Right.
And you went on the trip to South Africa, correct?
Yeah, we were in Pretoria twice, yeah.
Yes. Talk to us about Richard Coon, Richard Nangbe Coon, Representative District 11, leadership. Your working relationship with him.
So the thing is, let me be emphatic about this. I may not want to dive into that. Let me be clear with it. I told you my interest is Fonati Kofa, and I discussed my interest. So if you want to tell me why do you prefer Fonati over this person, then that's a different question. Well, you can't tell me to be discussing Richard Coon. What has he done?
No, I'm just asking you your working relationship with Mr. Coon.
So as a matter of fact, Steve will tell you, Honorable Coon has been our accounting professor. He's very vast in the accounting profession. He has taught all of the courses that is on the accounting, the accountancy. And I was in school with him, his students, and I started working at the legislature, and he got elected and came to the legislature. He was fortunate to have been on the Public Accounts Committee. We have a very good working relationship, very perfect. We like brothers, I can say that. But this is politics. Now we're discussing leadership. So all I can say, I chose Honorable what her name Fonati Kofa.
Yeah, I agree. But my question, just present
that's my interest.
Yeah, but if you choose not to answer my question, that's okay, Michael.
Or ill discuss any other person. My interest.
So again, my question is your working relationship with. Are you hearing me, sir?
Yeah, go ahead.
Your working relationship with Richard Coon is a unique one, or was it a unique one?
Very unique.
Thank you. So you just answered the basic question.
Yeah.
Did Jeremiah Coon promise you any committee?
I mean, Richard Coon.
Yeah. I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry. I like Jeremiah Coon. When you talk to him, then his name stick in your head. Did Fonati Kofa promise you and then committee chair position?
So what I can say to you, the supporters of Honorable Kofa are like-minded people who believe in those principles of leadership that we see in Honorable Kofa. We believe in his tenets
Did
of
he
leadership.
promise you and then
we
committee
are not
position?
discussing. No, I'm not discussing any leadership position.
You can choose not to discuss, but let's go to the question.
We are supporting. We are supporting.
Honorable Representative like Michael.
Yeah.
Did Fonati Kofa promise you and then committee
We
position?
have not had such discussion.
Thank you. My last question, and our brother Mame and Fagon will come in. You are speaking to your folks in District 4, Liberia, home and abroad. My question is, will it be a problem or should it be a problem that Fonati Kofa law firm, his own personal international group law firm, representing entity, the ministry of the government, for example, Maritime, will you consider that a problem on your decision that he should be a speaker when he, Fonati Kofa, as Councillor Fonati Kofa, representing the government interest at Maritime, LPRC, or National Port Authority, and even have represented the president interest? Is that a problem for you, or will you consider that a problem?
So a very good question. And I was the very person when we had a retreat, I raised that question because there were a lot of myths surrounding this conflict of interest. And he has said to us clearly, why it's true his law firm is representing some concession or whatever it may be, but he's very objective as it relates to those processes. He will always, recuse himself if it reached that point, and he allow people who are his.
Can I go forward with my question? Because I don't like the too much a long question and long answer. Is it concerning to you?
Issues when they arises.
Is it concerning to you that Fonati Kofa has served as deputy speaker? And you now pushing, working along, chairing the committee to make him speaker for the House of the 55th legislature, but he represents legally Maritime, LPRC, National Port Authority, and even President Weah himself. And you're telling us that on that note, he will recuse himself. So it's okay for him to represent the interest, make money, but then recuse himself when decision comes. Is this a fair game, sir, for the Liberian people?
Listen, the committee investigation into entities or whether concession or whatever it is not a judicial process. So Fonati has a law firm, and he only gets involved if there is a court litigation. We're talking administrative investigation. So if you have the chairman of Maritime, for instance, and there is a collusion at the Maritime entity, and there is this letter placed on the floor to have Maritime appear, the chairman of Maritime will preside, and he will make decision up to the logical conclusion of that particular issue. The speaker has no part to play. The deputy speaker has no part to play.
So thank you very much. So let me bring you other guys.
Of that specific committee.
Honorable man, thank you. Honorable man, thank you very much. Honorable, thank you very much. We're going to bring in the other guys to ask questions. I will come back again because this is very important. It came out today that Fonati represent those entities, represent individuals in the government.
I can speak to that 100%.
No, I'm not asking you, sir. I'm not asking you. I want to move on to Mame, Honorable Fagon. My time is up with the question, but thank you, sir. Mr. Mame.
So before
Mr.
you go to
Mame.
him, I can't speak to that because I don't know his client history.
Okay, whenever they
To tell you
ask
all
the
of those
question,
entities that he
Mr.
represents.
Mr. Michael,
I
when
hope
they
you
ask
get
the question, Mr. Michael, when they ask you the question, you can speak to it. Just play the 5th or the 6th or the 7th. Say I can speak to it, and we'll move on. Mr. Mame.
Thank you, Stanton, and Mr. Honorable Michael. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Before going to my question, I see you talking a whole lot about recasting the budget and honing your ability as a lawyer, somebody who has stayed long around public service. The budget is the president's budget. I wanted to know from you, what are you relying on as a legislator or a legislative body? What is your legal reliance that you can recast the budget without the president submitting the budget to the legislature for recast? How will you, as a legislative body, recast the budget if the president doesn't submit it? I just wanted to be clear on that.
So
But,
there are
yeah,
provisions. There are provisions.
Let me ask a question you can say all together.
Yeah.
One of the reasons why corruption is continuing in all the public service issue about declaring assets. Are you prepared? Can you promise this show that in accordance with law, you will declare and publish your asset?
So, like I said to you, I have been in public service for a very long time in senior managerial capacity, and I have declared my assets for ages. Even before we even contested, we had to declare
My
our
question
assets.
was, will you declare and publish your asset in keeping with law? Will no people
Exactly,
can declare
that's correct. We are on an obligation.
No, my question to you is, can you commit on the show to your people listening to you that you will declare and publish your asset?
Simple.
That's correct. That's what I'm saying.
No, I'm not asking whether it's correct or not.
No.
My question to you is, can you promise your people listening to you today that Honorable Michael Thomas will declare and publish his asset in the newspaper in keeping with law?
You still expect me to answer that when I just answered it?
I didn't hear
I
you
said
answering
to you, that's correct. I have even published and declared my asset right before we got you to the process, and I'm willing to also declare my asset at any given time. I keep saying that you want me to answer less or no as you are demanding?
No, you keep leaving the issue about publication. And the reason why I'm critical on this is because
Okay, to answer what you say in the way and form you wanted to be answered, Michael Thomas, representative elect Motorado County, District 4, will declare and publish his assets. That's it. That's not what you want. And that's what I said. I'm answering the question this way you wanted to be.
Thank you.
Yeah. So I'm on an obligation and I will do it.
Thank you.
We have done it and we'll do it again, again, and again.
Thank you. So the issue about recasting the budget.
So there are laws. I just told you about the budget law, and I also told you about the Public Financial Management Act and its regulation. It has a serious controlling, a legal mandate as it relates to the budget. So yes, we have that right. It has happened before. You follow the legislature for some time. The president does not record the budget and say you're recasting. There should be demands from the legislature. There should be demands also by the president, by the Ministry of Finance, the president through the Ministry of Finance submitting the budget for recast, either based on performance issue, either based on a reduction in a revenue envelope. There are cases that it takes to the recast of the budget. So that's it.
All the issue about recasting the budget on revenue performance or not, the prerogative of the president and the executive. You are saying.
So what I want to say to you, we can't dive into it too much. Watch it play. That's all I can say.
No, you're promising us that you will recast the budget. I'm asking you, what is your reliance?
I just said that the law. That means you didn't follow when I referenced the law. So go and do the research. I just referenced the laws to you.
You did not reference the law.
Regulates recash.
The law you're referencing to me is the prerogative of the executive to recast the budget. You are saying as lawmaker.
Okay, perfect. So take it as it is. Accept it as it is. We need to move on. Yeah.
And I think it's
the indication is
Oh, okay.
the indication is you know that you don't have authority to recast the budget. You don't have authority.
That's what you think. That's
so
what
show
you
me
think.
that's what I'm thinking. That's the fact.
So are you suggesting, Honorable, that you can request a recast of the budget and you're happy?
So the thing is, I listed, I did the basis and I did a background that the budget is being passed, and I didn't want us to even dive into this budget thing too much. I just laid an emphasis, when I spoke, I just did it in passing. That take, for instance, the budget is being passed and you have a new breed of lawmaker coming in and you got priorities into the budget. How does the budget align to the individual districts? How does the budget impact the ordinary people in terms of the bread and butter thing? How also this budget can enhance the capacity of our young people, how it can empower our mothers in those communities, in those rural areas. And we look at it and we review it and see whether there is a need for us to have some recast, or some review of the budget and see what happens. And the thing is clear, you got lawmakers who pass in budget and they are leaving. Right? And you got new breed of lawmaker coming in who's supposed to some extent, follow up on the execution of this budget.
Good evening to all. May God bless us all. Good evening to you, the peace-loving people of the Republic of Liberia. It's an honor to be with you. Mr. Representative-elect Thomas, how are you tonight?
Fine, thank you.
Awesome. Mr. Thomas, I find it quite interesting. Let me commend you first and congratulate you for your elections. And let me also thank you for making quite clear on this platform that it is your right to pick who you want to pick. And let me say to you, I protect you. If anyone comes against you for your right, I will have a problem with them. But that is and only if you get certificated and get in that house. As it stands, you and I can agree that you have never been a lawmaker. You are not a lawmaker. We must agree on that and not debate that, because that is a fact. A couple of days from now, on the 15th or so, you will be that lawmaker that we'll call the lawmaker for District 4. Having said that, I find it disturbing when you speak authoritatively as a lawmaker just because you've been around the corridors of the happenings in the House. It is disturbing to me because when you say we want to see a robust legislature, we want to be respected in a dignified manner. We want our welfare to be sought. We don't want no rubber stamp legislature. And we as lawmakers, I find it disturbing because you're not a lawmaker. You're just going through the doors and you have not entered. Having respected your right, you went on to say that the legislature is not a judicial body. And here is why it is disturbing to me, because I'm challenging you, since you've been around,
no, I didn't
to
say that.
disprove, because the legislature has a quasi-judicial system. And I am a victim of that system because I went to jail under the law. I was charged for contempt of the legislature and sent to jail. So I need no lecture on whether they are a judicial body, except that they are a quasi-judicial body. There's no debate about that. One of the victims is right here. Now, when asked the question about conflict of interest relative to my friend and brother Fonati Kofa, representing the Maritime, the LPRC, the NPA, and other institutions, in what will now appear, if he becomes Speaker, as conflict of interest, you are quick to answer that he will be objective and that those entities are being represented by his law firm, not any other person, his law firm. Explain to me, when you say his law firm, how is that not a conflict of interest? That the law firm of the Speaker will be representing government entity that he is supposed to provide laws for, oversight for, and with Liberian ownership representation of. Explain to me how is that not a conflict of interest? My first question.
So I think there is a missing link, because when I spoke, you need to understand that the legislature has three cardinal functions: lawmaking, representation, lawmaking, and oversight.
I just stated it.
Now, we mention a specific instance, and I even dive into it a little when I said, assuming there is a collusion at an entity, and the legislature is exercising its oversight function as it relates to a chairman of a particular committee conducting an investigation into a particular issue. It's different from the legislature passing a law that you consider as the quasi-judicial function. I can sit here and tell you that the legislature does not have any judicial function. I didn't say that. I cannot say that. Being
Sir,
a lawyer, then why you got
bring you back to my question? You missed my question. Let me bring you back to my question.
No, I have not even answered the question yet. I'm just going back to what you said and trying to correct you.
Yeah, but you missed my question. So let me bring you back to my question.
So listen,
but he said he has not answered the question yet. You're about to answer your question.
Okay, so go ahead.
I will just listen. This is my question.
I will just sit and listen.
Yeah, when I went to the house that day, I took the former Chief Justice, the former Justice Minister, Francis Johnson Morris Allison, as my lawyer. And under the law, when you go before the House, you take your lawyer with you. It is allowed under the law. And I am saying to you that when you call the Maritime Commissioner, they have lawyers, and Fonati Kofa is their lawyer. When you call the NPA, they have lawyer. Fonati Kofa is their lawyer. When you call LPRC, LPRC has a lawyer. Fonati is their lawyer. His law firm represents them. He will be the speaker. His law firm will represent them. I'm asking you again, how is that not a conflict of interest?
So the thing
Explain to me.
So the thing is, 4 persons have asked this identical question. And I lay a premise, and I myself even raised the same issue. The thing is, I can speak to you and tell you that I know the ILG client history, or I know the client profile to tell you which entity or whatever entity that they represent. So I can speak into that. So I'd already said to you 100%, I support him. And I think let's move into District 4 and discuss some of the issues that we want to make some impact in transforming our district and making some changes, you know, in fact, the biggest district in Liberia with about 80,000 registered voters.
How many votes did you win before I ask my second question?
14,590.
Other 80,000 people than 14,000 you get.
Yeah, but you saw you saw the turnout.
Okay, let me ask my second
So
question.
you saw the turnout. Imagine I won with almost 6,000.
So let he ask a second question. Let he ask a second question because we got.
So
go ahead, Fago. Ask a second question.
Tonight to discuss District 4. So
okay,
we have
ask a second question.
Now, with the speakership.
So
Fago, ask your second question now.
So
let me ask
please.
Let me ask my second question.
Yeah.
My second question is simple but difficult.
Okay.
You claim to have been around the inner workings of the House. Your preference is for Nati Kufa, to which I challenge anyone. Nobody should fault you or grumble you for that. It is your choice. And you represent the people of District 4. And you told us yesterday you had spoken with them, the intellectual class and everything. Granted. And so that is where you are headed. Here is my question to you. When you talk about a legislature that will be robust, a legislature that will look at the dignity and welfare, I'm quoting you, of the lawmakers, a legislature that will not be rubber-stamped. I'm using all your words tonight. If you have been around those walls, tell the Liberian people, since this is the legislature you're looking for, that makes all of us happy. The one that you saw in the 54th, where you were present and walking around and working in those halls, tell us who was the deputy speaker of that legislature.
So the thing is, I am not.
Sir.
Hold on,
You
let me
were going
answer
to the
your
54,
question.
Thomas.
I
You're going to
am
55.
not telling you that there was a legislature that was not robust. I am not telling you that there was a rubber stamp legislature. I'm not saying to you that there was a legislature that there was no dignity and care for the welfare. But these are things that I'm telling you, our 55th, these are what we're looking at that we want to do.
So that's why I'm asking
So
you.
we are picking up from where the 54th stopped, and we enhancing where they stop and picking up to the 55th. That is exactly what.
So now you are saying,
all right, guys, we gotta go.
I am not condemning the 55th. I cannot do that for no reason. I am not telling you that the 54th was not robust, that it was a rubber stamp one. No, I am telling you that the 55th, these are the qualities that we will be looking at.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, our dear honorable lawmaker. Thanks to all of you that have the chance to ask Representative-elect Michael Thomas question. We want to say this is the Spoon Talk.
I asked a question here, Bobby.
You did. When I came on, both of you guys did.
One question we asked.
So yeah, we got to move on because we got other information to bring about. We want to say to my dear friend, my newly friend, thank you very much for coming on Spoon Talk. We will give you the chance to
so
do
because the man can be honorable and your new friend.
Oh, man, send me ask the man one final question, man.
Okay, ask a final question then, because I came on the show and your mama asked question, you ask question. We have to go. It's after 11. We have to go. So I will give you the one last chance, Stephen. Ask that question, and then we will have to excuse the honorable.
Thank you, Michael. I mean,
but I have not even said that why I came on the show tonight. We have not even discussed it.
Michael. The thing about the conversation tonight is we're I know it's important for us to talk about District 4.
Yeah.
But what is more important is for us to look at the overall leadership of the legislature, especially the House, because the person who has the House of Representatives is the third person in line of the presidency. So that's why it's important to us, and that's why we're driving the question along those lines. My final question is, I mean, I would draw cue from what Fagan was asked. When you made mention about the legislature being a rubber stamp, from logical inference, one could deduce that you were insinuating that if you have the president, vice president, and the speaker, deputy speaker, all coming from the same political institution, there is a likelihood that the legislature or the House of Representatives might be rubber stamp. Fonati benefited from similar arrangement in this current legislature. I would think, and my question is, and this question has an A and B. A is, do you think the current legislature is rubber stamp because the entire leadership, including the leadership in the executive, come from the same political institution? And the B to that is, how do you assess leadership and integrity of a lawmaker? What are the basis upon which you make that determination? If I say I know you because the reason I can speak to your integrity, Thomas, is because I've known you for many years. We're students together. We interacted together. We participated in student activities, even on outside of student politics. We interacted nationally, so I can speak to your leadership. I can speak to your integrity, especially as it relates to your line of work. How can you using that measure the integrity and leadership of Fonati when you, in fact, and him have not had that long-term interaction on the floor as a lawmaker?
So the thing is, let me firstly correct your intro. You know, I keep saying over and over, I did not characterize any legislature, whether the 54th or the 53rd, to be rubber stamp and the rest of it. I was just giving you qualities of a legislature that we are entering into the 55th, and we will be picking up from where the 54th stopped and picking up from there. And we don't want our 54 to be A, B, C, and D. I did not tell you 54 was this, 54 was that. No.
Logical
I'm only using this word because our 55th, we don't want it to be like this. It's simple. And you keep going back to say that you are saying that the 54 was this and the
I
rest
don't
of
want my
it.
heart
No.
to be
So don't get me wrong, please. Don't get me wrong. I did not tell you that the 54th was a rubber stamp. No, I didn't say that.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Lawmaker Michael Thompson.
Answering your question, you know me, you have known me for a very long time. You know my integrity posture. You know the quality of leadership that I bring to the table. You know what I'm capable of doing. And I am on Saturday, I will be graduating 4,500 of our people in District 4 from several technical vocational skills. Tailoring, interior decoration, hairdressing, soap making, 3D epoxy flow design, biogas, biodigester. So those are things that we want to talk about, how we're enhancing the capacity of our mothers, how we're enhancing the capacity of our young people in the district. We have not been certificated. We have already started doing.
Thank you very much, Honorable Thomas Michael, Representative. We want to say thank you. Hold on 1 minute, sir. Thank you very much, Minister. What do you call it? Go ahead. Ask that one last question.
Yeah. It's concerning the district. My question to you is, Honorable Thomas, do you believe in equal distribution of power and wealth? And if so, how? And the last one would be, what do you intend? How do you intend to move our children from the ghetto, for our children who are less fortunate from the ghetto? And how do you intend to create jobs for them when you move them from there?
So the thing is, if you look at my platform in the district, we were more concerned about job creation. Because I am an anti-drugs ambassador. And one major impact I have made, I have networked with most of the rehabilitation centers in the district. We have the Destiny Recovery Program. We have the Jojo Hope House, where I have personally underwritten the cost of a lot of our young people, where we took them from the ghetto to greatness. Some of them have been reintegrated into the society with the psychosocial and mentorship counseling done for them, and they have been reintegrated into the society. And we are also, you said speaking?
The next question.
Okay.
It's very vital. I understand that one, but I want you to answer this. Do you believe in equal distribution of power and wealth? And if so, let us know how.
So I believe in that principle, and even I campaign on one platform that says equal participation in the decision-making process of the district. This is where we have town hall meetings, we have, engagements with our people in terms of making decisions. I said to you last night, before I even determine whether or not I should support Honorable Fonati Kofa, we did a broad-based, a survey in the district, and we had several interactions with our people, and they overall, facial expression and the interaction with our people is shown to a larger extent that of all the names that were being mentioned, our people have given us mandate that we should, support His Honor Fonati Kofa. So
answer my question. I said, do you believe in the equal distribution?
That's what I said. I said yes.
Power.
Exactly.
Power.
Exactly.
Thank you very much, Honorable Man. Thank you. Thank you, Minister Wodokoli, sir. We want to say thank you for joining us tonight. We have to move into our next segment. That which I actually want to say thank you, my brother. I mean, it's your first time, but you will always come again, and we love to have you. We love to have you. So we want to say thank you very, very, very much, sir.
Okay, thank you.
You can do your closing statement before you leave, though.
Okay, so I want to say Merry Christmas and a prosperous Happy New Year to the peace-loving people of District 4. In the coming days, we will be erecting 3 major gigantic Christmas trees in the district, to give our people livelihood. We will be also having the biggest Christmas party for our young children across the length and breadth of our district in 3 major regions. We will be conducting a massive cleaning up exercise in the district where we will also partner with the PCC to have serious garbage collection done. As you know, District 4 has the biggest repository of solid waste in the district, and the Cheesemanburg Center is filled. Our people in the Winetown area got serious health hazard. Those are things we're going to be looking at. The water over there, they are all contaminated. Our children have turned into zombies. They are called at-risk youth. They are zogos. The streets, there are a lot of things. The entire district is in darkness. There are places in the district where people still fly in doodoo ball. Our district is at its lowest with no discredit to the sitting lawmaker, but there are a lot of things to be done. We have been making impact. We are not even yet certificated. We have done one of the major stretch of road in the district where we're doing a bridge and an entire ladder rack and cross rack road, the major road that connects the Dupo Road belt to the Soul Clinic. It goes straight towards the Nambala area. It goes through Soul Clinic, all the blocks in Soul Clinic, and it will connect to the Coca-Cola factory side.
Thank you.
So we have been erecting solar lights across the district, lightening up the district for the Christmas season, and we're thinking on bringing more machines so that we can, the district it has a serious issue with road connectivity.
Thank you.
Senator, I just realized this is my representative.
Thank you so much.
But you with your representative, then you throw him to me.
This is the guy that replaced Swakobo?
Yeah. That's the guy
that we've been talking.
That's the man that beat Auntie Mama out of the race.
Do you know me?
All right, thank you very much, Honorable Michael M. Thomas, Representative-elect. Thank you very much. It's always good to have you, and we hope to see you again, sir.
I think Tualu wants to say something before he closes. Tualu will listen to you.
No, I'm
Honorable, before you come in, I think Dwalu needs to apologize to the honorable man. The man represented their district, and he even know the man.
The man represented. Then he threw him to me and said that my representative. But I want to say thank you very much to honorable the representative like Michael M. Thomas. Listen. This man is going in that place to work for his people, district number 4. We want to say thanks to him. We want to say thanks to him because again, we wish him well and we hope to have him again. Guys, seriously, first thing on the floor. Mr. Azifai, can you adjust your camera? We see it under your bald head. First thing on the floor though, let's just say this. I think from my assessment, Gibson, welcome, my brother. Something about this honorable man is not fair. If it is true that Fonati Kofa is representing all of those entities, George Manawea and everything, and the honorable man said, well, it's not my business. He will recuse himself. He will be Speaker Fonati Kofa. He will be the one putting stuff on the floor, right, my man? And he will be.
He sets the agenda.
He set the agenda. But yet and still, he will be going back to his law firm when they have Maritime to tell people, to tell Eugene Ling Nangbe what to say, how to say it, because he will be representing Maritime coming on the floor. What sense does that make to have Fonati Kofa as speaker? And now he's the one that will be carrying on the verdict with the rest of the representative with much influence, power. I mean, and our brother Michael Thomas wants us to believe that. Can somebody help us? Let's do this roundtable. We are not. Fonati need to clear the air on this openly. That's what I believe. Fonati need to speak on this. It is very important that he speak on it because this is going back to CDC. That's exactly the play to play. That's the ball game. And Fonati need to speak on this. We cannot have a speaker that will be representing all the ministry and all the entity and making the agendas. And you want us to believe that he will be fair and transparent. So let's go ahead and have our say on this. Abula Mame, Eugene Lami Fagon, Mr. Dwalu, Brother Gibson, Colonel Aaron McGray, Stephen Johnson, and Asif Atuba. Abula, you go first on this conversation, sir. Abula decided to go MIA. Honorable Eugene Fagon, you go first, sir.
Well, you know, Stanton, I saw all you guys laughing at this young gentleman, whether Stephen Johnson wants to admit it or not. I saw him talk his head 2 or 3 times laughing. It's like he knows the guy well, but the guy wasn't doing too well. It's like he had entangled himself and he brought himself into disrepute. 1 minute is not a judicial matter that the legislature don't have a judicial stuff. He play around, he come back to admit. The second minute, he wants a robust, dignified legislature, not a rubber-stamped one that will see the dignity and welfare of the legislators. When they bring him by around the corner, he said, no, I say that those people that were in the 54, they buy. No. We bring it around the conflict of interest issue. He wants to lecture about the 3 cardinal functions of a lawmaker. But yet he does not want to admit that it will be a conflict of interest for Nati to represent the interests of Maritime, LPRC, NPA, and other entities, and while representing those interests, bring them on the floor to be the man presiding over their case. Look, what I can say here tonight is that it is his right to choose a speaker. What is not his right is to come here, insult our intelligence, and make a mockery of our ability to analyze appropriately and to be able to signal him out. Secondly, if he's not careful, in the new political dispensation of our country, he will probably be there for 9 months and kicked out. Because under a Joseph Boakai administration, the Liberian people will have the right to recall a lawmaker. And I want Gibson to hear this. They've already had that right, rather, they will be able to exercise it, I should say. Sorry, I misspoke. Because he's sitting down telling a mathematician like Dwalu that out of 80,000 people, he won under 14,000. That's less than 1/4 of the electorate. I repeat, correct me, Dwalu, if my math is wrong. That is less than 1/4, because 1/4 is 20,000. Now you come here and you are looking at almost 66,000 people that did not vote for you, don't want to see you, but on the basis of simple majority, you had the flag to carry for them. And you want to sit here and make a mockery of their votes when they need only 10,000 to recall you for cause. I would say he needs to be careful. And this has nothing to do with Fonati or speaker or what have you. No. His attitude and his presentation is not representative of a lawmaker that is ready on day one. I respectfully submit.
Look, the lawmaker say what he had to say. I don't believe the lawmaker answered any question. I think he went around the question. He talked more than I expected. I didn't realize. I just realized it was actually from district number 4. There's a lot I know about district number 4. I just want to recognize my brother Jerome in his normal this suit. But I will say this about district number 4. We have several times they've actually come to me in that district and say, listen, Opa can't run. I'm not government official type of person. So that was entirely different. But he has a lot of work to do in that district. That road he's talking about, I believe Swako will try to actually fix that road. The Wintown public dump site, the entire road from the junction all the way in. The people cannot sleep over. They got some mosquito in order. They can speed Peter. They can speed Bassa. Up the hill across the street from the dump site, it's the Petertown graveyard. When it rains, the bodies actually get on the ground. If the graveyard is full, we need to call that place off. Most of the roads in the district are not connected, so there's a lot of work to be done. And and I hope I recognize sooner that I'm actually from district number 4 because I have a lot of questions. And another thing I want to say before I give it to you: every single day, Representative, you're still listening. We lose every single week while I'm in Liberia. The road from Ray Hayfield all the way to FDA Junction, a car hits somebody every single day. And every single week or 2, somebody gets killed. So we have to address that. I tried to put several speed bumps on that road, but I didn't have the authority to do that. I was willing to pay for it. The city is expanded, so he has a lot of work to do. A lot of people dying on that road from car hitting them. So I hope the representative listens.
Thank you very much. Again, I have never heard of a mosquito speaking Bassa or Pete. The only mosquito I know can speak any data is the crew mosquito.
Please smile here. I don't know who you angry with on here today. The poor just saying you can't smile, Yeah.
You don't expect Abatuba to smile when he received only 1%. It's hard to smile. But let's move on. But at the end of the day, folks, it is important to note that hold on, when we come to you, you can attack us. But let's do this real quick. Fonati Kofa law firm also represent Noka.
If you promise me you will not cry down, we attack. Otherwise, I will not attack.
So Noka, you remember what Safwa Gray is the CEO and president for that oil portion, and she worked at Fonati Kofa. So how can Fonati Kofa, guys, it got to sink into the mindset of those lawmakers that want to be a hypocrite. How can Fonati Kofa recuse himself and then put the agenda on the floor? Can somebody help us understand? And Fonati need to clear the air. Seriously, we are walking into the darkness of mess. Fonati Kofa local, Fonati Kofa maritime, no Fonati Kofa LPRC, Fonati Kofa National Port Authority, Fonati Kofa Joe Mann, we are a lawyer, Fonati Kofa Thomas to a lawyer. There's one Fonati Kofa, how will he fight corruption? And I will come up with the next thing on Fonati Kofa that will be so dangerous for him to even accept the speakership position. But let's go to my brother Stephen Johnson.
Stanton.
It's in work, my man.
Stanton, it's a complete conflict of interest. Fonati has been a crook lawyer. Fonati has been a crook lawyer. And you know that from his history, whether here in the US or in Liberia, Fonati has been the kind of lawyer who cut deals. And so we should not come on this show and pretend that Fonati is a reputable guy with integrity who deserves to be a speaker. As a lawyer, you represent the interests of your client. And these are entities that retains his law firm, the International Law Group. So to be a speaker who sets the agenda at the legislature on the floor of the House of Representatives and at the same time represent the direct interest of public entities. Now, these are not private firms. These are public entities, some of which are captured in the national budget, some of which are captured under the revenue envelope. It's a complete conflict of interest. How do you represent the interests of maritime and at the same time you summon maritime to the legislature to provide a reason why they should not be here in contempt for a particular thing? Recusing yourself is not enough because what? You have the capacity to first understand the issue, work with your client, prepare them how to address the issue when they come to the floor. This is wrong. And the second thing is, and I'll close on this, the second thing is, I will have taken Marco his view about Fonati with a grain of salt had Marco been a lawmaker before, to vouch for somebody's character, to vouch for somebody's integrity, not as a person, but as a lawmaker. The performance in the House of Representatives, you must have interacted with him. You must have reviewed his activity in the legislature. What has been Fonati's position in the national legislature? Naming a single issue he's taking on that benefits the general Hopper Lloyd of the Liberian people. Zero. What position has Fonati taken? What bill has he sponsored that benefits the people? What has been his advocacy history over time? Amidst all of the corruption, whether it was in the last government, whether it's in this current government, what has he stood for? The kind of Liberia we all want to see, the kind of Liberia we all want to see, is not a Liberia where the business as usual stuff continues. We want a Liberia where people who go to public office should be people who represent the interests of the Liberian people. We've crossed that point. We can't keep making the same mistake, electing people, appointing people, giving people positions who don't have the moral credential, don't have the advocacy and fighting against corruption pedigree to lead our country. And so Fonati represents the ratting system. And so this is all he's fighting for. Use the position of a speaker, cut deals. That is all. Not that he's going to bring any transformation to the legislature. He has not brought a single transformation to the district representing Grand Crew. The people in the hospital in Grand Crew, they don't even have access to paracetamol. Paracetamol. So what changed? So we got to be serious here. And to be serious is we have to take the bull by the horn. We have to come to a point where we say, you know what, enough is enough. This is a new Liberia. Let's work together. Let's put people into position. Let's move our country forward. Thank you, Stanton.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Again, let me bring in my brother Ed to the corner, Ed Remy Gray.
My brother, you know, it's so difficult when you are deeply engaged with those kinds of entities, and then you'll be presiding over the agenda that drive the discussion, you know, in the well-being or the running of those entities. I clearly see a man that will not be able to remove himself from the well-being of those agencies, and vis-a-vis his own personal interests. But one thing that was so interesting about Michael Thomas, when I gave him the opportunity to name what will benefit the people, he pivoted towards what will benefit them as lawmaker. You understand? And that tells me he himself have his own conflict of interest. He talks about my business, I'll be graduating people. These are some of the bread and butter issues that they'll be residing or presiding over. And, you know, when a man comes here, it's just like Representative Enders. When he came here, he struggled how to explain his school, his clinic. And, you know, these are the individuals that are there. And he goes back to say, he was quick enough, Michael Thomas was quick enough to tell us, you know, collectively what they see in you know, Fonati Kofa. But then when Fangom tried to squeeze him, then he tried to say, well, I can't speak for him. You understand? But he's speaking collectively for other people what he will do. But definitely this is the rotten apple that is carried forward now to a bigger position where it will even be sting more. I mean, imagine a man that was deputy representing all those interests. Now he presides over them. Oh my God. Nothing will happen that Fonati that will not benefit him. It's going to be hard to remove him from that issue. There is so much conflict of interest. And I give kudos to Spoon for squeezing some of these people, man. So let's face it.
You know, we got to go to our brother Gibson, Jerry. But folks, I try to be quiet on this thing. Alcivar Gibson, seriously.
Please tell Stanton. Sorry, please tell the people if you are a government official and your entity is represented by Fonati's law firm, keep sending the information to us. Now we got Liska, we got Buck Press for the passports also added to that list. So all of you that are in these government institutions, if you like, state-owned enterprises, the SOEs, and Fonati Law Firm is representing your entity, we would like to know. You can send us the information so that we can discuss it for public consumption. Just wanted to make that quick announcement. Sorry, Stanton.
No, it's okay because, you know, I try, you know, Fonati is a cool dude, but when it comes to Liberia, it's not about being cool. It's just not about being cool. Like, we got to face it, folks. Big on me. Say what you want to say. But Fonati Kofa, if you put an international law group, the International Law Group LLC, it's right there. Fonati Kofa managing partner is Councillor Ruth Japa. You can check Councillor Ruth Japa up. Commissioner on what? The law firm has taken over the entire country. All those entities. If I'm going to call them SOEs. Everywhere for that to get something there. It's like a Spalloway. Antonin Kokonyon. Mining corporate litigation. You talk about the mining sector. You talk about Safwan Maigret. No cow. I'm not saying it. It's on the website. The negotiation with Lescar and Maritime here in America. The last $7 million that was taken from the Maritime money. You remember when Fonati, Eugene Nangbe, the president, they all had to travel to Israel. We discussed that on this show. $7 million were given to President George Manawia to enable him to run this campaign. Those documents were signed by Fonati Kofa. He's the legal representative that he had to travel with the president. So this is not about us yet. Let's just be fair, folks. So I'm taking back. The lawmakers incoming and outgoing and those that are present will be quiet and say it's okay that he's the best man to be speaker. But then what say you? Why are we fighting? My brother Gibson, Gerald, and Alcivar Tokwa, you please speak on this thing, please.
First of all, Fagon, I'd like to ask you, what part of the conflict of interest law that says if you are a legislator, you cannot serve another government agency?
Thank you very much.
But you can't work for two government agencies.
No, so Fagon, you will answer that later.
You can't work for two government agencies.
We answer it later. It was a rhetorical question.
Get the terminology for it, Zizu. What's the terminology?
Fagon, when he finished, will come to you. Gibson, go ahead.
Original power.
Double dippy.
Double dippy. You can't work for two entities in government.
Gibson, go ahead.
I told you to take Gibson for on the show. You said no, that your cousin. Yeah.
Let's turn this team up a little bit. Let's turn the team up. I disagree with all of you.
Turn it up. It's too slow.
Yeah, let's turn it up. I disagree with every one of you. First of all, you are not looking at intricacies that may be involved. Fonati Kofa has a law firm. We have no information whether he resigned from the law firm when he became senator. We don't have any information.
He's the owner.
So please don't interfere with me. I was silent.
Again, guys, I'm begging everyone, let Gibson speak for him 1 minute.
And we'll some of you are saying today, if I get elected as senator of Grand Jeddah County,
I hope they don't do it. I hope they don't elect you. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
Or JMB appoint me as president of Grand Jeddah County, and I have my pharmacy. So I should. No, let me do that. Let me forget about that. Let me just say the point blank so I can make it even easier for everybody. I've just read the conflict of interest law. There are a lot of conflict of interest in the indications, but I did not see that if you have a law firm and the government of Liberia or any entity of the government of Liberia contacted your law firm to provide legal services, then it is double dipping. The people that are working at these entities are not Fonati Kofa. We don't know Fonati Kofa's status. Is he still a owner? Is he still an active owner or a passive owner? You have to look at all of these things before you can assume that a man is double dipping. So I don't agree with that.
No, we didn't say I will interrupt you. So let me I beg you. Let me address the question, guys. Mr. Gibson, for Nati, he's still an owner. He's still part of it. Councilor J. Jonathan Fonati Kofat is still part of this thing. He's still the owner, right? His managing partners and other partners, we can get them here. It's online. Don't act like you can go online and read these things. Stop wasting our time.
No, I'm not wasting your time. I'm not wasting your time. And you should appreciate my disagreement with you people. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All of you said the same thing. You are all wrong. Fonati Kofat is not in any conflict of interest. The man has partners. So because Fonati Kofat is senator, so the whole law firm should die. All the partners should not survive. They should get close to the law firm. That's not the way people work. And there's nowhere in the conflict of interest law that if the government of Liberia contact your services, you cannot work for that. You cannot. If some people are even consultant in one agency and working with one agency, it can be. The only conflict of interest is you cannot be a government official and work for a private entity. You have to declare your interest in a private entity. That's what a conflict of interest says. So there's no way. I have not seen it. I'd like for some of you to show it where if you are senator, then your law firm where you have partners, 4, 5, 6, 7 partners, everybody should die because you senator. They cannot control a law firm anymore. It's wrong. You are giving wrong information to the public. Stop
Thank
that.
you. Thank you
You
very
are
much,
wrong.
brother. Gibson, Gerald, thank you very much again.
You should be the counter Gibson.
Listen, I beg you, we gotta go to our brother Alpha, then we'll come back. I like your pin share, by the way. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Isaac,
thank you. You know, they say good guys wear pink.
I know.
thank Isaac, you muted. Can you unmute?
If I say one deal with me, let me point out the place.
Hey, man, Gibson, don't do this time. No, I beg you, Gibson. Isaac, can you unmute?
Am I unmuted?
You good, Isaac?
Gibson, can you hear me? Can you clear the wax from your ears before I speak? Look, Fonati is a childhood friend of mine, but just hearing this, just on the surface, and it has to be confirmed and determined that he's an active partner. He has not recused himself completely. He's not getting any revenue from these, contracts that his law firm has with any of these agencies. But it's definitely a conflict of interest. It's unethical, and it violates the separation of powers in government. For Gibson to sit here and just like, blase kind of fashion, talk about this kind of stuff like it's nothing.
Show the law. Don't just talk in your mouth. Show the law.
The first thing in Article 3 of our Constitution is very clear, right? Our form of government is Republican. And that's why we'll have separate, coordinated, branches of government. So if you can't even understand that part, that the executive and the judiciary and the legislative should be completely separate based on the principles of separation of power and checks and balances. So what check will, like the deputy speaker, we got to reach to speaker here. Would the deputy speaker...
Gibson, set up properly. Set up so you can learn, student.
What check would the deputy speaker offer for the government if there is a contractual disagreement between one of those agencies, one of those corporations he represents in the government, or even in the negotiation of an agreement or contract? Do you think he will say otherwise or seek the best interest of the country or the people concerned versus his own? Come on, Gibson. That's why it's clear conflict of interest if he actually has continued ownership in that ILG or whatever the name is called. Okay? So we can't have elected officials, or our representatives who's supposed to be applying, strict ethical standards, being involved in this kind of stuff, And then again, just to emphasize on the separation of power, it's clearly in our Constitution and it should be, applied. But he has been deputy speaker for how long? 6 years? And these issues, his peers have not brought them up. It is like even though you're in opposition, you don't know everything. So other people got to step up to this thing. Now when he wants to run for what they call it in speaker now, they should bring these up. And then the application of any legal restrictions with regards to these things, our LACC, our other integrity institutions, they don't look at process, they don't look at structure. I mean, these are things that they really should be looking at and bringing attention to for the general public and creating greater awareness. Unfortunately, they don't do these things. And then just the perception of this, the general perception of this, I think is very negative. Even if at the end of the day, he's not involved specifically, but he still has ownership. It is wrong, and I think he should reconsider and he should address this hopefully before the elections. For the speakership.
And again, I want to say thank you, Asif. I want to say thank you, Asif Atuba. It's good to have everyone on this show, but we should be very, 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 very truthful. Fonati Kofa remains managing partner of that law firm. Most recently, Fonati Kofa was hosting other lawmakers. We got the video, we can play it. He was there. He have a big office there. It is important. We are not beating on him for being the owner of the law firm. But the pay to play, the conflict of interest, that's exactly where we're coming from. Fonati Kofa.
So Gibson want me to go find Article 3 of the Constitution.
I beg you, where you find out
does not address that. Article 3 does not address the situation.
I beg you guys, we gotta move on. We gotta go ahead. I beg you guys, please. Mame, let me bring you in. Since we started with you, then we'll go to Jemima Wodokodi after you, Mame. Talk to us.
You see, briefly before going to Fonati, there's a scary thing that this new representative started shouting about, and I just wanted to highlight. He's a representative. He's not talking about legislation or oversight function that can increase the access to electricity for his people. He's talking about distributing solar light. The first day on the show, he's not talking about legislation or oversight activities he will do to improve road connection. He's talking about building roads. He's not talking about how he can institute reform to make vocational and technical education accessible and align with the job market realities in the ground. He's talking about how he conduct training and coming to graduate people. It just reminds me about the Thomas Fallas factor, how they use their offices in the legislature to get money and present themselves as a solution rather than the state and the institutions as solution. I just wanted to highlight. On Fonati Kofa, I mean, it's clear. I don't have the law in my hand to read the specific provisions. I'm not a lawyer. But we were on this identical show discussing about how entities, public institutions, has been using state resources. Some of those institutions we highlighted, we brought a letter here that they took loan, what they call the play name, maritime, took loan in advance on the eve of election. The audit report on government institution has to go to the legislature, be debated before sent to the president. Fonati Kofa is the lawyer of these institutions. His entity currently on the website of International Law Group, his picture is there as managing partner. In fact, the picture is the picture of Fonati sitting in the chair with the gavel in his hand in the Senate, in the legislature. That the picture he's using on the website. So it's a recent picture. How will he put other report on an agenda to preside over when that other report is indicting some of his clients? But before people use other report, it must pass through the legislature. The speaker must put it on the agenda. How will he do it when some of the other reports are indicting his clients? So it's clear there will be conflict of interest, but I want to highlight this thing. We're calling on these representatives to not vote for Fonati because of the reason. This is the scary part, Stanton. And the solution is not just to condemn Fonati today, but we should go further after this speakership election. Most of the lawmakers were calling on to not vote for Fonati are equally having different businesses and different consultancies. That's why it will be difficult for them to vote against Fonati on that basis, because they themselves are conflicted. So it could be difficult for them to vote against him for that reason. Even in the executive, you have people in the executive who got law firms, who got businesses working with government. You saw Samurai Wolokoli Kenya, he boasted proudly how he's doing business with government. So it's an institutional issue that we need to address beyond the speakership election. We need to take structural action to put in place strong laws and regulations to ensure these people pull themselves out of these institutions legally, establish that they will not play a role, and will document it. Then if they play a role, then they are in violation of those provisions, then we take action against them. But yes, Fonati will not perform his duties, because for the last 6 years, you saw the man in the House of Representatives. Nothing substantial you saw out of him. No progressive law he introduced, because some of the progressive law will hurt his client. You don't expect him to do anything different when he becomes speaker. But going forward is beyond Fonati as an individual. Most of the people in the House of Representatives are in the same shoe of Fonati. People in the executive are in the same shoe of Fonati. We can't stop them from owning businesses. But what we can do is to put in place good regulations to ensure that when they come into public service, they should take themselves from those businesses, and it should be documented. And if they play an active role, then they are in violation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mom. Minister Wolokoli?
Hold on, man.
Coming to you, Mr. Eduardo.
Yeah. I'm so anyway. I'm not.
Can I get 10 minutes after her?
Can you hear me?
Yes, Minister Wolokoli.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I'm not surprised at Gibson. Gibson, your behavior to the Liberian people, not to us on this platform, when you are dishonest and to not say the truth that represents certain situation, I feel disappointed. But let's say this. Fonati, he should not do what he's doing, because it is totally wrong. You cannot be deputy speaker or speaker and you representing the entire government. Because if you representing NPA, NOCA, and Maritime, all the major lucrative organization or entity, what do you do? How does other entity come in to do business with government? You're sitting in that seat, then you're awarding all the contracts to you. And not only that, you're president for the lawyer. I mean, you're president, you're lawyer for George Banawea, the president, sitting president. You're a lawyer for him. Then you're lawyer for all the entities. It's conflict of interest. We are not lawyers, but we know better. Even Ma Benu said now in the interior know very well that if the town chief that's sitting in a particular village take all the contract and things, or the things that government will bring for them, and award it to his son. Okay, you take the one. Then he gave the other contract to his daughter. He take the other contract and gave it to his wife. How do you call that? This is what Fonati is doing. And when you go to talk about it, the whole time won't go down my throat that, this. It is totally wrong, Gibson. How can you alone, we have so many lawyers, qualified lawyers in the town, and you will take Liska, you take Maritime, you take Noka, and Safwa Gray. Safwa Gray is a partner to Fonati. So you see how corrupt their brain and their minds are. This is totally unacceptable. I didn't even know. I just seen a ball in my blood. You can't do that. So it means that only Safwa Gray and Fonati Kova can live a luxurious life. See the property they built. See how they live the life. And majority of the people suffering. You got lawyers in the town who cannot even get one contract from government because Fonati and Safwa Gray have taken everything onto themselves. It is totally wrong. It's conflict of interest. I don't care how you put it. It's so wrong, Gibson. You can love them. They are your friends. But stop what you're doing, because the Liberian people are watching you. We come here to educate our people and tell them the right thing. Whether our friends like it or not, I know Fonati, he's a nice person. I know he just a distant acquaintance. But I don't care. If you're going to be so greedy to grab everything, to be there, to suck everything. That's why we voted the government on the power, because they took everything onto themselves. How can Fanati and Safra Gray in the government, she president on Nuka, he is deputy speaker, then they take everything? Total. I don't know what to say. I don't even want to talk to the other one, but it's conflict.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I always say this though. You know, when I mention roof, and then people say, because Fanati is out there, folks. If I believe and I stand to be corrected, the managing partner of Fanati Kofa law firm, the international law group, Roof, her husband worked directly with Archibald Bonal. Worked directly with Archibald Bonal. I mean, I don't want to say this thing. You don't make me say these things.
You have to say it.
Our country will move 100 degrees backward if we fail to speak on this issue.
Yes.
As Fonati remain President George Manneh, we are personal lawyer, apart from the other thing. The financial activities and engagement in obtaining other ventures, I will say again tomorrow, businesses that they have acquired. How can Fonati defend and fight for the Liberian people when he's part and parcel of everything that was done under George Manneh and his law firm? Mr. Eduardo, talk to me.
Thank you. Because the thing what you're doing, I'm right. My auntie just called me from all the way from me. She said, Opa, what did they got conflict of interest? I said, Mama, go back to the radio, you listen, I will tell you where they got conflict of interest. Our party, all our money. They put the money in Fonati here, Fonati that our people better. Then Fonati said that instead of dividing money, but he said the money he coming to divide, he do well for it. But the way he do, we don't see it. But like one way he do. So he hold the money and he divide the money. He will not pay his over plus. Now what they got conflict of interest, he got money for all, but he's paying, taking the money and pay his over plus. Look, let me say this. If you guys remember the case of Samara Wodokali, when he was as the finance ministry, he actually gave a contract to LEC. And they tried to maintain as though, look, the likes of Falanti is actually standing in front of the dump truck that's bringing the crush right for your roads. That's conflict of interest because he has to benefit. What these guys are doing, they are creating bottlenecks across every single government entity. Until anything moves, they erect a checkpoint. And at that checkpoint, they have to collect something. It's actually an extortion scheme that they're running through the government. This is not something whether it's illegal or not illegal. Anybody who argues to the contrary, that what Fonati is doing is illegal, then they don't know what they're talking about. Look, how hard it is for you to become a representative. Do you realize that when you are a representative in Liberia, you saw an oath to commit the entirety of your time to the service of the people? When you have something additional, you are taking time away from the people. That is a crime. Fonati cannot be running these entities. Let us lie to ourselves. Look, these guys set up these entities when they come to government. And Stanton, I love what you're going to do. Most of these representatives, we ourselves have to do this. If you're in the legislature, the businesses you own, we have to know them. Because they funnel these contracts to their personal businesses. And this is wrong. Me and Meme won't make money too. But we don't have to be in the legislature. We went to the same damn school. We can't eat too. Stanton.
Can I get 10 seconds, please?
No, we gotta go to everybody now.
I got opposing view. Let me.
I beg you, don't interrupt our show. I beg you, Gibson, please.
Hey man, yeah, man.
Is that the reason why you get opposing view?
Yeah.
Gibson, you can do all your talking on the other show.
Can I read the law for the benefit of
Isaac, you can do all your talking on the other show, then you come here to disrupt our show. That's not fair, my brother. I beg you, Gibson. Yeah, I beg you, please. Let go, precinct by precinct, line by line, little here and little there. I beg you. Let me bring in my brother, Stephen Johnson. Stephen, this is big before I say read the law. This is very big. Once you put Fonati in and his law firm, you see everywhere he represents in Liberia, LTA is coming up. LTA as well. is coming up. Fonati Kofa has sometimes represented Claudia, the First Lady, George Manawia wife. Fonati represented the president in obtaining a parcel of land, a property in Ghana. I mean, let's just be serious for once. Like Liberians, we are not being personal. But I think Fonati needs to speak on these things, Stephen, and recuse himself and tell the Liberian people where he stands prior to the lawmakers then going to vote. Because if Fonati is in bed, business bed, legal bed with George Manawia and all the other entities, then Liberian people need to know who is the real Fonati J. Kofa. Stephen Johnson. We're not hearing you. We're not hearing you, Stephen. All right, go come back. Fagon, can you come before we go to Azevar?
You know, Stanton, I don't want to argue on the law because it's dead. The code of conduct, everything is dead. The law of 2014, maybe Isaac will bring it. If he doesn't, I'll swing around again and bring it. What I want to say here is this. Talking about no cow, pork price, NPA, LPRC, Maritime, all of the above, SOEs and what have you. You know, Stanton, this revolution or this battle that we fought was to bring down the Southeastern cabal. And we were successful to some extent. And that is why I said we've won one battle and there are several other battles we'll have to fight. The Southeastern cabal has not gone down yet. You can see the Southeastern cabal still wants to handle the third place in government. Now, and the reason why I'm raising this to your attention, you made mention of Ruth husband working with Archibald Bernard. Okay? But who is Archibald Bernard? The legal advisor to who? To the president. Who is Fonati Kofa? The private legal or lawyer attorney to the president. Now, who is also Fonati Kofa? The deputy speaker, also from the Southeast, the Speaker Buffer. And what have they been engaged in? If you look at all these areas, it will interest you to note whether Eugene Nangbe, whether pork price, whether Bill Twawe, NPA, or ice cream, NPA, or what have you, clearly the Southeastern cabal have gone. And they want to hang on to power to hide the loot. Because remember, anything that comes on the floor, maybe Gibson does not know this. It is the speaker, first amongst equals, that brings it on the floor. And if he decides it doesn't come on the floor, like you saw Yeke crying all the time, it will not come on the floor. So let me say this. The Southeastern cabal
100%
will not, under no condition, hold on to the speaker's seat. And that is the reason why I'm saying this. There are lots of issues where people saying, oh, the man promised to get a one pickup truck. The man promised. Look, listen, man. I'm not here for the rumors. But if you just come here and don't understand legislative politics, and you want to be a Yeke Koluba in the 55th legislature, continue. I think Fonati made a mistake to play his hand so soon. This vote is going to take place on January 15th. By December 1st, Fonati had his list. Nobody on that list would guarantee Fonati. People will revert to the senator's playbook, which is already in play right now as I speak. Senators who were elected and the ones before are holding consultative meetings with individuals. Again, please listen and listen very well. This vote will not happen until January 15. Lawmakers that are showing off their chest and what have you, forget it. When the time reaches, you will tell me, Stanton, you will tell me, say, Fagon, you told me. They will eat for Nati good up to the 20th of December, and they will be looking for the next victim. Having said that, before I close, let me say this to you, Stanton. Mama Bree Skimbia flex all her muscle. You ever ask Mama Bree, Mama, let me ask you. When it was time to do that, you say you are busy or doing something else. When it was time to sing, you say you are busy or doing something else. You say the boy who took the picture, you know where he is, but he got plenty of picture, but you will try to find it. Mema is legislatively savvy. The case that is up on our deck is Speaker. Mema trying to see where she fits in as an independent. I can understand that. But legislative politics is playing here. And any lawmaker who likes your district will play the parliamentary politics. The reason why I say so, my friend, that 18,000 votes elected you in your 80,000 constituency. And so it means 66,000 people did not go for you. So it will not do anything for them to just step on you one time and you finish. People need to be careful. But as I said, the conflict of interest, which nobody can debate, not even Gibson can help, is visible. How will the Speaker bring a public hearing on maritime when his law firm is the one defending Liska? How will he bring a public hearing on our passport, our diplomatic passport that is all around the world flying, when he is the lawyer for Buck Press? How will he talk about LPRC when he is the lawyer for LPRC? So we look at it and know that the Southeastern cabal is at play. And Liberians listening know that Funati cannot be the Speaker, and they will tell the lawmakers, try it. We fire almost 65 to 70% of lawmakers and will not hesitate to recall you people this time. Recall now, we're not waiting for 6 years again. You do something that people don't like, we take 10,000 signatures, we take it from there. Period. All lawmakers need to be on notice. A new sheriff is coming to town and the law will be followed. No president will protect you.
But there is no law like that right now, though. Don't let the people think that weak up.
All right, so all right, guys, hey, I beg you, I say, let's go ahead. I say, let's go ahead, I beg you. Steven Johnson, come in.
Yeah,
Steven Johnson, come in.
so I wanted to say here that
few things to call.
Yeah, few things to consider here. The first thing is all public corporations are part of the executive branch of government. So it's a complete separate branch from the legislature. And the second thing I also like to lay emphasis on here is also the fact that those who head those committees are appointed by the Speaker. So it doesn't make any real difference if Steven Johnson has the Maritime Committee in the House appointed by the Speaker, and the Maritime people come in there and we're saying that the House operates within committee room, and so it has no direct involvement. No. The Speaker is the one, first, as Fagon said, who set the basis for the conversation to happen on the floor, to appoint the head of committees. So it is clear conflict of interest when you have the Speaker of the House directly involved in the legal operations of his law firm that is being retained by a public corporation under the executive branch of government. We are not saying, and let's just say, we are not saying Funati cannot own a private business. Nobody is saying that. Nobody is saying that he cannot own a private business. We're saying your private business cannot be receiving direct funding from government agency when you, in fact, represent the very same government as the Speaker, the chairperson in command. That is what we're saying. Now, in this case, and this law is to tell Gibson about the double dipping we talk about. Yes, what the law says, it says the receipt of double illuminant. It says a public servant shall not while receiving or being paid salary by a public service office, at the same time receive or be paid salary by another public office. The public servant, that is, providing service to other institutions, including service on board on account of a duty required by government, shall not demand and receive any public benefits for such service. So I just wanted to read this one in terms of that you cannot work for two different entities in government while serving one entity. You can't. It's against the law. So I can't be working with finance, perform a duty to conduct audit at commerce, and the commerce ministry pay me another money for doing it. Now, here's the second thing. If you can recall, and I'll close on this. Kilby. You remember Kilby, the guy was the former GSC commissioner, Robert Kilby. Robert Kilby was dismissed by President Sirleaf on grounds of conflict of interest. Why? Robert Kilby, while serving as Auditor General of the Republic of Liberia, his accounting firm was hired by the General Service Agency to perform accounting duties. Robert Kilby and the lady at the time who was the GSA boss, both of them were fired by President Sirleaf on grounds of conflict of interest. The story is out there. You can read about it. So what we're saying, essentially, we're not saying Fonati cannot run a private business, but that private business cannot have direct involvement with government, and Fonati still maintains her role. And let me just close on this final note. When Donald Trump was elected president, we saw that there were many cases where he recused himself from most of his business entity. Whether it was his golf course, whether it was his hotel chain, he recused himself, even down to his daughter. When her husband, Jared Kushner, was appointed in the White House, his daughter recused himself from a clothing line, because they were moving out to Washington to work to her husband was going in the White House. So this, even let's just say for a second that we don't have any laws on the book. It is completely unethical. It is completely unethical. It is completely unethical for you to be in a government position of authority and at the same time serving the legal interest of an entity that is covered also under the government, but in different branch of government.
As if I took my place. I said, we're not hearing you. You got to unmute. I said, you got to unmute.
Yeah, you muted me. But anyway, here we go. So even when you Google or when you search for the phrase conflict of interest in our, Act of Legislature prescribing a National Code of Conduct, you get 6 references. Okay, I will read a few. In the preamble, already the hair started, whereas Chapter 11, Article 90 of the 1986 Constitution of Liberia stipulates the following provisions. And this is coming from the Constitution of Chapter 11. No person, whether elected or appointed to any public office, shall engage in any other activity which shall be against public policy or constitute conflict of interest. So right there, they're telling you conflict of interest is wrong. C, the legislature shall, in pursuance of the above provision, prescribe a code of conduct for all public officials and employees, stipulating the acts which constitute conflict of interest or are against public policy and the penalties for violation thereof. So maybe we need to get more granular with the law, but I think it's very clear here what this is saying. So we'll come to 1.3.6. It defines conflict of interest as when a public official, contrary to official obligations and duties to act for the benefit of the public, exploits a relationship for personal benefit. Who can tell me those employment with those other government agencies and even the private sector that is influenced by government is not something for Fonati's personal benefits? I won't know the person. In Part 9, gifts, bribes, and conflict of interest is very clear. In Section 9.6, use of office for private interest. No public official or employee of government to use an official position to pursue private interests that may result in conflict of interest. So those things are very clear to me where they stand. And if you look at the actual, Constitution, Article 3, it clearly states Liberia is a unitary sovereign state divided into counties for administrative purposes. The form of government is republican with 3 separate coordinate branches: the legislative, the executive, and judiciary. Consistent with the principles of separation of powers and checks and balances, no person holding office in one of these branches shall hold office in or exercise any of the powers assigned to either of the other 2 branches, except as otherwise provided in the Constitution. And no person holding office in one of the said branches shall serve on any autonomous public agency. If you are a lawyer, you are serving there. So let's get it clear. This is a complete violation of our code of conduct, of conflict of interest, and the separation of powers. Arrest.
Thank you very much. Elvami Gray, before we go to Gibson.
Fonati is like the taproot. You understand? He has access that connects him to all of this official, including President Weah. And he's going to be very vital in providing testimony against some of these issues that will border around corruption. Well, let's go back to what the U.S. government, in terms of precedent, what it did to Donald Trump. Donald Trump came in with so many business interests. And then they made the argument that his interest was placed in a blind trust. The post said, well, if you place your stuff in a blind trust, you can go there and withdraw. It will still benefit you. So they established another trust when it came to the matter of the GSA building owned by government, in which he has established a lease of that building for 60 years. So they are saying that he's president and is also a landlord. So there is potential conflict of interest. If it comes to the building, it will seek the building interest as opposed to the people of the United States. So there is something called revocable trust. In other words, they are saying that as long as he's president, he cannot benefit financially from any deal. I think in this case, if we can see a revocable trust, that Fonati is going to be presiding over these issues, and he must not benefit financially. At least that addresses the issue of self-conflict. We're not saying that, as Stephen said, he cannot own business, but you cannot own business at the same time preside in the legislature as the decision maker over those businesses or the personal interest. So, my brother, I think we've said it enough in terms of what Fonati stands to benefit, and it's not going to waive that in place of the people of Liberia. There's nothing to show us that he's not going to benefit financially, more so when he's going to preside over the decision of the running of these businesses. So, in my opinion, if Fonati wants to say, "Oh, I will not be part of this," then we must see this revocable trust, where, in other words, we're saying that when he was speaker, any profit that came from those businesses, he's not going to benefit financially or otherwise. Then we'll know that definitely he has no interest, because he has removed himself from the intent of making profit, which is why his law firm was established to do.
But let me say this, and people need to understand where we're coming from with this one. Has Fonati Kofa benefited? Yes. Yes. Will he benefit even more? Yes. Will he benefit double, triple? Yes. Let's be fair, folks. We have a lot of documents as to how he benefited from CDC-led government. George Manawia, personal lawyer, their engagement, the ups and downs. So let's stop that thing. The name Fonati, wait for your time. Fonati, wait for your time. Don't make no mistake about this. I like what everybody's saying. It's not an issue, but Fonati should speak on these things. Before a lawmaker vote for Fonati, Fonati should come up openly and speak on this thing. If not, they should vote against Fonati. Fonati have one of the largest law firms in the country. They are owners of banks. You don't know about this. I know because I'm in possession of these documents. So, I mean, Fonati should be a speaker. Sure, he's qualified. But let's talk about the issue. Richard Coon, yeah. Would they serve the people right? Equally so. But we have to speak on these things. So I like what you say, Remy Gray, but the man have benefited. The man not eat a cake. The man will go to the chocolate pie, he will go in the ice and he will eat it all. It's not a problem. But assure the Liberian people that there will be no conflict between your law firm and that of your position as speaker. There will be no conflict. Is Fonati doing a pro bono job for Maritime? You want to believe that? Is he just representing No Car for free? Are we kidding? Fonati doing God thank you, bless you program and walk away? Track Fonati record. And we'll say the same thing about Richard Coon. We are talking about Fonati today. We should also speak equally about Richard Nagbe Coon. What's happening with Richard Coon and the accounting firm? What's happening with Richard Coon? Oh, your Unity Party bill want to say stand up a shuttle now. What's happening with Richard Coon and the university? What's happening with Richard Coon was there? Stephen Johnson want to text me and say slow down? No.
Who begging you to slow down?
I just ate small potatoes green. Just small. Because I was the last one. So folks, let's talk about Fonati and let's talk about Richard Coon. Who is better? The lesser of the two evil. Why should we always have two little devil and we decide? Why we can't have two angels? Somebody said, if I'm going to say the lesser of the two evil, why would there be two evil always in our country? Can we say
you were late for class today. You were late with this in the beginning.
No, I can give an example, like even on the private side. We are a fintech company trying to get partnership with Orange. Orange has a whole sexual conflict of interest. Yeah. They ask you questions. That's standard in corporate governance. What you don't understand, Jeru?
Jeru understands that. Who told you he doesn't? He does.
Jeru objective on Spoon Talk is to leave from the other show where he would denigrate everybody on Spoon Talk. Then he said, Jeru, speak about Stanton. Jeru will say, I'll not say anything about Stanton. He will say, I will say everything about Unity Party and Joseph Boyka, but I will not say anything about Stanton. Because if I say I will not go on Spoon Talk, then they will laugh. It's there. If the recording are there, go on Facebook. I'm not calling the show name, but I respect Jerome. He's entitled to his own opinion. He's not going to put fear in any one of us. But let's jump over Jerome a little bit and bring Fagon. Let's jump over Jerome a little bit.
Fonati is a Saudi lawyer. Let's have him on the show.
Are you serious right now?
So I presented the case to Richard Coon. Richard Coon said, I want to come on Spoon Talk. And I personally spoke to Fonati for almost 46 minutes. Fonati said, if I should argue with Richard Coon, we should do it on the floor of the House of Representatives, not on Spoon Talk. He said, we're bringing all the network and they will carry live. We should do it on the floor. I said, but we are inviting you here. Fonati said, I said, then come by and say, Fonati dodged the thing. So that's Fonati. He said he can do it. He want to do it on the floor himself. So Fagon, I think that answers your question, Mr. Duadu.
Thank you. Let me say to the people in Radio Land, because I think I'm tired with all of you here. You're feeling eating rice. You can't sit here and be shouting in my ear.
We don't eat rice, Fagon. You know, at least we eat small rice in a portion size, not full to carry our blood pressure up.
Let me tell you something. I got a good bill of clearance today for health. I'm too happy right now to play. I don't even try.
Oh, Fagon, I'm happy.
Yeah.
Fagon, I gotta say this real quick, folks. You know, people get some crazy stuff they say. Should I say it or should I wait? Fagon. No, I'll wait.
Let me talk.
No, I want to say something about what
continue eating potato green. That thing nearly gave me cancer.
But there you go. Now you cancer, man. Move from there.
Not dope. All right, folks, let me say this. I beg you. I want to really say this, and I want my colleagues on the panel to take note of this. This is the first time I will say to Liberians, Spoon Talk has always been there for all of you, but you have a decision to make. We can either continue. Take, for example, 2 days ago, Fuani Brothers, any Liberian that ever saw that stuff will get angry to the core. You don't have a palm farm in our country, but you want to refine oil. Then all the palm farm in our country, you say, you don't want to have nothing. You want to bring the oil from Osa instead of taking the palm farm from Sano, Golden Verolium, the one in Bombing that Semi Dabi was operating, all the coconut plantation. Those ones you don't have interest. You want to buy other people oil, bring it to our country and refine it, and then sell it to us at a higher price. We say we got lawmakers.
Eugene, are you really serious?
I'm dead serious. Ask Stanton Raya, he on the show, asking he will produce the letter from the Minister of Agriculture, telling the legislature not to do it. They did it, they passed it 4G.
We discussed it here, Pagwan. We discussed it, but you were not here.
Yeah. No, I was here, I was on the show. And it went to, we even had Jonathan Bocha Sebwe, who had a press conference. They did not even have a quorum, yet the Senate even passed it faster than the House of Representatives. But we all know how we're going to come back and repeal it. There's nobody fighting. And these are some of the reasons why we're fighting. Because Fonati was the deputy speaker. Fonati was there again. As a lawyer for Fuani to have this kind of opportunity, he did it. So it's a continuation, or we put a stop to it. The Liberian people did well, Gibson. They came in and they fired almost 70 lawmakers. They took 11 out of the 15 out of the Senate, booted them out. Then they went to the House of Representatives. Fonati was only lucky by a fingertip. He managed to pass. But the Liberian people had fired his boss, the speaker, and fired all the other ones then that were tasting that on that committee, that Akara's great chairman or executive, the highest. They fired him. They fire everybody. So again, tonight, we can either have a continuation of the Southeastern cabal with the 4G passage of Asila Mito, then all the people who came and did nothing for our country, Western cluster and what have you, or we can turn a new page. The Liberian people decided that they were going to fire all the lawmakers that offended them. And they did it. They did it, Avatuba. So it's left with us in Article 38, when it says each house shall adopt its own rules of procedure. I'm reading. Enforce order, and with the concurrence of 2/3 of the entire membership may expel a member for cause. I told Stanton A. Witherspoon that the people of Bombay, realizing that Edwin Snow negotiated a deal that robbed them and waived $14 million and destroyed our roads to Kitman, Bombay, and Bapolu, the 3 counties shall combine and have him recall or expel one of the 2 for cause. And the causes are so many. Going outside of a Mineral Development Agreement, MDA, and causing a company to mine our ore under what? A Memorandum of Understanding. Gray and others were here. It happened. We will remove him for cause. But I'm saying this to the Liberian people and to you, my esteemed panelists here. Fonati is a friend to all of us, your childhood friend and everything. But he was deputy speaker. People's salaries got cut. The police director came and said, the police can't carry a gun, but the man was walking right in his own office with a gun on his side. We saw it right here. We've seen the way they beat students on the campus. Lawmakers did nothing to their police. We've seen extrajudicial killings. Zopiano brother killed Alexander Say, a police commissioner, in cold blood, and was released in 2 weeks from the jail without facing trial and let go. We've seen all these things. So it cannot be the deputy speaker succeeding the speaker that was fired by the Liberian people. It cannot be. We cannot be fighting for change and then hoping for continuation. I repeat, somebody did not hear me. We cannot be fighting for change and at the same time hoping for continuation. When the Liberian people decided to change all these lawmakers, they took the decision that they wanted that change. And that change we must give to the Liberian people. And that change is first among equals. The second reason is that we have a president who has an agenda for change and coming in with a platform that insists on agriculture, roads, education, sanitation, and tourism. And that can only be achieved if you can put his agenda on the floor. To have a CDC official to say that I am a sedition and I want to be your speaker and I represent the president's interests, I represent my party interests, I represent his wife, the president's wife interests, I represent all the state-owned enterprises that have robbed you people, and I want to be your speaker. My friend, it's the height of dishonesty to the Liberian people. I respectfully submit by saying our next speaker will be Honorable Richie Kuhn, who will present the agenda that the Liberian people voted for on the House floor for deliberation, and that is Chu Joseph Nyumba Boakai. Thank you very much for having me.
Well, thank you very much. Let me bring in Gibson Jeru. Gibson, let me bring in Gibson. I said, we'll come to you. You will take us home on this one. Let's give Gibson exact 1 minute. It's 7:38. Gibson can have 45 seconds.
And that one gives him to say something. Gibson starts scratching his history. Say, "Oh, I'm sorry,
Look, first of all, Stanton, I'm a journalist and I've run newspaper. I ran before. I became manager before. Anybody who denigrates the owner of the paper or the talk show, then you are not willing to be on that show. So if you think I'm going to denigrate you anywhere, you're lying. I can denigrate everybody on this show, but
you can't denigrate the man. You say the man a liar.
I say you people are liar. But man, I will do everything to stay on this show here. Y'all get moving from here because I will not cause trouble. I will not cause trouble to leave from here. And no, Fagon, I understand legislative politics to some extent. Fagon, if someone served as cop reporter, junior reporter, senior reporter, chief reporter, news editor, managing editor in the Liberian media, and you look at me, I don't understand what you say. You are joking, bro. You are joking. But let me say something here. I got less time. There are 5 things that we need to look at when we are talking about Fonati Kofa. The first one is Fonati Kofa receiving salary from another government entity while he receiving salary from where he is? The answer will be no. The second one is the law firm that is working with these.
The answer is yes.
The law firm that is working with these institutions, are they working against public policy or public interest or for public interest? They are working for public interest. The law says if you are working against public interest, it didn't say when you are working for public interest. So all the laws that you read the law that you read do not hold Fonati Kofa accountable for that. The third one is
when Gibson talking, you look at Andrew Mama's face, she can be so mad.
The third one is The law firm has partners. The fact that Konati Kofa became senator does not mean that the rest of the lawyers' life end or the law firm should be closed down. It doesn't work that way. There's no law that says if you are a senator or minister and you are working in the law firm cannot get contract from government. There's nothing like that. The fourth one is perception. Perception as a Vatoba. It's not law. Perception is not law. Whatever is not law, it's not illegal, it can be done. So because you feel like because the man working in the other government agency and then the law firm is doing business with government agency, therefore it is conflict of interest. It doesn't work that way.
They're cussing you plenty here. I really understand.
No, I know. I enjoy them. I like to be training. I like to be training. The last thing is
the word optics.
There's no what you call optics. Optics is not law.
When you didn't start a job, we are demise. We look for the non-billing.
It is not law. If you can look, let me tell you something. You guys let interfere when I talk. I get less time. You're still interfering. If you guys want Konati Kofa to be out of that seat, you have the right to campaign for it. But to say that you are using a non-law to hold him accountable is going to be a defeated argument. There's no law. All the law you read, you understand English. Nothing there that speaks to what we are talking about here. So yes, Konati Kofa has a right for her law firm and other partners to have contract with government entities, and they are working in the interest of those entities, not against the entities. If they were working against the entity, I will join you today and say Konati Kofa need to recuse himself from that law firm right now, because if your law firm is working against government interest, it's a conflict of interest. That's what the law said, the law you read. So I don't know where you guys coming from with all of this, but I agree that Rachel Kuhn is some of you guys candidate, and I'm not defending Konati. I don't know him. He and myself, we have never sat before, besides interviewing and writing stories about him. I don't know him, but I just have to tell you that you miss it.
Senator, the man got too much time. The man has spoken for 3 minutes, and he's just saying things that all the things saying you're like, I'm not going to believe you. Because first of all, it's in Konati Kofa interest that he will leave all the other lawyers and grab everything with greediness. He grabbed all the contract from all the government entity. It's in your interest, not in the Liberian interest.
Yeah, you can say the man greedy. You will be right to say the man greedy, but it's not illegal.
No, it's
you can say everything.
It's wrong.
Listen, you can. Okay, let me just end my statement so you can come on, man. Let me end my statement. So let me end my statement. 10 seconds, you can come and do what you want to do.
Whole day they up and down, they playing.
Let me end my statement. Then you can blast me more. Let me end my statement.
You've been almost 4 minutes.
Yeah, but you're not a moderator, so let me end my comment.
They don't give you too much time. That what happened.
Okay.
They go on other platform. You being insulted.
No, my brother, don't.
Honorable Jemama will call it when now. Honorable Jemama will call it when. We understand about Honorable Wodokoli. Let Gibson finish. Minister Wodokoli. Minister Wodokoli. Let Gibson finish, please. Thank you.
So let me make it short. Let me make it short so she can come in and blast me if she wants. What I'm saying here is this. If what Kofa is doing is perceived to anybody as wrong, they can say it's wrong. That's perception. I don't have a problem with that. If Konati Kofa is corrupt, if he had too much excess baggage and he's not good to be speaker, you can say that. You can convince people they can vote against him. But don't say it's the law, because there's no law for that. You read all the laws you read, just nothing touching that. So don't deceive our listeners and say it is a conflict of interest. No, it is not. It has not reached the threshold of conflict of interest. And Fagon, please, man, don't go to education. You get 4 associate degrees, so you know more than me. That's okay. I'm done.
More than 10 minutes now. Yeah,
I'm done. I said I'm
done. Isaac.
It is your uncle because I don't even know him to be part of the family.
Who?
You.
Isaac, can you go ahead?
Yeah, sometimes good to have people who can make fun on a show and create some lightheartedness and stuff like that. I think that's the role of Jeru on this show.
No, I'm not. I say stop that. You're a big brother. I don't want to say something to you that will not be good. So don't throw jab at me because I'm capable of doing that.
I ain't stop you. I ain't stop
Okay,
you.
all right, no problem. Go ahead and talk. My time will come. Go ahead and talk.
So are you threatening the man?
No, let him go ahead and talk. I respect the man, a big
But
brother. He's a big brother, but if you come to insult me, if you come to insult me, I can do that too.
Nobody on this show.
Let the man
Let the man go ahead. Go ahead.
Providing
it's not fair. You not do this. We are all professional. Please. No, but Minister Wodokoli, you will have the time. You will have the time to speak. Minister Wodokoli, I'm begging you. You will have your time to speak. You cannot interrupt Gibson when he's speaking. We're begging you, please. Gibson is our Dodi. I'm begging you, please. Isaac, it's your turn to speak, Isaac.
Yeah, Gibson is definitely our brother. And I'm just saying, in a group, there is somebody who can create that laughter and that lightheartedness. And you play that role. If you feel insulted away, my brother, I'm sorry. But you really can divert from the issues and so on and just make me specifically laugh. But no, this is serious stuff, okay? And we're talking about declaration of assets. I hope my brother Funati will be a leader in that area and clearly define and delineate his assets, his relationships, his business connection, anything that can bring a cloud to his pursuit of this speakership, okay? And I'm talking against it now from a principle standpoint. And it just makes sense for Funati to step up and clarify it. Whether Kuhn does it or not, I think the moral and ethical responsibility is on Funati to either come on this platform and educate us to the contrary and kind of side with Gibson Jeru if you think we are totally wrong on the issues of conflict of interest, ethics, separation of power, and just the relationships that undermine, his role as a lawmaker when the government is engaging with any of these other interests, or just say the government wants to audit one of those agents, one of those ministerial agencies, or commission he with. Then what? What is his role? What is the oversight that he has played so far as deputy speaker with regards to any of those other institutions? So we have to be honest with some of these things. We got to separate them. It helps our democracy to have these kind of discussions and to be objective in how we approach these kind of issues, regardless of the familiar or the friendly relationships we have with these different individuals who will be involved. Look, Liberia is very incestuous, no lie. Most people have only 1 degree of separation, sometimes 2. The less known people probably got 5 or 6. But most people just 1 telephone call to get to nearly anybody of major concern. So yeah, there's some incest, but we got to police those incests to the point that we're not, disenfranchising so many other Liberians, denying them opportunities, and at the same time depriving the public good that can accrue to other Liberians. So it's just normal for some of us to take those positions, and I just hope Funati, as a learned lawyer, as a very smart individual, to look at this and see what the optics are, what the legality around it, the ethics around it, and the moral value of him continuing this direction.
Thank you, Isaac. Until we got to go, Eduardo, we have to go. We got 11 minutes to wrap this thing up. We have
no, man. Y'all let me talk for 1 minute.
I am totally disappointed in the fact that we have everything. We have everything on both Funati Kofa and Richard Nangbe-Kum. The reason why we are saying this is what you came for, Aaron? You guys want to say?
I came to look at Gibson.
No, I don't say what.
1 minute.
No. We will wrap up, Aaron. Thank you. But Duadu though, Mr. Duadu, the issue here is that we got to discuss Richard Kum too. We got to be fair. We got to be fair. We got to go and discuss Richard Kum because one of the things here is that Richard Kum, we got to know who he is. Most people have not heard about Richard Kum.
Yeah.
Most people don't know Richard Kum.
That's one entire show.
Huh?
I was saying that's one entire show that we've done with Funati. Yeah.
The good, the bad, yes, yeah.
Can we just save Richard Kum for another day where you can do the same?
No, that's what I'm saying. We're not discussing him today.
My other question to you, though, Stanton, you brought this information on us. That's why I provided the caveat. If this is true, everything is bad about it. But is there a way for us to provide documentation that attests to the fact that ILG represents these particular commissions, ministries, agencies, whatever? Is there a way?
Sure, there is.
Okay.
There a way. Listen, guys. Again.
But Senator, we need to establish some facts here.
Yes.
Senator, you ain't fair to me. Y'all gave my 1 minute to
I'll get my minute here.
1 minute for gone.
I told you, if you keep crying, I will leave.
I said, you and Duadu way now. You and Duadu way. The thing you can be doing is so bad. You and Duadu way you can be doing is so bad. It's not good. I say, you don't want us to say. Then you ask me a question. Then want to say, then you say, I'm wait for tomorrow. You want us to talk now?
No,
we're closing. We're closing.
No, we can do it tomorrow.
But I'm trying to wrap this thing up. You say I'm gonna show something.
Okay, wrap it up.
Wrap it up on Funati.
But I'm just saying that we'll be discussing Richard Kun tomorrow.
Okay, great.
That's what I'm saying. We'll be discussing Richard Kun tomorrow.
30 seconds now.
We'll, you know, when after you observe, when it's 7:30, 8 o'clock, then Dualu can be rushing us. I will tell you why he be rushing us during that time. Seriously, I got the information. It's good for us to come on the show and discuss this thing. We'll talk about fat, true, and we'll do it. We ain't finished with Fanatico Fight yet, but I also want us to really discuss Richard Kun. You know, I never heard about the man called Richard Kun, except there's something about speakership. I've never heard about Richard Kun. But what I have gathered about on Richard Kun is like, damn.
Discussing tonight.
I do my closing on Angie Mama. Angie Mama is just in the mood to interrupt everybody. I thought only Gibson you don't like.
Sorry.
Why don't you go first? If I don't go ahead.
I tell her I don't want to go in. Stand on my time to go first.
No, you broke the law. You broke the law. That's why I don't go
like 3 hours we yell. Yeah,
I mean, why is that show you broke the law? Dr. Morris broke the law.
Gibson Jeru, get your pen and paper. Every day I come on this show, I make it my business to teach you, free of charge.
There you go.
I like to reference you to the act of the legislature prescribing the National Code of Conduct.
Degree holder teach a man who going for masters. How can you teach me?
He going, but he reached there. He going.
You refuse to go to school, then he said,
let me talk. You talk. Let me talk. You talk. Let me talk.
You know, but you can't tell me you can teach me. Fagon, this is a disgrace. Because you are an epitome of illiterate elite. You posture yourself as if you know nothing.
Why you interrupting
Everybody here educated more than you. Everybody here educated more than you.
I agree.
Interrupting a man.
Posture yourself like you are educated. You are not.
You interrupting a man.
You're very educated. Illiterate elite.
Slow down. You
don't
adjust your quotes. Leave it like that. Get your pen and paper out.
You can't teach me. You able to teach me? You?
I will teach you right now.
Can teach me?
Whether you like it or not, you will be taught.
Gibson.
Take your pen and paper now.
You refuse to go to school. You posture yourself as educated person. You're illiterate elite like you.
Okay. I agree. So okay now. Take your pen and paper. Take your pen and paper.
Everybody on the show educated more than you, and they are sound more than you.
When I give you
why you want me to Fagon?
No, I just want to tell him that he is an illiterate elite.
I agree. Guys, I'm making your Gibson. Take this pen. Gibson, take this pen. The pen is free. No. If I don't want you to take pen, take pen. There you go.
Gibson is angry because
Gibson, that's the pen, right? You come out with your pen.
Let me teach me. Let me see where you're going to teach me.
All right, Gibson.
Yeah.
You keep screaming, there is no law. There is no law. That's it, this and that. Gibson, take your pen, take a piece of paper, and let me refer you to the act of the legislature prescribing a national code of conduct for all public officials and employees of the government of the Republic of Liberia, Part 1. Write it down. Code of Conduct, Part 1, Preliminary, Section 1.1, which is the preamble, describing Chapter 11, Article 90 of the 1986 Constitution of Liberia that stipulates the following provisions. Right, I want to see you writing. A, no person, whether elected or appointed,
Excuse me, sir. Sir, you say A? Are we to A, sir?
Yes, A.
A, okay.
A,
Go ahead,
which
sir.
part? A, which part?
A, which part, sir? Teacher, please. A, which part?
Each part, section 1.1.
A, section 1.1. Go ahead, sir.
Yes. A, no person, whether elected or appointed, Fonati was elected, to any public office shall engage in any other activity which shall be against public policy or constitute conflict of interest. You see the word in the law? Conflict of interest. Point one, Gibson, that word conflict of interest, you ask, you say, show me the law that has anything that says conflict of interest. I have just shown you. Okay, wait, Gibson, wait, Gibson, wait. B, Stanton, write B. Gibson, go ahead, write B. I just read A.
Wait, sir. So wait. B what, sir? B what?
B of section 1.1. B.
B section 1.1.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
No person holding public office shall demand and receive.
You're reading too fast, sir. I beg you, can you slow down, please? You're reading too fast.
B.
Yes,
no
sir.
person holding public office, Fonati is holding public office, shall demand and receive any other perquisites.
Can you spell that word, sir, please?
Perquisites, comma, emoluments, emoluments. Now let's find the definition of emoluments. The definition is a salary. Gibson, write that down. A salary, comma, fee, that means small money, or profit from employment or office. So since we want to define emoluments, a salary. Does Fonati get a salary from the law firm?
What happened? What happened?
I said Gilson is in class and the teacher said he needs to write and he's not writing. So you need to dismiss him. I said Gilson is in class and the teacher said he needs to write and he's not writing. So you need to dismiss him.
No, Gibson walked out of school class. He walked out.
The man dropped the course.
The man dropped. He walked out of class. Thank you very much for taking notice. Ladies and gentlemen. Elena, thank you. Thank you. Continue watching, please. Gibson walked out of class.
Seriously, Stanton, let me just say something. Seriously, okay? We know this speakership is critical both to the Unity Party and to the Republic of Liberia. So for the edification and education and elucidation of our people out there, please provide the necessary documentation to substantiate the claims we made tonight. In my opinion, I think that would be the honest.
Yeah, but you're not closing. That's why I'm going to finish closing. You're doing an announcement.
So you see, Stanton, in that B part where you talk about emoluments, a salary, fee, or profit. Fonati is co-owner of the law firm, so he gets a salary. You know the lawyers
He's
can
the
charge
founder.
fee.
He's the founder, Fagon. He's the founder.
Thank you. You know the lawyers can charge fee, so he gets a fee. And because
So you are Fagon. You are not providing this thing to ASE. I don't know what else document. If ASE, go online, put an international law group. Most of your answer will be there. Now, the partnership of those different entities, they are there. Go on the Liberia government, put in locale, look at the legal session. You found some of them. Put in this entity. I'm not going to do your work for you. We make it simple. That's why we all have computers.
No, it's not for me. It's not for me. It's for the people like
Let me finish.
For the listening
Let me finish because let me finish.
Audience.
Yeah, but let me finish. We'll make it easy. Look, Gibson just walked out of school. He came back because his parents paid his last school fee. They will go on Google and try to search this thing. We said that in search 8. Now, other information that involve Fonati Kofa and the precedent, about the engagement and that when they purchase other businesses, I have those information. So when you talk about those entities that his legal company represent, it's all online. These are public documents. Maritime, Lescott, they are there. They have been involved. So again, don't come by and say, show this thing. We're not making lazy. But Honorable Fagon, Professor, please proceed. The student is back in class, sir.
Thank you, Student Gibson, for coming back to class.
Pay attention to the time.
Yes, I pay attention to the time. Class reloaded, graduated you and send you over, but apparently you want to do a kind of thing. But again, we go back to the emoluments, which has to do with the salary, the fee, the profit, all of which Fonati qualifies under from employment or office. And that is employment and office. Both of them catches Fonati right there. So when we look at B, and B says, no person holding public office shall demand and receive any other perquisites, emoluments, or benefits directly or indirectly on account of any duty required by the government. What is the duty required by the government? The duty required by the government is a legal service to Maritime, to LPRC, to NOCAL, to Buck Press. All these people that he represents, our government requires from them a duty, and that's B. So the only thing I have to say tonight in my closing to Gibson, you know, my brother Isaac just tried to, and he said to you, if you feel bad about it, I'm sorry. I could sense his frustration, having read the same law to you, and you came back and said the same thing over and over. So the next time you leave this class, without excuse, I will not expel you, but you will clean the bathroom for a month as punishment. And it will be the boys' bathroom only.
Why not the female bathroom?
Because I don't want you to see the unforeseen circumstances.
No,
they brought to it so much until they call up the woman call and say he needs to write.
He's not writing. He's not writing.
You're not writing.
He's not
to
write.
Why when Isaac tried to help you, you saw him as an enemy. If you want to take notes when your scholarly friends are talking, the academicians that come here, the theologians, the philosophers, you will be better off. But you come here, you want to fight. Even Isaac quoting the law to you, not to say he's taking it from a hill, you still want to fight him. How will you learn?
Well, let me say this. I want to put this up because my brother Isaac Vatokpa Jr. He wants us. These are all public record. Even the newspaper ran with some of them. When we said that Fonati Kofa, Musa Belete will support Fonati Kofa, people say why? These are some of the reasons. If you go back in 2016. Like you can see, Fonati Kofa Law Group represented, and you guys can read it. That's why the previous tax court order to shut down the Scrimek Oil and Gas Company for its blatant refusal to pay legitimate taxes owed to government as per the court judgment in 2012. The International Law Group, RLG, has been preventing the company from obeying the decision. A communication in the possession of the data observer at the time established. RLG is owned by Councillor J. Fonati Kofa, Minister of State, with a portfolio the head of the Presidential Tax Force that is currently investigating the Global Witness now. That was another conflict. Very clear. We have the document. It may be an old document since 2016. But these are the things, if you go and dig, you will understand as to why Fonati cannot speak on this issue. Bank document, acquisition that involve George Manawea and Fonati Kofa. Banks that they own. I mean, we are not just saying this thing because we come in and just talk, Isaac. These are documents that are there, and we will be revealing them because we want lawmakers. The people are not voting in this, but the people can speak to the lawmakers and tell the lawmakers the conflict that have been established. And the way in which we can prevent it, take somebody else, but not Fonati Kofa. So when we now come back to, how you call him, Richard Coon, we got a lot of information on Richard Nagbe Coon. One may ask, why Stephen Johnson celebrating Richard Coon? Why Unity Party want to make Richard Coon a speaker? We can debate it. This is what we are here for. We shouldn't change because we show love for Joseph Yeman Boaka or Jeremiah Coon, or we show love for George Manawea. We should be stable and constant as the Northern Star to help our Liberian people understand this is the fight we have started, and we will continue this fight. I don't know Richard Coon, but I will discuss Richard Coon more. His working, his relationship with Thomas Fala, with their Symphony Kofa, with Buffer Chima. And the Liberian people will then press the lawmaker.
You will not find nothing. You will not find nothing.
You know, so we have to do this thing, and I hope these little things help your audience that texting you, Mr. Vato, and they should go and research. They are there. The conflicts have been established, and Fonati need to speak on this issue.
You're right. You are very 1,000% correct. People are texting me, but in the same token that they're texting me and trying to make the case and make some comparisons with some other U.S. government officials, I'm showing them that there was that withdrawal from some of those positions and those relationships. And in the case of Hillary Clinton, there were specific issues and concerns about conflict of interest when she still had a law firm and her husband was governor and then president. And when he was president, she basically slowed down her activities completely.
That's what you should do.
That she actually resigned from the law firm,
We are not asking him to resign, Isaac. You're right. But he should speak on it and distance himself.
Distance and freeze. Because like usual reading, they say profit. So he profiting from the law firm while he's a government official is not right.
Thank you.
There should be a press release. There should be a press release in the Liberian media tomorrow, and I have a snippet of that release. If you'd like me to read that.
Send it to me. Let me see it first.
Yeah, I'll send it to you. I'll send it to you. But let me read it.
Let him send it to you. That
No, we don't want you to come read something. You always show you are not trusted by everybody. I'm gonna tell you right now.
But Gibson, you just
read something that nobody has seen.
Yeah, you can read your thing and start again as your boy.
No, that's
the post in the chat room.
I read my own
Put in the chat room.
No, I'm not putting in the chat room. If I don't give out, I get to stand up. Then you put in the chat room. I just got a snippet. I'm looking for it on the letterhead of the company. So once you see the letterhead, but let me give you the snippet so you can read it along with me.
Thank you. We'll come back to you, Gibson. Simon, are you talking to mommy? Gibson,
No, but I mean, what Gibson, what Fagon was reading, I just wanted to stretch on it a little bit. Look. You Speaker of the House or a representative or somebody in the executive, it is just appropriate to stay out of the private businesses. Nobody say close down your business. Nobody say sell your share and take the money and put it in your pocket. But you cannot be doing active business with government institutions representing them. At the same time serving as public officials. So in whose interest are you working?
That's what I beg you, Mame. Yeah. Gibson, do not deceive the people here. They think they say since 2016. Why Gibson won't say Fonati Kofa resigned since 2016? That would be the greatest mistake for you to tell them to post this thing. And we'll give you document post. Pass 2016.
Correct.
I'll leave it there. I'll leave it there. Go ahead.
I will tell them to post it.
No. Okay, forget it. Mama, continue, please.
So it is nobody say sell your business, sell your share, and put your money in the pocket. But when they say conflict of interest, the public interest, the public good, you're working for the public's interest. If you're working at the same time serving as lawyer to a public institution or private institution. Take this scenario. NOCA or LPRA or whatever the entity, LPRC or Maritime, is indicted by other report. Fonati is the lawyer, his law firm represent them. You think he will go to give them legal advice on how to exonerate themselves? But he will come and preside over the session that's supposed to review that other report. Wouldn't you think it would be a situation where he wouldn't even want to put it on the agenda? Why do you think most of these other reports that go to the legislature just remain there and can't come out? It's because people who are there are conflicted. They are connected to some of those corruption, either by business interest or direct participation some kind of way. So it's conflict of interest. The private interest he has in the company, you need to pull out of it and focus on delivering what he promised to do for the Liberian people as a public servant. It's wrong. But the point I will conclude on is we highlighting Fonati today, and regularly we're doing so because he wants to be speaker. But there are several other people who are doing the same thing. They are representatives, they are senators, they are in the executive. But because Fonati is the one pushing to go to the third most powerful position in our country, we need to highlight it. But it should serve now as a foundation for us to put in place laws to control it going forward. Stronger laws, unambiguous law, clear law on how to control these things. Otherwise, the vicious circle of corruption, this spiral web of corruption will keep holding us down. Do your business. You want to be private man. You want to come to public service, stay out of the business. You can't be in public service and influencing businesses. All those things Fonati been getting, check when he start getting retainership for all these companies. It's when he became close to George Weah as representative and deputy speaker. He used that his authority to get connected to all these businesses, and he framed himself as routine lawyer. When he was now deputy speaker, he was not a routine lawyer for these entities. So he used his office, that abuse of office. It should stop.
Stanton, quick question. Can people call us to ask questions?
What you mean?
Like somebody telling me, say they have a question, they want to call me so they can get on.
No, we'll open the phone line. Let's finish.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah. Mr. Gray, before we go to Stephen.
Let me make my closing comment.
You know, Gibson, the thing is,
okay.
Yeah. I mean, Mr. Gerald, the legal issue here is clear. You don't even have to go pry a law book or the legal platform to be able to raise the issue. The issue is whether or not COFA stands to financially profit or benefit from a decision he makes or presides over as Speaker of the House. That's the issue legally. Now, if your answer is yes or no, then we'll proceed as we deem necessary. But you know, these are some of the issues that got Bernie Sherman into trouble. When you are in a public space, you're making a decision that benefits you financially, you get into a matter of conflict of interest. Whether or not it's spelled out in a book or not, but the code of conduct speaks to it. So the question is, when he is the owner of a law group that represents all of these entities, you're talking about he got partners, we're talking about ownership. You can get partners, but he owns the company. Until you can see a revocation trust that says, in the period he's serving, any profit made by that company, he will not benefit. That's how they can address these kinds of issues. But you are saying that should the other people don't have a job, should they close the company? Now, that is not the issue, my brother. You are claiming to be somebody with proximity to law. You should know the issue. The thing is, it's not whether or not the other people don't have a right as as Liberians to do business, they do. But that's not the issue. The issue is whether or not the business this man owns will benefit from a decision he makes as Speaker. The question is yes. And therefore, that's conflict of interest. I'll leave it there.
It's me, right, Stater?
No, let me make Gibson go first and you go last because, yeah.
Why you want to put a gun after me?
So how you do the last after everybody?
Listen, guys, I don't have a problem if you so believe that Fanatic Kofa does not fit your speakership. You can raise all the moral questions, all the ethical questions you want to raise. But at this point, in fact, Fagon, this is really disingenuous. How can you read a law halfway and leave it and deceive your audience? The
Gibson,
law that you are reading.
Gibson, I'm sorry, sorry, but that's the current. It's on the current page of the International Law Group. Where you found
now. No, I know that.
No, hold on 1 minute now. Let me just help our people understand. So when we talk about the president of NOCAL, the CEO, Safwa Megre, Shireye, Ruth Jabba, who husband with Archibald Bonao, Shireye, Fanatic Kofa with the gavel in his hand, those two associate on a year, and on the third lady, we are not making up story about Fanatic Kofa current involvement, working relationship. So when anybody say Fanatic Kofa had resigned since 2016, that's bad for our country. So go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much. Fagon, please give me a chance, man. I beg you about.
Let the people go on the website.
Please,
Google
please,
International Law Group
please protect me.
Picture there. Go there now. International Law Group Bureau. You will see this picture there. I just wanted to make that announcement.
I know the pictures are there. So
the announcement for you. Go ahead.
So please, when your time comes, you will speak. Why are you interfering my time?
I make the announcement.
It's not your time to make the announcement. Wait for your time, please. Fagon, you disrespected your audience by reading the law and leaving it halfway when you know the final part of the law is going to defeat your argument. The section, chapter 11, 90 of the 1986 Constitution, section part 1, section 2B that you read. It says, no person holding public office shall demand or receive any other perquisites, emoluments, or benefits directly or indirectly on account of any duty required by government. It has nothing to do with what we are talking.
Hey, see why the person not get brain?
It had nothing to do with what we are talking.
So who own all these
man, please shut your mouth, man. Come on.
Who own all these institutions?
Shut your mouth. When you're speaking, nobody was speaking.
No. You cannot say that now, Gibson.
Okay, yeah, I agree. I take it back, but tell my man, let me be protected.
So who owns all these institutions?
But Fagon, let Gibson speak, please.
No, say Gibson speak. Gibson are your power on LPRC?
No.
The Liberian government.
No, so Fagon, let Gibson speak.
You want to talk?
No, let Gibson speak. Gibson, go ahead.
My father died in Bloomtown. You know, no car.
So who owns LPRC? Who own no car?
Okay, please let me speak.
Next time you open your coconut and nothing inside, you will use it.
Stop on. Please protect me, I beg you. I got limited time always, and I want my time to be wisely used. Did you
protect E. Madison Guam when they were chasing to kill him and they found out they killed him?
I didn't know about it. It happened before I hear about it.
Did you protect the magistrate that they buried alive in Grand Juda County? Why you asking us to protect you? Why you asking us to protect you when you didn't protect your own trial men and women?
Why you diverting the topic? Why you diverting
the topic? No, we have to ask you. To ask you all for protection.
Oh my God, these guys. Okay, let me conclude. I will talk short. I will talk very short. Here is the thing, guys. Fanatic Kofa is not inviolate. Whatever is not legally binding is not a crime. It may be a perception, It may be your thinking. It may be your way of thinking. The man will not question your line of thought because you are responsible to do your own thinking. He's not going to question your line of thought. But at this point, there's no law that holds him. And Stanton, the thing I sent to you is very clear. It's very clear. Now that you are putting the chat.
No, we cannot do that because they have not officially posted it. So don't read it.
Okay, no problem. I agree with you.
Yeah.
I agree with you. No problem. No problem. But here is my final comment, guys. If you have a law.
No, but stand on. You're not fair to Gibson, though. Because you always come with breaking news. That the man not breaking news today, then you stopping him.
The man just told you that he agreed with me. And where you coming from with a third party suggestion?
Oh man, that's true. So it was taken with that new release.
If you want to stay on the show, you make guarantee a spot.
When the man said no, no problem. So what I wanted to say was, where there is no law, there's no crime. You can argue all you want to argue, but there's no crime committed here. Besides that, my people, they said if you're doing it against government interest.
But Gerson, don't you think it would be fair for Fonati to speak on this thing?
Yes, it will be fair.
Use himself.
It will be fair.
If I knew Fonati from this stuff, that's all we are saying.
Yes,
that's my argument.
If I have Fonati phone number now, I will call him. In fact, I will apply to be a public relation officer and say, come and speak.
Look at that money he wants. You see, I say that the man you want us to pretend yet. The man feeling hustling and now the still hustle yet.
I'm way here in America. I'm not prepared to go work in Liberia.
Why
I'm
the no
I'm just telling you, my man, I'll answer your question. I'm just telling you that I agree with you that Mr.
I just say you Fonati know about KFC.
Okay, I will call him. I will call you. Thank you very much. But Stanton, it is good for public officials to address themselves to any issue that the public has. And I will encourage Fonati Kofa to address himself to it. It is very, very good. He can come here. I think he can come here. You're not afraid. The man a lawyer. You can come here and face the group. Or he can call a press conference and people can ask questions to speak to that. But until we can get a law that says if you are a senator and your law firm with other partners get a contract with the government and they are doing government work, they are helping government to promote government, then you are committing crime. No, it's not a crime.
Thank you, Gibson. Before say your time is Stevie.
Thank you, Senator. My man, I come in talk. I give me chair. Listen to you.
No, Stevie, I'll listen to you because you're not interfering in my business. I'll listen to you, Stevie.
All right, thank
you. But the other men, they in trouble.
Thank you. But let me just say this, Senator. I think when the framers of the code of conduct decided to pass it into law, they were looking at not necessarily the global legal framework within the Constitution, but primarily the ethical standard with which government officials must be held accountable. Because we did not for the longest have any law that deal with the issue of ethics, how public officials must behave in their offices, their day-to-day activity. So that's why the particular code of conduct sought to address the issue of ethics. And let me just say this also. If we were talking about ordinary citizens who work in government, I wouldn't have had any problem. We're talking about a lawmaker. Now, we all sat on this show here when the lawmaker indicated to us that there are three cardinal functions of a lawmaker: lawmaking, representation, and oversight. Now, lawmaking deals with a lawmaker who enact laws that will not just govern the public interest in general, but to also safeguard entities that are covered under the public interest and also, the national interest. So whether it is the LPRC, whether it's the NOCAR, whether it's the MPA, all of those public corporations that are under the executive branch of government, the lawmakers have a fiduciary and legal responsibility to either amend those acts, to either suit current realities, or to pass law, that will benefit the Liberian people in particular. Now, when you look at oversight, and I want us to drill deeper when we talk about oversight. As a lawmaker, you have oversight over public institutions. You have oversight over public institutions. When these public institutions are in violation of the law that you have made, you have the right to call them to answer questions as a lawmaker. Now, so imagine a specific instance where, for example, NOCA is in violation of the law, and that NOCA must come before the legislature to answer questions about some legal violation. Who represents NOCA at that public hearing? It will be NOCA's legal team with the management of NOCA. So when we say there is conflict of interest, we're saying in essence that Fonati Kofa cannot still be the owner of the law firm, providing retainer services for these public corporations, and at the same time serving as Speaker or Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives. Let's pretend for a second that there were no laws. Let's pretend. But let's look at common sense and ethics. Is it ethical? Does it fit the common sense scenario that a particular lawmaker presiding oversight over entities must at the same time represent their legal interests? We are not saying Fonati should shut his law firm down. No, what we're saying is simple. Recuse yourself from the law firm. You can still have ownership, but you recuse yourself from the activities of the law firm for the duration that you're serving as a member of parliament. And that all financial transaction, retainer fees, retainer services charged, that the company benefits during that period, you should not benefit from it. That is what we're saying. That is the most ethical thing to do. But to have you as a lawmaker at the same time providing oversight over these public corporations, and while at the same time serving the legal interests of those public corporations, is a clear case of conflict of interest. You do not need a degree in rocket science or quantum mechanics to know what conflict of interest is. Conflict of interest is basically defined as having vested interest in two things that are in conflict. You're representing the legal interests of an entity, you provide oversight over.
But they are not in conflict. They are not in conflict.
They are in conflict, and yes, why
no,
they are in
not.
Conflict. No, yes, why?
Somebody
yes,
helping the government to do
no,
the
yes,
government
why
part.
they are in conflict. Yes, why they are in conflict.
In terms of
A lawmaker provides oversight over a corporation or public corporation or public entity. Then the same lawmaker is representing the legal interest of that corporation. So in the event where that corporation is in violation of the law, and that the lawmaker must provide oversight to summon the corporation to provide reason as to why they violated specific
the House working committees and committees and they take the decision by vote.
Why are you interrupting the man? You promised not to interrupt him. Why are you doing
I
this?
promise. That's true.
Now you want limit to committee. Who appoints the committee head? It is the speaker. It is the speaker who appoints committee head. This is not like the Senate where the yeah, but so that's what we're saying, Gibson. It is complete conflict. Nobody saying Fonati should shut the law firm down. The law firm will operate. They can still have one of those retainer services, but Fonati as an individual should recuse himself from the operation of the law firm for the duration under which he serves.
The man has resigned from the law firm a long time, my brother.
But his picture on the place.
The
man got his picture there.
The man resigned. The man picture still on the company website.
They describe him on the company website as senior partner and deputy speaker of the Liberal House of Representatives.
The man does not control the webmasters.
And the reason why they send you that release is to tell you that they are aware, and that release undermines your argument. Your argument is that there's no issue. Now you bring in a release that says the man resigned from the firm. So if there's no issue, why is he leaving? No, you muted. I can't hear you. You muted, Gibson. You muted.
That's not unmuted me. From the beginning, when I was speaking, if you remember, I said we don't even know if Fonati Kofa has resigned or is no longer part of the.
So assuming, let me ask you that question you were taught. Assuming he has resigned, wouldn't that undermine your argument that he shouldn't have resigned? There's no issue.
The out of resignation is a choice.
But why would somebody resign? There's no issue.
The man can say, I'm a speaker, I got too much things to do, so I can't be able to do this job. The man can say that.
Like, Jessica, I know you get a lot of be controversial.
I like that question.
I mean, there are some things that you
I
can't.
like
The question is good, and my answer is good too. The man can say, based on my job as a speaker, I'm not going to be able to serve as a lawyer in this firm.
No, Fonati knows.
Is
And
bad.
if anybody asks Fonati that question, Fonati knows that the most ethical thing to do is to recruit himself from the operation of the art.
But he has already done that, so it's not even a question. It's not even an issue.
No, you just gave me a breaking news.
People getting angry. People getting angry that we're going to back and people Gibson on the team. People getting angry. See the comments. People sending up messages.
Start to embargo the news, so it's not breaking yet. So the thing is, look, Jeremy, let's be honest here, man. Let's be honest.
No honesty.
Let's be honest here, guys. Hey, God. I even say why you be honest. You talking? What are you talking for now?
Gibson,
I say you must be honest. I even say why you must be honest about you talking. What are you talking about?
Gibson, don't go back.
I'm talking. You talking? Why you know I want to say that you talking now?
No, I'm just suggesting. I asked
what you suggesting?
Papa,
I just started talking. You suggesting.
Papa,
what you suggesting?
Papa, don't go back to the topic. I beg you.
I am believing very strongly that no law has been violated. There might be perceptional issues. There might be issues that you are concerned with, morality, public perception, and all of that. But there's no clear law that says they made it in violation. There's no clear law. They made
it's conflict of interest, Gibson.
Conflict of interest is just an idea.
No,
listen, it's an idea. The conflict of interest law, the reason why they wrote the law is for them to explain what conflict of interest.
Just for the public sake.
It has not been explained to the effect that COFA is violating the law. Yes, there's a conflict of interest, but how is it being violated? How is it being conflict of interest?
Before I leave.
Because he's representing two infects that are conflict.
He's not representing anything.
I say, wait, woman. Gibson, as it close up, we got to leave.
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to quickly say, sometimes you got to do fact check with some of these things, right? So I got people bombarding me. They say Stanton must produce documents. When he said documents, there might not be newspaper clipping. He must produce documents, whether that signature on ILG contracts from Fonati or other clear documentation that shows something that one. Two, somebody say, please make the correction. Ruth Japa is not married. Her husband was Brownie Samokai.
So what role you playing?
He does not have
but let me finish. I beg you, Gibson. Let us finish. I say go ahead.
She does not have a husband in Auntie Bernard's office. Ruth Japa is like a younger sister to me, and maybe they won't make it clear. There could be somebody out there for her who thinks she married. They will now, try to reach out to her. So her friend just say.
So go down the list now. How about the other people then?
Yeah, go down the list. I'm begging you.
On that same list, you got me.
What are you laughing for? Now, I said, let me tell you this. I said, when you appear on the show, we operate only within 2 hours or 3 hours.
You be here for 5 hours. You said 2 hours.
I said, I tell you the time I came in. Not about you, please. I was sure if anybody want to go ahead and make the correction, they should take note, and they should go ahead and make their own correction. I don't waste my time to answer them. To say, please fact check. They need to fact check us when we say these things. We cannot fact check ourselves while on the show. We say it, then they'll go do their own podcast and say, Spoon say. Then they fact check us because we are the big dogs. Okay? So let them know.
That's a level of impunity.
Let me finish. I say, let me finish. I beg you back. You want me to stop? I will stop, then you finish. You want to finish before then I come back?
Well, we can be interactive, but go ahead, I'll wait.
Yeah, but I don't, you and Gibson get a similar spirit. I don't like it. I like to pause, listen to people. You get
nobody interrupt more than you.
I make a jump from one party to another. You understand the scene.
You said make a jump from one party to another?
Even a grasshopper, he can jump from so and so. He alone not jump triple.
But I agree. Let me try to defend Asio a little bit.
The man, I'm a
LPP.
party. The man, John two party.
The man came in as LPP man. He switched to Joe. We are CDC. Now we don't know where he is.
No, you are ANC first. ANC. He
No, I
went
know
to
you, Gibson. Gibson, you.
Let
came as an
Gibson
LPP man.
tell the three parties are being a part of.
Where's the three party?
the man with ANC.
No, CDC first.
Eba.
Let him talk.
No, CDC was
Okay,
gonna
so
be
you want to talk for me?
ANC.
Now,
Hey,
talk for me
wait,
now.
let him talk.
Talk for me.
No, give me
Talk
go
for
ahead.
me.
Three parties.
You are Liberal Action Party man. You didn't know?
Okay.
You are not Liberal Action Party man.
Jesus.
You want to tell the people you're not Liberal. Tell me if nobody will call you now and say you are Liberal Action Party man.
Only one liar can say that you. Nobody else can say.
You are Liberal Action Party. Liberal Action Party.
No, wait. Gibson, name on the party, please.
The first party, as a young man that I started knowing as a Vatoba in Morovia, he joined the CDC.
But man, you have not left great.
But as let me finish. I beg, can you start over, Gibson? You are interrupted.
Yeah,
please.
man, let me finish. Liberal Action Party. They made John Liberal Action Party because of the morale that Action Party had at the time. We were young people, we used to follow them. He knows that. Number two, he joined CDC when Joshua came. Okay, I did a lot of work for them. I did a lot of newsletter for them.
That too.
Number three, he joined ANC and they booted him out for rudeness from ANC. You see it?
That three.
Yeah, man, boga boy.
That three.
Yeah, I said the man joined three party. I said the man joined from party to party three.
Oh, but CPP.
Oh, the man joined CPP 4.
No, CPP that is ANC.
Let me do it on, Stevie. Let me do that. Gibson do it on. Then after CPP, then the second round, the man went back to West.
So Unity Party. He went back to Unity
Party. So that five.
Yeah, so 5. So yeah, man, who want to tap was he jumping? What you talking about? Eh?
We gave Acid Valley stamp out. Gibson, I somewhere there with you because if you look at
you're my brother. I know that you're my brother.
Party, Essential Liberal Action Party, I think they are 4 because it was CDC. Then it came to ANC. It went back to CPP and that of Unity Party. Then I cannot confirm the Unity Party own, but I think it's 4 out of the 5. Mr. Asiva, you have the floor, sir.
Okay. Look, I was always an independent. I never joined political party in Liberia.
Independent in Liberia?
Yes. Okay. So an example of my independence for people to know, I like Barrow basketball, I like IE football. Just so you can know. And I was brave enough to tell it to some of the strongest fans or out of those teams. So I'm an independent person by nature. Okay. I joined the CDC in 2009. Not like some people
That's
tell 2005 as a
That's
farmer.
one.
That's one.
Mm-hmm.
2, I resigned from the CDC and back in 2020, I believe. And then I joined the ANC in 2022.
That too.
2. The coalition cannot be considered a new political party.
No, it's a political group. That 3. CPP is it. No.
It's not different.
No, it is. No,
that's such a flawed
the
argument.
CPP is added. So that 3.
Nobody buys that argument because the
so that 3.
CPP 3. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Hold on. No. Just for clarification for people, I'm still a member of the ANC as a political entity. We are in a collaboration. It's not a merger.
No, you are kicked out. You are kicked out of ANC. You are kicked out of ANC.
That's 2. So it's very clear.
All right, so let's go by that. After the first round. Who did you support? Who did you support?
Round, my political entity, the CPP, decided to support the CDC. But it was obvious that I was not inclined in that direction.
Where did you go? Who did
you support?
I'm party disciplined enough not to come and speak against my party's position.
So where did you go? Where did you support?
I ain't go nowhere. I made my position clear. Before the second round, I made my position clear. I said I believe the Unity Party will win. I believe the Unity Party will be a better
government, whether marginally better or not than the CDC. I believe that if the CDC were removed from power,
you are now announcing that in your whole life you joined two parties, CDC and ANC.
Yes.
All right, so
but just for other people, nobody should shy away. That's a democratic right. You can
when we used to go on Gale Street. We used to go on Gale Street as PAR members. As a battle, you should go as PAR members.
Gibson, you didn't come to Monrovia. You from Zweru, you went in the bush and came to America. You reached Monrovia
1972. Gibson, we cannot hold that because Gibson served as editor on one of the major newspapers in the country. But Steven, let's agree on something here. Today, I agree with Gibson. I say VAR were members of 4 political parties, on and off.
You guys can hear me?
Yes. I disagree about the LAP, LDP, Liberal Action Party, because I didn't know. I have no evidence.
But Gibson said
I agree. No problem. Like Gibson agree. Gibson didn't say he agreed. Gibson not denying it. Gibson not denying it. But I say he's denying it. So let's go back again. CDC. He left from CDC. They broke away, and he went to ANC.
When?
From ANC. Well, man, and you feeling out? Let me talk to them, man.
What timeline?
ANC is a breakaway party from the state.
We'll give you a chance. We'll give you a chance. You'll come back again. All right. So from CDC, they broke away. They said they didn't let Joe Manuel, and they went to do ANC. I say went to ANC. That's two.
A lie.
But I said you cannot interrupt me now. Let me do my line so they can come back.
Sorry.
So, Gibson, I agree with you. No matter what the man say, I agree with you that 5 political parties the man join. I feel with my own.
All right. So let me call it just for clarity.
But Gibson started with NDPL. I remember Gibson 1985.
Oh, Gibson at NDPL.
Yeah.
My man, that one had a small truth because I voted for
Listen now, when I first happened in bombing that caused Gul, Costa, all of them to leave
break away. Yeah.
CDC. I did not follow them. I was the chairman of CDC US at the time. They approached me. You can ask Gul, you can ask Costa.
Was not part of them.
I never left the party. I told them, let's try to reconcile the situation.
When did you leave CDC? When did you leave CDC?
I just
what year?
2020.
Okay.
After George Weah refused to get his job, then he jumped to the ANC.
Oh, okay. That's his right.
That's fine. Listen, if you say that because
I said, you had a meeting with George Weah at the foreign ministry. You and Otto have meeting with George Weah at the foreign ministry. They listed your name for government job. And then they didn't get you the job. That what made you angry. Even my big brother said, everybody.
What that matter right now? Because Joe Weah said I don't have a job.
You're totally wrong.
He brought them on that. We don't know them. They put them on that. We don't know them.
Why you calling us a big brother? Hold on. Why are you calling us a big brother? Why?
I said, what does that mean?
Seriously, man. That begin. But let me tell you something.
I can be Fresque on this show.
You were ugly. The man look younger than you. You were ugly, man.
Somebody.
I knew that why you wanted to say it. So
look, Gibson. Every Liberian.
I say your name was down.
Listen, my man,
I said they put your name down.
Listen,
there were almost 63 people named from the USA and Canada who name were written down. I said,
what you just said. Listen, Gibson, listen. You said they put your name down. I never submitted my name formally for any job in the CDC. Okay? Nobody can show you my resume that I submitted for a job in the CDC. Nobody can do that. Okay, so let me.
Okay, I can send a resume to.
We created a spreadsheet.
Stand up, send a resume to.
That whole.
Hey, my man, that all about talk. I can send a resume to.
By the time we won, the people ran away from that process where we're supposed to vet and really decide on 5 candidates who best for any position, and they started taking money for position. Joe Weah started appointing a friend, and that was the first mistake they made in terms of us. And I hope Unity Party will not do it because I hear any messages already that they try to compromise, you know, the sanctity of vetting, you know, people for jobs and really trying to use merit to get those jobs. I hope they don't do it. I hope the best librarians will be hired, as Joseph Boyka has been saying. But we'll come back to the CDC, Gibson. The proof in the chat room stayed there for 2 years, from 2018 to 2020, fighting nearly every day, butting our hair with 12 stupid economic theories, bringing obsolete articles, justifying the map up. We were fighting consistently the optics of George Weah, building 49 condos every day. So it was not about job business. And the first thing, some of us got our integrity. Some of us were lucky to work in corporate America for the longest time, be earning 6 figures and have a 401k that will use that money and still have money. Okay, so job business was not an issue for some of us, and we are professional.
So as a vibe, let's come back on the conversation. As a vibe, we said thank you very much for your contribution on Spoon Talk. Stephen Johnson, my brother, thanks. Ed Remy Great and that of Gibson. If I'm gonna stay in the back, Dwalu, Mame, Minister Woodokoti, Ozzy. Since the election, you have appeared on Spoon Talk twice.
Yes.
Your takeaway on the Unity Party win.
You know, some people say it, right? I think there was a greater level of urgency from the Unity Party. They had tasted victory before and they lost it. And that sense of bitter defeat was probably something they wanted to get rid of. So there was more urgency with the Unity Party people. There was probably more commitment towards doing unbudgeted activities to get the win compared with other people, right? They fought for it. Look, it's clear. Frederick Douglass said, power never concedes. The CDC were not conceding until it was necessary for George Weah to concede to probably get a little $5 million from what the guy need. Oh man,
Mo Ibrahim,
and all the other awards he come and get, these superficial awards. Yeah, I mean, you know, my picking loved the limelight, so he will get those things. But the reality is, the Unity Party, they did not campaign that we expected, or the leader did not campaign, but they did a lot of grassroots work. And the fact that they were already embedded in our like incestuous corrupt system in certain positions that afforded them the opportunity to really mount a strong campaign. So you must applaud them. But now the work begins, because these last 6 years has destroyed the fabric of our society, this fabric of our governance system, if we even had one before, and they need to repair it. They can't come and worsen it. So that's very critical. And to the extent, again, like I said before, like Joseph Boyka can hold to his pre-election rhetoric that he will include the best librarians. They will look for competent people. They really need competence to move this country forward.
Today we should have discussed the issue about those 5 major ministries.
Oh, you're right. That's what you said yesterday.
Yeah, but we hope I scale back because something was missing, and we hope we can do it tomorrow. We talk about the Minister of State, and that will slash the Chief of Staff, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Minister of Justice, Finance, and somebody said put internal, and I said no, internal will not do this. We cannot slide internal. So we'll be discussing 5, which is so important.
Why you the 5? What you say the 5? State,
State, Finance, Foreign Affairs, Justice, and I was putting down the NSA. What makes NSA important? Because of the partnership with you know who country, which is America. We can discuss it tomorrow. So many names out there. When you talk about the Minister of State position, the mindset, even Unity Party folks begin to think outside of the box. Who's going to be there with Joseph Yeman Boyka? Because now the person will be serving 2 ends. Chief of Staff, Minister of State, or probably they may split that position. Make Chief of Staff, Minister of State, Stevie. I think they can do that, right? Let's just stick with this thing because so many
did that. It was George Weah who changed it around.
George Weah brought it together. They can split the Chief of Staff and the Minister of State. But a lot of conflict here. And Stevie, I'm not going to get into your party, Unity Party. We can have the discussion tomorrow. Look at the Justice Ministry. who's on your mind? Who will be that aggressive justice minister? Who will implement? Because the justice minister probably going to be serving as the chair on joint security. Who will chase the cockroaches? And these are the things we're talking about. And we compare them to the performance of Musa Deen. Who out there? Who's on your mind? Let's talk about foreign ministry. The big one right now in question, that everybody fighting, finance. Who's going to clean the mess of Samuel Twe? So real quick, guys, I beg in every one of you. NSA, what we hear, we cannot keep PSA. No way for anybody to keep PSA. PSA must go. But let me ask every one of you, real quick. Your 5. Let me start with Remy Gray. We're going to end the show and continue tomorrow. Your 5.
My 5 persons?
Yeah. Your best 5 to serve in that position. In those positions.
You know, if you ask me for
this is them. Oh, you got name 5 persons.
You know, I think if you ask me for foreign ministry, maybe I'll be looking at someone with that international experience. Even though we're hearing, you know, the ladies are leading in that arena. I've heard Eslo, Yanti, and some say Magdala Cooper, and I'm also hearing about Marjan Kamara. Now, if you ask me of those, Miaja Beslo, of course, could be my choice. Okay, or even the guy that is just dismissed. Mr. Famule. He understands that Corridor is a technocrat in the area. If you come to Ministry of Finance, of course, I would like to see a new breed of individual in that corridor. We have people practicing.
You are actually saying we're keeping for tomorrow. I don't know why. They want you to study it. They say let's do it tomorrow, but it will be our discussion tomorrow.
It's a big topic.
But real quick, I know real quick. You think we should go back, or JB should go back and bring in the OUP folks, or bring in somebody from CDC? No, I agree.
The first one, you couldn't do that.
The OUP folks from Madam Salif. Anyone of them.
Bring this last
you need new.
Oh, one at a time, guys. One, let's go to Asifai. Asifai, what do you think? Go back to the OUP folks and drag them over.
You're not the only one.
I don't think so. I think they need to flavor it with some new blood.
Yeah.
Okay. Flavor it with some new blood, not the old folks and not anybody from CDC, you mean?
No, they shouldn't follow that Eugene thing. If they're qualified people from the CDC that can fit in with the agenda of, you know, President-elect Boyka, I mean, they should, you know, get those, because not everybody from CDC was on the same, you know, corrupt trend that George Weah and his people then were on. No, not everybody from the CDC were like
that. But then why are you saying no? They can bring somebody from CDC, but not going back to Madam Salif.
No, you are specific with that staff. And I was not saying somebody who is currently in government in CDC. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying some other person who is a member of the CDC, but probably is not with this corruption. There are many CDCians like that who don't, you know.
For example, somebody like
my question to you, Isaac, should Joseph Boyka go back in history, what he served for 12 years, and bring someone from that end to serve?
Well, it's not a blanket. There are people in UP, or maybe there could be even 1 or 2 who served in government that could still serve, probably in a different capacity today. Okay, there are people like that, but we got to look at each person. We can generalize just a whole government.
Out of the 5.5 million people, must they go back to 12 years of Salif?
And that's where a lot of people and myself.
I know what's still laughing. We got 5.5 million people, home and abroad, and they say recycling the guys.
That's why I said bring in new blood, bring in an infusion of new ideas, new perspective, different kind of qualification and skills that come to the table.
Thank you. So let me go to Steven. Steven, your party, you've been there before.
Your question.
12 years, under Madam Salif or current George Manawe?
I think the United Party has gone through a lot of evolution in the last 6 years. Evolution in terms of a new breed of professional people who who've gone through the ranks and file of the party in the professional sojourn, new breed of that exuberance in terms of the involvement in public service, new vigor. The party has a new specific vision in terms of the arrest agenda. I would think that while it is true that I don't want to issue a carte blanche against everybody who served in the President Sirleaf government, I would like to see more of the current generation serving in government, and as they say, an intersplice with few persons from the past. But I would want to see more. And the reason I say this is because you want an aggressive government on day one, that will require enough boots on the ground and that energy, that passion for what is the current vision of the party. And so to achieve that, and I don't think also there are some people in the CDC who are toxic. I think there are some very, very decent people in the CDC who are qualified. They may not be toxic, because the thing about government and why people are afraid to bring people from outside is the way our politics gets toxic, and people are afraid that bringing people in the government could undermine the issue of internal control of information, could lead to leaks. But there are some reputable seditionists who, like, for instance, somebody like Ellis Coffey. Ellis Coffey is a very, educated, reasonable, and even though he's a sedition, supported UP. But I mean, he's the kind of person, for example, you can bring. But you wouldn't dare bring somebody like Samuel Twe on your team, because he's not principled. He's somebody who is unethical. So there are some decent people, but I would want to see more of the current breed of the party, current breed of Liberian in general, being involved in the governance of the country, rather than just it being a repeat of the old order. Because look, Stanton, let me just close on this. One of the things President Sirleaf did in her administration was to empower young people. I remember when Molu became Auditor General, he was 33 years old. When Gaffron became Minister of Finance, he was around 34, 35 years old. When Amara too became Minister of Finance. They were young, vibrant, energetic men, people across Israel, Agze Ade. They were young, vibrant people in the mid 30s to 40s who came, and we saw the kind of heavy lifting that happened. And so I would want to see more of the current generation of UP professionals, not just UP, but professionals. There are more young, energetic, passionate professionals we see nowadays that can fill in some of those positions, as opposed to just keeping them on the peripheral and recycling, some of the people of the past. I think that would be a false start.
It's going to be a wonderful conversation tomorrow. We're talking about the transition team. Where are they? We also address the issue about the conflicting statement messaging that is evolving within the transition team, whether from George Manawia or from Jose Yima Boaka. And who's to blame? Information has been this stagnation on information about transparency, document moving. Let's talk about those things also, and let's talk about the 5 major ministries as to where are we, the Joseph Boaka team. Young men like Stephen said, this generation bringing strength and fragility to the conversation will help a lot. A lot of people just sitting on the fence and say, who, me. But Gibson, where are you? This whole cycle of forming the Jose Yima Boaka government, are they there yet? You think they're making any progress?
Okay. First of all, I don't want Joseph Boaka to appoint any sedition in his government.
There you go.
The reason is very simple. I don't want for somebody in Joseph Boaka's government to say the government was not doing well because the sedition that were put in there undermined the government. So let him do away with all sedition. In politics, the winner takes all. You don't have to be sorry for nobody. He ain't got to do no reconciliation thing. Let him appoint these people that he have in mind. Number 2, we'll see a lot of old wine in new battles. A lot of new or old wine in new battles. For instance, Stanton, the man is going to bring Lucini Camara. I don't care what we'll do, Otusel Kamara will be in JMB government. He's going to bring Kopo Krua. He's going to bring Benedict Sanon. He's going to bring all of these people that we know that have been in government. They are recycled government officials.
Why are you saying he's going to bring that? You are not in conversation with him.
How do you know I'm not in conversation with him? But yes.
You are not in conversation with him. You will not be right now.
I know right now, Stanton, whether you agree or not, there's a fight now to either appoint Benedict Sanon as Justice Minister or to appoint.
There's no fight, man. But you always lying too bad.
Hey, bad. Let me feel it now. I mean, you join the point and you start interrupting me now. So I believe that there'll be a lot of old wine in new battle. Now, should he bring back Ellen Johnson Sirleaf officials? My answer will not be a categorical no, but at least he should go away from them. So we have one of the technical people that he has right now on his transitional team is Samuel Kofi Woods. Kofi Woods resigned from Ellen government almost 1 year to the end of the government. Is it possible that he will come back and be a minister in JMB government? I'm not doubting that. But bring him in. JMB was one of those who supported the United Party booting out Ellen Johnson Sirleaf. And those Ellen Johnson Sirleaf ministers still have affinity with Ellen. So if you bring them, there's a possibility that they can undermine you too. So let JMB look for new blood. I want to see Stephen Johnson as Commerce Minister. I want to see Mo Ali as Information Minister or whatever, minister. I want to see Yompo or Stanton as NSA director.
No, take me for your nonsense, please. I'm not.
Oh, you don't want no position?
No.
I beg you. My man, the poor guy, you don't want to serve your country?
I can't even tell it to you.
Is that what them does?
Yeah, man. I'm following now to leave me alone. But let me say this. We'll be having a wonderful conversation tomorrow, guys. Thank you very much for joining us.
So quick like that.
Yeah, because not everybody that fought the remote Josh, we have one position though. We just needed
you are qualified. They can take you.
A change in the country. There's no position business.
Let them make Gibson Jeru the president of Grand Jeda County.
Be president of the Grand Jeda Association and for you, the people money they're running behind you. You want to be president of Grand Jeda County?
Never.
Yeah, man.
No. Let me tell you today, if JMB appoint me as president of Grand Jeda, if JMB appoint me as president of Grand Jeda, here is why you're going to benefit. You're going to benefit a robust.
But why do I appoint you as president of Grand Jeda? I don't understand.
No, anybody who appoint me as superintendent, I will change that to president of Grand Jeda. Let me tell you today. I mean, I'm not joking about it. Anybody who said Gibson, even not JMB, anybody in Liberia that become president and say Gibson, you are appointed as superintendent of Grand Jeda, I will put it in front of the presidency of Grand Jeda. And I put in no
superintendent. And not matter of law.
Aaron, come on the show, Aaron. Mr. Azabah Toba Jr., thank you for tonight. Stephen Johnson, as always, Gibson Jeru, Colonel El Remy Gray. We appreciate your time on this phone talk tonight, and we'll see you guys tomorrow by God's grace. Folks, again, we want to wish a happy birthday to T-Max Blamo, the wife of the late Blamo. Today is a birthday. T-Max Blamo birthday is today. They're having a big celebration. We want to wish her a happy birthday. We also want to wish Dr. Richardson a happy birthday all day. Dr. Richardson turned her phone off. We couldn't reach out to her. I don't know why. It's the new birthday thing. She turned her phone off completely. But Dr. Richardson, whatever you are, happy birthday. We also want to wish Mr. Cummings a happy birthday, Mr. Cummings. We hope you're having fun. And whatever you are, may God bless you as well. Let's also wish Amara Conan a happy birthday. I heard today is his birthday, and wishing him well. I spent our time on the East Coast, USA. We say happy birthday to all those that celebrating birthday. Till we meet again, may God bless you. Because
somebody asking question for you here. He say if they asking me if JMB gave me a job, I should accept it. What do you think?
If JMB gave you a job,
yeah,
JMB will never offer you any position. I've been friends with you.
But somebody said to my man, give see the traditional hair or Granjida.
Not even the traditional hair.
The cheese on the cat.
Washington is so sure that
they say my man give see the cheese on the cat.
Gibson, you're my friend, you're my brother, you're my friend, and I will always say this to you. DMB cannot offer you a job.
The cheese on Granjida.
Listen, we allow you to go ahead and plan for 2029, and we will come back and beat you again. But JMB cannot offer you the job.
JMB is a unifier. JMB is a unifier. He's a government who wants peace and reconciliation. He wants peace. He wants unity. So Gibson Jeru, who is a critic, coming in the government will be a unifying thing.
We'll find another Granjida to unify, not you. We got 63,000 registered voter Granjidian. We'll find one of them, but not you.
Mr. and Mrs. Edwin Wild, we're going to celebrate their anniversary. I just want to send a shout out to them, man.
Send out, you say who? What's their name?
Edwin White Widow and his wife.
Edwin White.
Widow. Yeah, they celebrate 22nd birthday tomorrow. I mean, anniversary tomorrow. So I just want to shout out to them. Yeah.
We want to say thank you very much. This is the Spoon Talk. Hey man, what did Aaron begin at?
Man.
All right.
Aaron has been in that studio forever, man.
No.
They're doing the normal sacrifice, my man.
Every day the guys are sacrificing. Aaron want to say thank you very much. We are out for tonight. Again, till meet again. God be with you all right. Nelson coming, right?
Yeah, Nelson should be on later.
All right, man, Aaron. Thank you very much. You have a good night. Thanks for
night, man.
Yes. Yeah. Good night. Good night.
Yeah.
Okay, so folks, that's how I would like to end it right there, and join us later on today. We should be in the evening hours at 10 o'clock. That's at 8:30 in the evening hours, at which time we'll bring you another edition of the program, Spoon Talk. Baba for my name is Aaron Kuban. I've been here since 8:30, making sure that I bring you all of the sounds. Bye-bye.
Yes, I, a special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Band, Charges on the beat.